The story begins inside an inn, where Gale Hamilton is occupied with taking notes on how to improve their adventuring party. His concentration is broken when the party leader calls him over and, to his surprise, informs him that his contract is being terminated. The leader makes it clear that, from that moment on, Gale is no longer a member of the Wolfpack. Later, the entire party is gathered around a table. Gale scratches his head in confusion, while the leader tries to get his attention and insists that he listen properly. One of the members, Kush Bilbor, a paladin, announces bluntly that Gale has been fired. Gale is caught off guard and can't even finish his thought. The woman in the party, Melissa, a light fighter, mocks him by grabbing his face and making fun of his reaction. Another member, Luke the thief, tries to stop Melissa from teasing Gale. She then mockingly offers to comfort him one last time. Norris, the black mage, snickers and suggests that Gale should have seen this coming. Gale stands and protests, asking them to give him a moment since the decision came out of nowhere. Kush questions his surprise and points out that Gale doesn't seem to understand why he's being let go. Gale reflects on how they've been together for 3 years, during which time he had supported the team by crafting cursed items, a niche but useful skill back when they were still low-ranked. Still confused, Gale admits he truly doesn't know why. Kush mocks Gale's slowness and explains that as a curse crafter, Gale holds the worst support job imaginable. His cursed items only debuff monsters once and are otherwise useless. Moreover, Gale is the lowest level member in the group, stuck at level 31. Gale tries to defend himself, saying that while curse crafting isn't a mainstream job, his items have helped them clear many quests with ease. He explains how he can keep curses mild, even dispel them with proper support. He presents a passive curse necklace designed to affect monsters, but the others react with disgust and ask him not to pull it out. Kush questions Gale's sense in even wearing it. Kush then tells Gale that they've already found a replacement, Moria Glaris, a new support mage who has mastered both buff and debuff techniques. Moria arrives and is welcomed warmly by the rest of the group. Gale notes to himself that she's attractive. Kush presses the point Gale is no longer needed. As Gale walks away from the table, he can still hear the others whispering behind him, saying that low-level members drag down S-rank parties, and that this was bound to happen eventually. Desperate, Gale turns back and pleads for one more chance. He tells them he has stronger cursed items he didn't show before, because he didn't want to disrupt the party dynamic. But now he's willing to bring them out. His offer is met with silence. They all simply stare at him. Kush says nothing, just looking at him. Gale, with tears in his eyes, asks if they're absolutely certain they won't regret this decision. Kush confirms they are. Gale reflects on how he supported them throughout their journey. Though he never performed flashy moves, he was proud to have completed quests alongside them. He had hoped to stay in the Wolfpack forever. Kush, however, advises him to quit adventuring altogether and open a cursed item shop. Melissa laughs, saying he'd attract the kind of people who are into creepy things. Norris jokes that if Gale did open a shop, he'd tell others about it, framing it like a freak show. Luke expresses no hard feelings. Gale accepts it all with bitter finality and walks away. As he walks down the hall, he wonders what went wrong after all the time they had spent together. He remembers how Kush said he'd cover Gale's room and board and that he could leave now. But he also insisted on keeping Gale's share of all the expensive curse ingredients, meaning Gale essentially worked for free. Gale mutters to himself in frustration. Looking back at them one last time, he sees the group laughing together. By the door, Gale makes a decision. He pulls out a parchment-like material. Without telling them, he had secretly embedded some of their gear with cursed items that boosted their base stats. He hadn't mentioned it earlier, knowing they would likely complain. But maybe it was never appreciated anyway. Gale chants a dispel. A magic circle lights up, and the backlash hits him hard. His face throbs, and he collapses to the ground, gasping. Many cursed items place binding effects on their user, offering boosted stats in exchange for penalties. In this case, the curses on the Wolfpack's gear had improved their performance, but reduced the experience they earned and inflicted minor status ailments. Gale had been absorbing all of those drawbacks himself so that the rest of the party could perform better. He clutches his hands and comments on how intense the recoil was. Also says he feels much lighter now. With the curse lifted, the Wolfpack will lose the benefits they gained from it, but Gale no longer cares. They have their new support mage now. The rest of the party were around level 50, and he had taken on about 20% of their stat reductions each. After checking his own stats, he sees a dramatic change. Gale Hamilton has reached level 48. His job remains Curse Crafter. His new stats show: Stamina, 1,311. Strength, 980. Defense, 1,024. Magic, 3,402. Agility, 835. Resistance, 4,509. Status points, plus 875. Cursed items slots 8. As a paladin, Kush had 5,000 strength and 3,000 defense, so Gale's new stats put him surprisingly high for a support role. Just then, a woman approaches and scolds him for loitering. If he's checked out, he should leave. Gale apologizes and steps outside. He stretches, trying to figure out his next move. He's broke, but he still has all his cursed gear. As he looks ahead, he spots someone attracting customers to a bustling stall. The scene reminds him of what one of his former teammates said. Maybe he should give up adventuring and open a cursed shop after all. Gale was conflicted. As much as he resented the idea of doing exactly what his former party suggested, the thought of having his own store had always lingered in the back of his mind. A quiet dream of living out in the countryside, running a tool shop. A life where he could sleep when he wanted, eat whenever he pleased, craft cursed items of his choosing, and use them freely for his own research. Now, with no obligations tying him down, that freedom was finally his. The bitterness began to fade, replaced by a spark of excitement. It was time to set up a stall, earn some travel funds, and start fresh. Back at the Silver Wolf Inn, the remaining members of the wolf pack were enjoying a meal. The atmosphere was light, even celebratory. Kush commented on how much better things felt, and Norris agreed it was a relief not having Gale around anymore. Despite Gale being a founding member, they admitted they had coddled him too long and should have replaced him sooner. Moria, the new support mage, listened silently. They turned to her and apologized for the awkwardness. Kush explained that he and Gale went way back to the party's early days, and that Gale had a habit of tampering with their gear, sometimes adding good luck charms or other minor enhancements without permission. Their conversation was cut short when lights suddenly flared above them. The enchanted gear they wore began to react all at once, glowing unexpectedly. Moria looked up, recognizing the effect of a dispel. The others were equally confused, unsure of what had triggered it. Norris remarked that his magic felt weaker, and Luke noted a strange heaviness in his body. Moria, just as startled, questioned what kind of high-powered spell they had just been hit with. Kush scoffed at the suggestion that it might have been a dispel. Melissa casually floated the idea that Gale had done something. Norris wondered aloud if it was retaliation for being kicked out. Luke, growing more agitated, muttered that they should have eliminated him when they had the chance. Moria, trying to make sense of it, reasoned that if Gale had cursed them, that would be understandable. But a dispel? That didn't make sense. Dispel magic wasn't supposed to harm a party. It simply removed magical effects. If this spell had affected all of them simultaneously, it suggested that Gale had removed his own long-standing enchantments from them. She didn't believe it was meant to hurt them. Kush dismissed the speculation with scorn. He claimed Gale couldn't possibly do anything threatening. Melissa backed him up, saying that if Gale tried anything, they'd easily overpower him. Moria attempted to explain that it wasn't an attack, but a dispel, but Kush cut her off coldly. As the party leader, he declared Gale an enemy and warned Moria to quickly learn how the wolf pack operated. Norris threatened to burn Gale to ashes if they crossed path again. Luke teased that Norris, weak in magic, might not even manage that. Their banter escalated. Luke even joked about mutilating Gale to stop him from curse crafting, while Norris sarcastically questioned his precision. Melissa commented on how low they had sunk. Kush waved her off, letting the others keep at it. Moria, however, remained thoughtful. She had felt something shift too. The moment the spell activated, it seemed their stats had dropped, almost as if a passive boost had been removed. Could it be they had been unknowingly benefiting from Gale's enchantments all this time? Melissa, noticing her unease, approached and offered her a drink. Moria accepted it gratefully, but kept thinking. She knew curse crafters couldn't normally apply buffs, especially not one strong enough to affect a whole party without them noticing. But what if Gale had somehow created cursed items that could? That would place him in a class entirely his own, beyond anything conventional curse crafters were known to achieve. She watched as the others continued to argue. Kush eventually called Norris and Luke to order. Moria remained quiet, lost in her thoughts. If someone like Gale, capable of such subtle and powerful support magic, had just been cast out, was the wolf pack truly worthy of their S-rank status anymore? She began to doubt it. Could they really call themselves elite without him? Meanwhile, outside the inn and no longer bound to the wolf pack, Gale was chasing after a bird that had stolen his cursed necklace, shouting at it to bring it back. A man was checking with Gale to confirm if he really wanted to open a market stall. Gale said yes. He wanted to set one up in the central square of the capital. He was inside the Pumpkin Seed Merchants Guild at the time. The man agreed to help, but told him that the central square was a popular spot, and renting space there would cost 4 gold coins a day. Gale reached into his pocket, but all he had were 3 silver coins, his entire life savings. The man then mentioned there were cheaper spots on the way to the square. Gale agreed to take one of those. Gale brought all of his things and set up in front of his assigned stall. The space wasn't perfect, but it was enough for him to get started. The man from the guild handed him a beginner's stall kit. It was a tall and slightly used one, but Gale was thankful and shook the man's hand. He planned to sell his extra cursed items and some things that looked cool enough to be used as decoration. He wasn't sure how much to charge for each item, but figured that if he could at least make back the money he spent on materials, it would be worth it. As Gale started setting up and clattering through his items, he started to wonder if he was showing them off in the best way. Just then, the man from the guild came back and said he forgot to tell Gale something. He slapped a paper on Gale's face and pointed out that Gale's display was all wrong. He showed Gale how it should be done, organizing everything neatly and making it easy for customers to browse. Gale was amazed by the difference and thanked the man again. The man gave him one last piece of advice. Everyone has their own way of doing business, but if customers can't even find what they're selling, no one's going to buy anything, and Gale will end up broke. After that, the man waved and left to return to his post. Gale thought about how kind the man was. After being treated so badly by Kush and the others, it really hit him emotionally. He teared up. Underneath his shirt, he took hold of a necklace. He liked it a lot, but desperate times meant he had to sell even that. He hung it up in his stall, ready to sell it. It was time to get started. It was his first time doing anything like this, and he started to feel really nervous. He wondered what people in town thought of cursed items. Would they be willing to buy them? Would they even like them? He slapped his own cheeks to boost his confidence. Then, he raised his voice and called out to the people walking by. He announced that he had a collection of debuff items, tools for adventurers, available at great prices. A man walking by noticed his talismans and said they were rare. Another woman saw the cursed items and wondered if a debuffing mage wouldn't be more useful than items like that. Gale explained that while cursed items are usually one-time use and not as powerful as a mage's spells, they can be used by anyone and don't require magic power. That made them appealing to a wide range of adventurers. People began to take interest. A different man was surprised to find a venom talisman being sold for just 5 copper coins. That was very cheap. Gale explained that he made them using monster parts and ingredients he mixed himself, so the cost was mostly just his own time and effort. There was a lot more than just venom talismans. He also had items that caused status effects, boosted stats, and added other abilities. The man decided to try buying one. Then, something else caught his eye. He noticed a strange weapon and asked about it. Gale told him it was a cursed short sword. It lowered agility slightly, but gave a powerful anti-armor effect against monsters. It also increased all other stats by 10%. The downside? It was cursed. The man was shocked and dropped the sword. He asked for confirmation, and Gale clarified. Yes, it was cursed. The man laughed nervously, saying that while he appreciated Gale's honesty, he wasn't sure who would actually buy a cursed sword. Gale joked that maybe it could be used for decoration instead. The design was cool, after all. The man thought about it. It was creepy, but he didn't hate how it looked. In fact, he thought it might even work to scare off evil spirits from his house. They made a deal, and Gale even included 3 dispel talismans for free. The man thanked him. Gale started explaining every item more clearly after that. What the curse was, how to remove it, and what the item could do. For example, the cursed necklace boosted all stats by 50%, but came with a curse. The customer still liked how flashy it looked and bought it, with dispel talismans included, of course. The cursed boots gave 2.5 times more agility, but again, were cursed. A woman bought them for her slave. Gale gave her talismans, too. He showed off a cursed crossbow next. It increased all stats by 30%, gave the sure shot, ability, and yes, it was cursed. Another person bought it to use in an upcoming hunting competition. Gale handed him 5 dispel talismans along with it and waved him off with a smile. Later, another man approached and asked about one of the items. Gale told him a story he once heard, about a legendary hero whose closest ally was a berserker. That berserker loved cursed gear, and his favorite armor was one of those cursed items. Gale knew that some people reacted badly to anything cursed, but he believed that if he explained clearly what the curse was, how to cancel it, and all the benefits the item offered, people might actually see the value in what he was selling. And from that point on, things started to sell. Gale had included the dispel talismans with his cursed items. Soon, more people started gathering at his stall. They were chatting excitedly. They had heard he was giving out free dispel talismans with purchases. That surprised them, because that kind of thing was super rare. Standing at his stall, Gale kept calling out to attract customers. He told everyone that everything was cheap and came with full sets of cursed gear, plus the free dispels. His plan worked. Eventually, every single item he had was sold. The stall was completely cleared out. His bag felt light, much lighter than when he first arrived. And it wasn't just one kind of customer. All sorts of people had bought from him. He even remembered one guy commenting that Gale's cursed gear looked death metal, really intense and edgy. That guy had pointed at one specific item, saying it stood out the most. Suddenly, Gale heard heavy footsteps. A small group of men walked toward him and asked if this was the place selling cursed items with free dispels, and if there were any left. Gale had to tell them that everything was already sold out. The three men were visibly disappointed. It was clear the offer of free dispels had really caught people's attention. One of them regretted not showing up earlier, before their quest started. The group looked at Gale again and asked, what if they brought some of their own gear? Could Gale put curses on it and give them some dispels too? Gale said he'd be back the next day, and, before they could say anything else, he quickly ran off. Meanwhile, the customers who did buy his items were already chatting among themselves. A few decided to try out their new gear. One man teased his friend, who was always scared of cursed stuff, not to faint. Despite his nerves, the second man put on the cursed ring. Right after, he checked his stats, and was stunned. The boost was real. It had raised his stats by a full 50%. He showed the results to his friend, who was just as shocked. Could a single ring really do that much? It almost felt like too much power for such a small thing. Other nearby customers were also amazed by what they got. The two men who tried the ring were thrilled. One of them said that even if the ring was cursed, who cared? He wouldn't take it off anyway. But the other had a concern. Getting a curse removed by the church was super expensive, like gold coin expensive. He even wondered aloud if they could resell the free dispel talismans they got. His friend quickly told him to keep quiet. If any priest heard that, they'd flip out. Still, they both knew the truth. The church charged way too much for dispelling curses. Whoever had made these items clearly knew what they were doing. One of them guessed that every adventurer guild and party in the area would be chasing after the guy who made this stuff. They wondered who Gale really was. Curse crafters weren't usually this cheerful or helpful. One of them even thought Gale looked familiar, but couldn't place him. As they whispered their guesses and rumors, none of them knew the full truth. Gale had once taken on the painful effects of 4 cursed items, just so he could support his team. He had done it willingly. He had helped his old party grow strong enough to reach S-rank status. And after all that, they had kicked him out, leaving him with no choice but to sell his creations at a tiny roadside stall, offering them at bargain prices. From that day on, stories about a mysterious crafter with cursed gear started spreading. People whispered about a man who appeared randomly, sold insanely powerful items for cheap, and then vanished. Gale, for his part, was feeling good. Even just a little money lifted his spirits. Things were finally starting to look up. But at the same time, far from the market, his old party was on a dangerous quest in the forest. Out of nowhere, a loud explosion echoed. A tree was ripped in half. Another boom followed, and Kush, one of Gale's former teammates, was thrown hard into another tree. He shouted in frustration. The team cursed in anger. How was this happening? They were an S-rank party, the best of the best. This shouldn't be happening. A giant monster roared in front of them. It was an ogre, and it wasn't backing down. At the beginning of Chapter 3, the group was preparing for a high-level quest. One of them, Melissa, was concerned about how they would perform with a new teammate joining them. The quest was ranked S, the highest difficulty. But Kush wasn't worried. He had chosen the new girl himself and believed she was one of the best adventurers in the entire guild. Luke, another team member, hoped she could keep up with their team's pace. The rest of the party smiled at her, and she smiled back without saying much. As they moved through the area, Kush noticed a monster nearby. He took it as a chance to warm up. They engaged the monster, but the battle quickly got intense. Even Kush began to feel the strain. Luke fired arrows from his bow, but his aim was off and one almost hit Melissa instead of the monster. He claimed something was wrong with his control. Melissa wasn't impressed. She called out the monster as being just an ogre, but before she could finish her thought, the ogre swung a large paddle and slammed both her and Luke into a tree. Kush asked Norris, their mage, how much longer it would take to cast his spell. Norris, under pressure, tried to respond, but the spell he released was barely a flicker of flame. Kush was furious. Such weak magic wouldn't help them at all. He insulted Norris without realizing the ogre had already gotten behind him. Suddenly, a spell activated. A glowing magic field surrounded Kush and lifted him out of danger. Moria, their support mage, had saved him. She asked if he was okay, but Kush was too busy shouting at her to start buffing the party already. Moria calmly explained that she had been doing exactly that the entire time and that she was running low on magic energy. She then spun her weapon and slammed it into the ground. A flash of light spread across the field, and a glowing mark appeared beneath Kush's feet. His stats had just doubled. He was now twice as powerful. She told him he should easily be able to handle an A-rank monster like the ogre now. Encouraged, Kush charged the monster, believing he had the upper hand. But when he struck, the ogre stopped his sword with one hand and didn't seem bothered at all. It lifted Kush into the air and tossed him away like he was nothing. As the monster charged again, Kush had no choice but to retreat. While running, he cursed at Moria, calling her a useless support mage. He doubted the power of her buffs and blamed her for the situation. Moria pushed back, reminding him that he was the one who originally told her not to use too many buffs early. He wanted to save them for a later fight with a stronger monster. Then she mentioned a special debuff that had been left behind for them. It was something Gale had prepared before he left the party. Kush reacted angrily. He grabbed her by the collar, furious that she would even consider using Gale's cursed items. He didn't believe they could possibly help in this situation. But Moria explained that Gale had left notes for her, passing on knowledge about their battle strategy, which they called the Wolfpack style. He even included some cursed gear she could use. Before Moria joined the team, Gale had been the one supporting everyone from the shadows, weakening their enemies with cursed items before battles began. Kush pushed her, and she fell to the ground. At that moment, something clicked. The strange magic circles from yesterday hadn't been normal buffs. They were curses. Gale had cursed them before he left. Melissa agreed, realizing the same thing. Their strange failures and weakened strength during this fight all made sense now. Luke admitted that he had felt something was off from the beginning. Finally, the group decided they would retreat for the day. While walking back, they were all angry at Gale. Kush was especially furious, thinking about how this highway was known to be packed with A-rank monsters. But skilled adventurers used this path all the time, and an S-rank team like theirs shouldn't have had trouble. They were supposed to be stronger than this. Luke tried to calm things down. He said that the curse Gale had left behind was clearly affecting their performance, and it was smarter to regroup and come back at full power. Norris agreed, calling it a strategic retreat. Melissa also thought it was best to step back, especially since the ogre didn't even seem interested in them anymore. The monster had gotten tired of waiting and just wandered off. So Kush made the call. The team would turn back for now. He told them there was no point stressing out over the curse. They'd return later and settle things properly. Moria was shocked when she realized that the party was already retreating. It felt way too early for such a strong group to be giving up. After all, they were supposed to be an S-rank party. But Kush pointed out that they were all in rough shape, and surprisingly, Moria didn't seem too hurt. The others agreed and said that she hadn't really done much during the fight. Then, they told her to take the rear guard position as they left. Moria was stunned. She was a support mage, not a frontline fighter. That kind of role wasn't meant for someone like her. It made no sense, and she felt like they were just pushing the responsibility onto her. But Kush just sent her off with thanks and told the others to move ahead. The entire party ran away, leaving Moria behind. The ogre, who had been listening quietly the whole time, stayed behind with Moria. It looked at her and made a remark about how rough her situation seemed. Now alone and furious, Moria crumpled the paper Gale had left her, threw it into the air, and shouted in frustration. But as the paper flipped through the air, it suddenly lit up with a bright flash and released a large cloud of smoke. Filled with rage, Moria took off running, screaming that she was going to destroy them all. Meanwhile, the rest of the party had walked a long way and finally stopped to rest. They were feeling sick and completely drained. Norris mentioned he had lost his favorite item along the way. They all felt like they were going to die from exhaustion. Kush couldn't believe they had been beaten down so badly by just one ogre. Melissa started blaming Moria. She pointed out that the new girl hadn't helped much at all. Normally, their team could handle several ogres without much trouble. Something felt really off about today. They were unusually weak and tired, even though they had only run a short distance. Kush said that it was obvious what was going on. Melissa kept ranting about Moria, saying she was showing off her body too much instead of doing her job. The three guys in the group looked at each other silently, thinking the same thing. How was that even relevant? When Melissa turned to them, they quickly looked away and mumbled that it was nothing. Norris pointed out that it wasn't just Moria's fault. Even before she had used any of her magic, their fighting had already lost its spark. Luke agreed. He said Norris had taken twice as long as usual to cast a simple spell. Norris shot back that Luke wasn't any better. If Luke had been in his usual form, that ogre would have been a pile of ash by now. Kush brought it all back to Gale. He was the one responsible for this mess. Now they were thinking about how they could get revenge on him. Just then, Moria caught up with the group. Kush made a comment about how long it took her and assumed she had lost the ogre. She was breathing heavily, but her eyes were focused sharply on them. Kush noticed something strange. Something was stuck to her back, and he wasn't sure what it was. Back in town, Gale was cheerfully gathering up his items. He thought to himself how much fun it was running a stall. Still, he wished more regular townspeople would buy from him. Some came by to look, but most didn't actually purchase anything. Most of his sales were to adventurers, especially those looking for his cursed equipment or the useful dispel talismans. While thinking about his next move, a familiar merchant greeted him. Gale said things were going well and thanked him. He considered moving his stall to a new location, and the merchant had an idea. The merchant thought about Gale's suggestion and realized Gale was talking about the noble quarter, an area just 10 yards away. While common folk cared mostly about usefulness, the rich nobles were more into fancy items that looked impressive. If nobles saw Gale's gear as stylish or artistic, he might become popular with them, maybe even get asked to design decorations for castles. That would mean he was more than just a crafter, he'd be a trendsetter. The merchant also remembered one of Gale's customers from earlier, a man with bloodshot eyes who gave off a strange and intense vibe. It made him feel like moving the stall was probably a smart move. With those thoughts pushed aside, Gale focused back on business. He set up his stall again, ready for another busy day. But what he didn't notice was that some girl, was watching him quietly from a distance. When Chapter 4 begins, Moria finally arrives at the guild, but the others are already waiting and not happy. The party teases her for being late, with Melissa making a rude comment about her body. Luke points out that she's still just a rookie and hopes she learned her lesson from the last fight. Norris tries to move things along and suggests they all head back. But Moria is confused. She doesn't understand what they're talking about. Then Kush suddenly notices something behind her. The ogre they thought she had taken care of is back, now at full size because the cursed item's effect wore off. Moria is stunned and insists she definitely didn't lose track of it. She quickly runs off, yelling that she can't deal with the monster alone and the rest of them should take responsibility. Even though she's supposed to be the rear guard, she leaves them to deal with it. The ogre begins stomping toward the party, and they're terrified. Melissa, in a panic, shoves the guys forward, saying they should handle it. They freak out and try to distract the ogre by saying something ridiculous, but the ogre isn't interested. He's actually a vegetarian. With that, the party runs for their lives. For days pass. The party is sitting at a table in complete defeat. They look dirty, exhausted, and miserable. Kush asks for water, and Melissa wishes she could take a bath. They had gotten lost in a different forest after fleeing the ogre and hadn't cleaned up since. People in the room cover their noses. The group smells awful. Behind the counter, someone asks Moria if those people are her party. She says yes, but that they deserve what they're getting. The party is still blaming everything on Gale. Kush angrily calls for the innkeeper to at least give them water or a towel. Luke says the service in this place is terrible. The innkeeper slams a glass of water on their table, saying they only get one, and even that's not free. Kush is annoyed and questions her attitude. But she calls them out for what they are, freeloaders who haven't paid for their stay. They argue back, but she reminds them that they only paid up until yesterday. If they want to stay longer or eat, they need to pay. Kush confidently says they're an S-rank party, but then checks his money pouch and finds it empty. Everyone pressures him to just pay, but when they see the look on his face, they realize something's wrong. Kush goes over everything they spent on: beauty products damaged by the ogre, a new dagger, repair costs for their gear, and even his custom sword that got destroyed. All their funds are gone. The Wolfpack party is officially broke. The innkeeper says it's 1 silver coin per person per night, plus 1 more silver if they want food. That's 5 people, so at least 5 silver coins. They sit there in silence, making awkward faces. When she asks if they can pay or not, no one answers. Melissa, dying of thirst, stares at the water. Then, ignoring everyone, she gulps it down in one big sip. The others try to stop her, but it's too late. Meanwhile, at the counter, Moria calmly orders a drink and something to eat. The 3 guys stare at her, frozen in shock. They ask her how she could afford it without putting anything into their shared party funds. Norris says that's not okay. Luke acts like he's betrayed. Moria explains that she used her own personal money. She reminds them that their shared party fund only applies when they complete a job together. But the others try to twist her words. Kush says she's being silly and that everything should go into the party fund. Melissa grabs her and says that what's Moria's is the party's, and what's the party's is also the party's. They hold her while going through her coin pouch, amazed by how much money she has. They comment that talented support mages must earn a lot. Moria grits her teeth. She's furious. Kush tries to belittle her, saying her magic attacks are as weak as mosquito bites. But before he can finish the sentence, Moria's fist slams into his face with an uppercut. He crashes to the floor. Melissa grabs a chair and yells not to get cocky just because she has a certain body type. She swings the chair at Moria, but hits only her clothes. Moria has already vanished from that spot. In a flash, she appears behind Melissa and punches her too. Luke and Norris panic, trying to calm her down. But Moria tells them off, calling them wannabes. Luke threatens her, But just then, a glowing magic circle appears at Moria's feet. As the two try to attack, she flips into the air, lands on their heads, and knocks them both out. Everyone in the inn is shocked. Moria calmly wipes her forehead and smiles. She apologizes to the innkeeper for the mess, offering to pay for the damage. The innkeeper is impressed and says that, if anything, she helped clean up the place. Moria then turns to her stunned teammates and announces she's officially quitting the party, effective immediately. Meanwhile, back at his stall, Gale is doing business with a noblewoman. She's impressed by his strange and unique items, especially one with a lizard design. Gale thinks to himself that it's not a lizard, it's actually a basilisk. He compliments her taste and explains that it's a cursed oil lamp. A noblewoman visiting Gale's stall suddenly became scared. Her bodyguard quickly stepped forward to protect her. He was furious, thinking Gale was trying to sell cursed items to someone from high society. Gale quickly tried to explain. It wasn't a weapon or anything dangerous, just a decorative piece. The guard asked him to explain more. Gale sighed. Earlier, Gale had explained to other customers that the lamp had a charm effect. He had set his prices high, expecting pushback, but surprisingly, many nobles were willing to pay even more without question. Still, even if his handmade gear was popular, it was just something he made on his own. The one-time use battle items weren't getting much attention. Even so, Gale had a decent sales day. It was time to start closing his shop. He remembered how, at first, everyone had reacted so negatively to his cursed items. Nobles called them curious or interesting, but none ever actually said they liked his designs. Gale began to wonder if maybe his taste was just too unusual for high society. As he held one of his items, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone asked if he was closing up. When he turned, he saw a girl looking through his goods. She didn't dress as fancy as other nobles, but there was something about her. Maybe she had snuck out of a noble house. He noticed a man who looked like a guard watching her from a distance. The girl inspected his items closely. She said she liked how different everything was. Gale was surprised. This was the first time anyone had ever complimented his designs. She pointed out a ring, saying it was cute. Gale was shocked. He even blushed, happy that someone appreciated his work. He didn't know exactly what kind of noble she was, but since she had gone out of her way to dress plainly, he figured he shouldn't treat her too formally. Since he was about to close anyway, he decided to give her a good deal. The girl then mentioned something odd. She said her purse was in the cast, and then quickly corrected herself, pretending she meant at home. She winked at him playfully, saying she didn't have much money with her. Gale laughed, realizing she probably meant the castle. He told her whatever money she had on hand would be fine. After all, she was the first person to ever genuinely compliment his work. But he told her to keep it a secret from his usual customers. She laughed and handed him something in return. When Gale opened his palm, he was stunned. It was a large gold coin. He couldn't believe she was just carrying that kind of money around. Before he could say anything, she was already smiling and walking away. He thought she was pretty cute, but then he shivered. Someone was watching him from the shadows with a grim expression. He realized he had forgotten something important. He hadn't explained the item's curse or given her a talisman to cancel it. He panicked a little. Where had she gone? She had already disappeared. Thankfully, the item she bought was only a cursed memorial ring. Nothing too dangerous. Its curse wasn't that bad. It boosted defense and made the wearer resistant to instant death attacks. The only downside was that once you put it on, you couldn't take it off unless the curse was removed. But she was clearly rich, so she could just go to the church to break the curse. When he saw her again, he promised himself he'd apologize and give her a proper dispel charm. Then he thought back to what she almost said. Was she really about to say she lived in a castle? Meanwhile, the girl was suddenly grabbed and dragged into an alley by several hands. She struggled, shouting at them to let her go and asking why they were grabbing her. A woman appeared and asked the soldiers if they had caught her. They nodded, and the woman signaled for them to move. The girl kept struggling and yelling no. Later, inside the royal castle, the soldiers slumped over, exhausted from chasing her. The woman scolded the girl, asking her to please stop causing so much trouble. The young woman was reminded of who she was, Princess Kara. But the princess didn't look happy at all. Back at Gale's stall, he was walking when someone tapped him on the back. A stranger said he was looking for a young man with black hair and a blue jacket who runs a stall nearby. Someone who looked exactly like Gale. The man asked to see his face. But when Gale turned around, he casually acted confused and asked if he really looked that young. The man apologized and walked away. Once he turned the corner, he slipped into a hidden alley. Gale was shaken. The capital's military was looking for him? That couldn't be good. He decided it was time to pack up and leave town quickly. Some kids nearby who saw him disappear into the alley were amazed and asked what kind of magic trick he just did. He motioned for them to keep quiet. At the beginning of Chapter 5, a woman is scolding Princess Kara for wearing the ring she bought in town. She says it's blasphemous, something that goes against the church. But the princess doesn't see the problem. She thinks nobles should mix with the townspeople more, and that includes buying things from them. The woman looks around Kara's room. It's filled with odd, strange-looking items from the city. She clearly doesn't share Kara's love for this kind of taste. Kara points this out, and then mentions that the woman, Vivian, still has a lot to learn. Vivian ignores the comment and reminds her that she's supposed to meet a foreign envoy that very morning, so she needs to hurry and get ready. But before Vivian can finish talking, she notices something. Kara is slipping the strange ring onto her finger. Vivian panics. She knows exactly what kind of ring that is and can't believe the princess would wear it to an important political meeting. Kara says she wasn't going to wear it, just trying it on. Elsewhere, Gale is at the Adventurers Guild, sitting at a table and enjoying a warm meal. He feels proud of how well things are going. At first, he was nervous about working on his own, but it's turning out better than expected. Maybe he really does have a knack for this kind of business. Still, he knows selling repaired junk isn't going to make him rich, so he figures he should take on a few real quests and maybe head to a different town soon. As he heads downstairs to leave the guild, he spots his former party, Kush, Melissa, Luke, and Norris, standing at the front counter. Gale quickly ducks and hides. He doesn't want them to see him. At the counter, the group is begging the receptionist for money. They want an investment, saying they're an S-rank party and deserve at least 10 or 20 gold coins. But the receptionist isn't impressed. She reminds them that they haven't completed a single quest since becoming S-rank, and it's hard to justify funding people who haven't achieved anything. Kush tries to argue that they still have time, but when asked if they've even met with a client yet, they admit they haven't. The receptionist says a client already filed a complaint, angry that an elite S-rank team ignored them. The group mumbles about getting into trouble with a monster. The receptionist brings up the ogre. Sure, it was an A-rank enemy, but they are an S-rank party. Their excuse? It was a mutated version. She corrects them, it was just a normal ogre. She also knows they let it follow them all the way back to town, causing more problems. And that wasn't even their only mistake. She asks if they think the guild isn't paying attention. Kush tries to make a snide comment, but the receptionist doesn't back down. She brings up Moria, who left their party just days after joining. The Silver Wolf Inn even sent a complaint and a bill to the guild because of their behavior. The guild had to cover it, so now the group owes them money. Gale, watching from a distance, quietly thinks to himself that the group is in serious trouble. They look exhausted and beat down. Suddenly, the receptionist slams her hand on the counter. She's had enough. She dares them to say the word investment one more time. Kush grits his teeth and says everything is Gale's fault. That shocks Gale. The group accuses him of cursing them. Because of his supposed curse gear, their stats are ruined, and even magic buffs aren't helping. But Gale is confused. He thought he already removed the curses from all of them. Then Luke blames Moria for being useless, and Norris agrees. But the receptionist cuts them off. She says that Moria is ranked in the top 5 support mages in the entire capital. She only left her last party because of some problems, and the guild thought the Silver Wolf group might be a good fit. Clearly, they weren't. The team is stunned. They had no idea Moria was that highly ranked. Even Gale is surprised. He never thought she was that strong. And now she's already gone from the group. The receptionist then defends Gale. She says it's ridiculous to blame him. Curse crafting is rare, and his talent is incredible. Even just one of his curse removal talismans is worth a lot of money. Gale, hearing this, blushes. He remembers making a few of those for the guild as a side job. The receptionist makes one thing very clear. They need to repay their debts before they ask for anyone's help again. Kush tries to act like it's no big deal, saying they'll pay it back quickly. He tells the others to leave. Melissa asks what they're going to do about Gale, but Norris reminds them they need to find a quest they can actually complete. Luke agrees. No more S-rank missions until the curses are gone. Kush tells them to shut up as they all storm out. Other people in the guild whisper to each other, wondering if that group is really S-rank. They seem nothing like they expected. Gale quietly wonders what they meant about the curses. He was sure he removed all of them. Could there really still be something affecting them? He doesn't know, but he'd rather leave before they see him and take their anger out on him. He heads outside, just as a group of soldiers runs past him. They're rushing somewhere in a panic. One asks what the emergency is. The other says there's a huge fight again between Princess Kara and Vivian. When those two argue, it gets violent fast. It takes the whole army to calm them down. Gale can't believe the capital army gets called in for things like that. He walks past a merchant's shop and considers stopping by. He opens the door and hears the bell ring above him. Back at the castle, guards are nervously trying to calm Vivian down. They remind her that she's in the royal palace and needs to breathe. But Vivian is furious. She shouts that the ring Princess Kara is wearing is cursed. Everyone gasps. Vivian recalls that she warned Kara not to wear it. But Kara ignored her, saying she just wanted to try it on for a moment. Once the ring slid onto her finger, it refused to come off. Even with both of them pulling, it stayed stuck. An elderly advisor appears and tells the princess to take the ring off immediately. Kara says she can't. Vivian says there's only one option left. They'll have to cut off her finger to remove it. With sword in hand, she moves toward the princess, telling her there's no time left before the diplomatic meeting. The guards panic. Everyone rushes to protect the princess. The next day, Princess Kara welcomed the envoys and thanked them for their patience. When they saw her, they bowed respectfully and complimented her appearance. She smiled and thanked them back. One of them noticed the ring on her finger and asked about it. She laughed and made up a story, saying she had cut herself. Earlier that morning, she and the others had still been struggling to take it off when the arrival of the envoys was announced. Trying to be a good host, Kara mentioned how tired they must be from traveling and suggested they start with some tea. But the envoys politely declined, saying they had brought something better, snacks and tea straight from the Empire. They offered her a chance to try them, clearly excited to show what they had brought. They gestured toward a very large crate they had brought along. Kara was surprised at how big it was and joked about how many snacks it must contain. But when the crate was opened, her expression changed completely. Inside wasn't food. It was a group of armed bandits, hiding with weapons ready. One of the fake envoys revealed their true plan. The bandits had poison on their blades that would kill instantly and painlessly. The whole room erupted in chaos as the royal guards shouted to protect the princess. Vivian, as always, reacted fast and ordered the soldiers to attack. But it was too late. The assassins moved in. They aimed at Kara, ready to strike her down, but their weapons didn't land. Instead, the spears and blades bounced off something invisible. Everyone was stunned. The assassins tried again. Still, nothing worked. It was like a wall was protecting her. The princess herself didn't understand what was happening at first. Then, she suddenly realized something. Could it have been him? She remembered Gale, the man who sold her the ring. She had been the first person to ever compliment his designs. Could this ring have created a barrier? Vivian quickly ordered the guards to capture the fake envoys. Then she rushed to the princess and checked if she was hurt. Kara said she was completely fine. Vivian was confused about why anyone would pretend to be from the Empire. But for now, she said they needed to get the princess somewhere safe until things calmed down. Later, in a place called the Star Chamber, two men were examining the ring. They asked Bishop and Arizel, the appraiser, what they thought of it. Was it a dangerous curse? The bishop replied that it wasn't dangerous to remove, but it was incredibly complex. It had clearly been made by someone with deep knowledge of curse magic. The curse in the ring was high level. It boosted the effect the wearer would receive, but it also came with huge side effects. To fix that, the crafter had layered several counter curses on top, canceling the bad parts out. The bishop kept explaining, but Kara couldn't really follow what he was saying. It was too technical. He said there was more to explain, but passed the rest over to Arizel. Arizel, looking amazed, said the ring gave the wearer triple the defense and protection from being instantly killed. Vivian was stunned to hear this. Arizel explained that this level of power wasn't just like a holy relic, it was either a holy relic itself, or something even greater. Arizel seemed way too excited for someone looking at a cursed object. He even said he never thought he'd see something so incredible while still a teenager. Just as he got carried away and held onto the princess's hand too long, a sharp knuckle landed on his head. Vivian, annoyed, warned him to behave. Vivian then remembered something. There was another church relic called the Angel Shield, which had a similar effect. Arizel confirmed it also offered protection from instant death. But the bishop said that no other known item gave the same kind of effect and looked this ordinary. He said there was one more artifact that came close. The Empire's most valuable treasure, the Heart of the Devil. That item had a long list of powerful abilities, resistance to instant death, stat boosts, faster spell casting, and more. But it came at a price. It would slowly drain the user's life. If it wasn't removed in time, it would kill them. That was the price of such immense power. Vivian nodded. She said that in their world, great power always came at a cost. That's just how magic worked. But this ring didn't seem to have any major drawbacks. That made it even more incredible, maybe even more valuable than a relic. Kara then turned to Vivian and brought up Gale again. Vivian said she remembered what he looked like. She asked if Kara wanted her to find him and deal with him, possibly meaning to fight him or punish him. But Kara said no. She didn't want revenge. She wanted to see him so she could thank him. Cursed or not, the ring had saved her life. Either way, she wanted to meet him again. At the start of the chapter, Gale was getting ready to leave the capital. He wore a cloak that had a side pocket for carrying his gear, and he actually liked the way it felt. He was also wearing wrist sleeves made with wire lining for extra storage, and boots designed to carry items while protecting his feet. He had all his basic equipment ready, including a handmade dagger. The rest of what he needed, he planned to find along the way. With everything set, he finally decided it was time to head out. As he looked over the city, the morning air was crisp and fresh. The streets were slowly coming alive as people began their daily routines. Gale felt a strange feeling. He was really leaving the capital, and somehow, it made him pause. While walking near a shadowy alleyway, he glanced in out of curiosity, and then stopped, surprised by what he saw. It was his old adventuring party. They were huddled together, clearly cold and miserable. One of them, Melissa, was annoyed as someone touched her. Norris responded rudely, as usual. Watching this, Gale tried to tell himself that these people didn't matter to him anymore. He shook his head and walked away. The city was getting busy. Gale passed through the marketplace where he overheard people talking. One person said more help was needed somewhere. Another replied that the palace guards were already watching the gates, so there was nothing to worry about. Then he heard horses galloping. Turning to look, he saw the Royal Knight Corps, and even soldiers from the capital army. That was unusual. What were they doing out here like this? Soon, he noticed posters being put up. The sign asked if anyone had seen a man who looked to be in his late teens, scruffy, with black hair, selling cheap decorations on the street. The message said that if anyone saw him, they should contact the castle or the nearest knight or soldier. Gale listened as knights nearby talked. One knight asked if the plaza had been searched. The other replied that the capital army was already covering it thoroughly. They had checked-ins, guilds, everywhere. Gale kept calm and acted like he knew nothing, even though the description matched him almost perfectly. But he told himself it couldn't be him. After all, his items weren't that tacky. One of the knights was frustrated, saying they didn't have enough information. Then he looked at Gale. He commented that there were a lot of scruffy-looking guys around, and Gale looked like he was about the right age. He examined Gale's gear and said it looked tacky, but added that Gale didn't seem like the guy they were looking for. Gale was annoyed at the insult, but didn't say much. The knight convinced himself that the real suspect wouldn't be dressed so cleanly. He said the man they were searching for sold creepy things and looked dirtier. Gale agreed just to avoid trouble, and the knight let him go. After that, Gale leaned against a wall and sighed. He felt like an idiot for getting so emotional about the city. He told himself it was time to move on. At the city gate, many stagecoaches were lined up, ready to take people to different places. Gale considered his options. He needed to go somewhere with job opportunities. Emerence was a large trade hub, good for business. Gracias Fort was a military base. Grandstadt was an old city, full of history. Just then, a coachman shouted that there were only 2 seats left on a ride, and they were going at a discount. When Gale heard the word sale, his interest lit up. He asked where it was headed. The coachman replied that it was going to Farmage, an agricultural center. Gale thought of fresh food, and his mouth practically watered at the idea. He raised his hand to claim a seat, but someone else raised their hand too, and said they'd like one as well. Gale turned and was surprised. The person looked familiar. She removed her cloak, and yes, it was her. Moria Glaris, a girl from the Kush party. It had only been a few days since they last met. Gale recognized her and realized she stood out too much. She was attractive and had a strong presence. Moria smiled in a way that made him nervous. He was about to say something, but the look on her face made him rethink it. He felt a little guilty for what he had been thinking and blamed it on being a guy. Inside the coach, the two of them sat down. Gale tried to stay friendly and said they should at least get along for the trip. Earlier, Moria had actually punched him in the face, and now his cheek still hurt. Moria responded coolly, but clearly wasn't mad anymore. As the coach rolled away from the capital, Gale yawned. He was really tired. Moria nudged him and said he was too close. He apologized and explained that there wasn't much space. He looked around the coach. There were metal goods and imports packed in for transport. A hired mercenary was guarding the cargo. A few other travelers were also on board. And of course, sitting beside him was this intense woman, Moria, who had already left her party. That happened quickly. Gale sighed to himself. How was he supposed to get any sleep like this? He reminded himself that even though they didn't start off well, it was better to keep things calm for now. Moria said she wasn't angry. Gale thought maybe she really wasn't. After all, her joining the party had nothing to do with why they kicked him out. Most likely, Kush was just interested in her, and the others had already been planning to get rid of him for a while. She probably just came in at the right time for them to make it happen. He asked her why she left the group, called Wolfpack. She turned to him and, instead of answering directly, asked why he hadn't left the lousy party himself earlier. Then she laughed and explained what had happened. Apparently, it wasn't even a big monster that caused trouble, just an ogre, and Kush couldn't even handle that. According to her, Kush was a useless leader, and the others in the group weren't much better. They were beginners, and their magic spells and archery were weak. She couldn't understand why Gale ever joined such a terrible team. He asked if she was sure it was Kush's fault. She responded like there was no question about it. And now the guild had noticed how bad he was too. That's why she was also leaving the capital, so things could calm down. She told him that the other party members had started blaming him for all their bad luck. But honestly, to her, he seemed like the only one in the group who knew what he was doing. Gale smiled at that. Then she quickly apologized, realizing that he probably had mixed feelings since he knew those people. Gale said it was fine and apologized that her time with them turned out to be such a mess. She told him it wasn't his fault. She called him Mr. Hamilton, but he told her to just call him Gale. After that, there was a quiet moment between them. Gale looked over at her. She wasn't carrying much. Maybe she had left the group right before hopping on the caravan. Wanting to help, he pulled out a bun from his bag. He chopped up some ingredients and made her a quick sandwich. He joked that she was now officially part of the Wolfpack Victims Club. She said she wasn't sure how much of a victim he really was, but when she saw the sandwich, her eyes sparkled and she accepted it. He told her not to worry about the little things. Then he offered sandwiches to the other passengers too. Moria took a big bite and said it tasted great. She was surprised how fast he had made it. Gale laughed and said it was all about having good ingredients. He even had some wine with him. She teased that he was trying to get her drunk, but then noticed something. This wasn't just any wine. It was Romange wine, a rare and expensive type. She asked if he was really okay with her drinking it. He said yes. His market stall had been a huge success, so he could afford it. Moria brought up something she had heard. There was a big commotion in the market recently about someone selling an artifact-level item from a stall. Of course, she didn't know it had been Gale's stall. Gale was surprised. An artifact? In a regular stall? What kind of fool would sell something that rare and powerful? Moria told him that even the princess was looking for it. That made him pause. He remembered a certain moment. The castle, the princess, the time someone came for him. But he quickly shook it off, thinking that it couldn't be connected. She asked if he was the one who had the artifact, but he brushed it off, saying he didn't look like the type of person who'd be carrying one. She agreed. He didn't seem like it. He joked that she could have at least lied to make him feel cool. She said people who create artifacts usually live in temples or holy mountains. He agreed, like old hermits hidden away in the mountains. Then, suddenly, Gale pulled a funny face, wrinkling it like an old man. Moria turned to him and laughed so hard it echoed through the entire carriage. They high-fived, and she told him she was starting to like him. Gale replied that he didn't exactly hate her either. They agreed that if they weren't stuck in their current roles, him being a curse crafter and her being a support mage, they'd make a good frontline team. Still, maybe someday if they got the chance. But before he could finish that thought, something slammed into the carriage. Everything went black for a moment. He couldn't see anything. Shouts came from outside. It was an orc attack. Because the caravan had been jolted so hard, he ended up leaning against Moria's chest. He awkwardly commented on how soft it was. Moria smacked him and reminded him this was no time for jokes. Outside, things were getting worse. The mercenary guard had been taken out. One of the men rushed into the carriage, shouting for help. The passengers were terrified. The orcs spotted their wagon and began trotting toward it. Moria realized this was bad. The orcs were coming, and no one in the carriage was trained to fight except maybe her and Gale. She asked Gale if he had a weapon. He was confused for a second, but she explained there was no choice. They had to fight. She had a magic staff and a small dagger. Gale said he had a few single-use talismans that could slow enemies down and a short sword. Not the most powerful tools, but better than nothing. Moria admitted it wasn't great, but they had to try. She said she hated just sitting around waiting to die. Even though she was more used to support magic and had only fought in emergencies, she said he could trust her. Gale told her he'd take the front line, and she should back him up. She agreed and apologized. He told her not to be sorry. He would never let a girl fight alone if he could help it. Then he shouted that it was time to show these orcs what two XS-rank adventurers could really do. The orcs didn't seem worried about them. Gale figured they didn't think he or Moria were any threat. That's why he had to strike first, to at least take one down. Moria dropped some small stones onto the ground. Gale looked at her, and she swung her staff. Suddenly a barrier appeared. She said it should hold for a little while, and that she'd strengthen him with buffs as soon as possible. He nodded, thinking she really knew how to plan things. He gripped his dagger tightly. Moria noticed the weapon and shivered. There was something strange about it, some kind of dark energy surrounding it. It looked like it was covered in black magic. At the start of the battle, Moria explained their plan. It was simple, but needed perfect timing. Buff magic doesn't work right away, so she would have to activate it at just the right moment. Once it kicked in fully, She believed Gale would be strong enough to seriously injure at least one of the orcs. After that, it would be up to him. He'd have to use his curse magic to trap them in place while defeating as many as he could. Gale agreed. If they could hold out long enough, there was a chance a patrol nearby would notice something was wrong and come to help. Until then, they would have to rely on luck. Even though she had said all that confidently, Moria still had doubts. That strange weapon he had, it gave her chills. Gale told her it was just a regular dagger used for weakening enemies, but she couldn't believe he called something so creepy normal. Before she could question him more, he told her to just support him and moved ahead. She tried to stop him, but he was already gone. So, Moria knelt to the ground and began drawing a symbol with her fingers. She cast a quick spell, saying it wouldn't last long, but the effect would be powerful while it was active. Gale reacted immediately. He pulled out something shaped and threw it right at the orcs. The range was great. It landed exactly where he wanted it to. The scroll attached to the item unfolded in midair. Without wasting time, Gale rushed at the orcs. The orcs noticed him, but his curses activated just in time. Dark magic wrapped around them, confusing and disorienting them. Their armor clanked, and they grunted, unsure what was happening. Moria was stunned. Just watching it made her legs shake. What kind of curse was this? Whatever item he had thrown was clearly targeting only the monsters that meant them harm. But it was so powerful that Moria felt like even she could get pulled into it if she lost focus. Gale charged forward, saying they'd all fall together. Moria called after him. He was moving too fast. Her buff spell hadn't even finished powering up yet. One of the orcs roared, but before it could attack, Gale had already reached it. In a flash, he sliced through its neck and decapitated it. Then he was off again, attacking the others with the same speed and strength. He shouted in excitement, thinking it was all because of her buffs. But Moria knew the truth. This wasn't her doing. What she was seeing went far beyond what her support magic could achieve. The dark aura around the battlefield wasn't just dulling the enemy's strength. It was terrifying them, weakening their armor, and probably even paralyzing them. She had never seen a throwaway curse item do all that. And that dagger he was using, just by looking at it, she could tell it had special effects that were always active, like making his armor disappear and hiding his true strength. She couldn't believe he called that thing a normal blade. It had to be a legendary weapon. She held her head in disbelief. Everything about this was completely insane. Meanwhile, Gale was having the time of his life. His body was glowing from all the magic enhancements. Moria's support magic had boosted all of his abilities. His strength, speed, and reaction time were way above normal. He was amazed and thanked her for it. But Moria tried to explain that while she technically helped a little, this wasn't really her doing. Gale just laughed, saying now he finally felt strong enough to take these monsters down. Moria looked at him and realized something terrible. His boosted stats were dropping fast. The spell she had used was missing a key part, magical energy. She had forgotten to charge it properly. The buffs were fading. She quickly said she'd fix it and that it wasn't a big deal. Gale, still pumped with energy, said that together, the two of them were unbeatable. Moria was confused. Why was he acting so hyped? Without waiting, Gale jumped high into the air and slashed another orc. There was only one left now, standing in front of him. But when that one roared, more orcs appeared behind it. Gale didn't hesitate. He threw more of his cursed items at them. A loud explosion followed. The magic was too powerful. Every orc nearby had its head separated from its body. He cheered, thinking it was all thanks to Moria's support magic. The orcs had been frozen in place from his slow effect curse. But Moria frowned. That spell shouldn't have slowed them down that much. Reducing their speed by 90%? That was unheard of. She tried to get his attention and explain he had misunderstood something. But before she could say anything, she saw him sneaking behind another orc. With a quick motion, he stabbed the back of its neck with his dagger. And just like that, another deafening explosion shook the battlefield. The final orc dropped to the ground. Moria stared at it in disbelief. Had he just defeated it in one hit? That kind of instant kill was extremely rare, almost impossible without a powerful artifact. She couldn't understand it. How could Gale, of all people, make something like that by hand? None of it made sense anymore. Gale turned to look at her with a big grin on his face. He was clearly thrilled about their victory. Before she could get a word out, he grabbed her hands and tried to spin her around in celebration like they were dancing. He was still full of excitement and couldn't stop praising her support magic, thinking it had made all the difference. Moria gave him a half-hearted thank you, a little overwhelmed by how over-the-top he was acting. The other passengers, who had been hiding and watching, began peeking out. Gale waved at them cheerfully, and soon they all ran up to him, clearly thankful and amazed by what they had seen. Later that night, around the campfire, Gale admitted something surprising. This was actually his first time fighting monsters. During the battle, he had been terrified. Moria was surprised. He had been part of Kush's party, hadn't he? Gale confirmed it, saying he had been one of the founding members. But he explained that he wasn't much of a fighter, just someone who used curse magic. Moria was quiet for a moment. Then she said that Kush must have been an idiot to let someone like Gale go. Gale blushed and stuttered, unsure if she really meant that. He admitted that, honestly, he didn't blame Kush for dropping him. Maybe it was the right decision after all. Moria rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe how little self-confidence he had. She changed the topic to the coffee he had made, some dandelion blend that tasted really good. She complimented how skilled he was at so many different things. Gale tried to downplay it, but she insisted that what he had wasn't just a few tricks. It was more like being all-powerful. Gale looked flustered and told her not to exaggerate. He didn't see himself as anything special, especially not in battle. Moria sighed in frustration. They were going in circles. There was something unusual about him. He definitely stood out, and yet he kept acting like he didn't. She said she was going to bed and thanked him for the coffee. He told her good night. She went to her tent, leaving the rest of the group sitting around the campfire. Gale stayed up a little longer, thinking about what she had said. Omnipotence, huh? That was a heavy word. He never thought of himself as someone with that kind of power. He really believed that the win earlier had only happened because Moria supported him so well. But even so, something inside him stirred. He remembered being part of a guild, part of a party, and how exciting it used to be. Fighting monsters, even though it had been scary, was kind of fun. He laughed quietly to himself. Moria was really kind to him. The next morning, the caravan continued moving along the road. The driver called out that their destination would be in sight soon. Moria, now awake, nudged Gale, who was still half asleep. He groggily asked if they were there yet, and she confirmed it. They looked ahead. They had arrived. They walked toward their next stop, Farmage, ready for whatever came next. At the beginning of Chapter 8, Gale and Moria arrived at a place called Farmage. It was a typical countryside area, filled with open fields, animals, and farms everywhere. Gale mentioned they were just an hour away from the border. They got off the wagon because it was clear this place was all about farming. It was just fields and pastures as far as the eye could see. Gale had a plan. He was going to head to the local adventurers guild, trade in the parts he had taken from orcs to earn some money, and then start picking up quests. Moria decided to go with him to the guild because she wanted to find a party to join. Gale, however, said he wanted to work alone for now. Later, at the Farmage Adventurers Guild, Gale began checking out the quest board. Moria was surprised at the one he was considering. It seemed way too difficult to do solo. Gale was confident, though. Even so, he ended up asking Moria if she would help. The quest involved hunting undead creatures, and it was ranked A, which meant it was very tough. But Moria reminded him that they were both support-type adventurers, not frontline fighters. She didn't think this would be as easy as their last mission with the orcs. Gale just smiled, as if he already had something in mind. Then, a dark elf suddenly appeared and greeted them. Neither of them had noticed her before. She was curious about Gale because she hadn't seen him around before. He told her he was new, having just arrived from the capital, hoping to try his luck in this region. The elf explained that Farmage was mainly a farming and trading town, and there weren't many adventurers around, which made things tough for the locals. She even grabbed Gale's hands and thanked him for showing up. Gale's heart skipped a beat. She was pretty, and he definitely noticed. Meanwhile, Moria stood behind him, not looking too happy. She coughed, catching the elf's attention. The elf asked if she was his friend. Moria said no, they were just traveling in the same direction. She introduced herself as a support mage, also from the capital, and said she'd be glad to help out however she could. The dark elf's eyes lit up. Support mages were in high demand here, so she was excited. Then she looked at Gale, noticing he wasn't wearing heavy gear. She guessed he might be a thief. Gale corrected her, saying he was actually a curse crafter, someone who uses support magic with curses. He explained that while support was his main focus, he could handle himself in a fight too. The elf was a bit surprised. Curse crafters were rare in this area, and she wasn't sure if there were any quests suited for someone like him. Gale blushed at her reaction, while Moria looked even more annoyed. Gale said he planned to take a couple of quests to get used to the area. But the elf was shocked to see that the one he picked was a lich hunt, a job that had been sitting untouched for a while. She called it a cold case because nobody had taken it up. There weren't enough strong clerics around to handle it, and without them, the undead were taking over. Families couldn't even visit their loved ones' graves. It was a bad situation. She was concerned. If Gale was only a curse crafter, this mission could be a death trap. Moria told her to be more gentle with her words, but Gale said it was fine. He was used to it. Moria wanted to argue more, but Gale reassured her that he'd be okay. The elf warned him again. No one had completed that quest yet, and if he got into trouble, no one would be coming to save him. Still, Gale said he'd go ahead with it. He asked for a map of the area. The elf offered him holy water and magical items too, but he only wanted the map. She confirmed the quest was his and told him how to prove he completed it by bringing back lich jawbones. Gale already knew that. He had experience using them before, which surprised the elf. She found it funny and asked him to be careful. As she leaned closer and told him how badly the town needed adventurers, Gale started blushing again, until Moria stepped on his foot, hard. She was clearly annoyed. The elf laughed, saying the two of them got along really well. Then she added one last thing. She welcomed them to Farmage. The woman in charge of the Adventurers Guild in this farming town introduced herself as Gimli. She greeted both Gale and Moria politely, bowing and saying she looked forward to working with them. Gale nodded back, saying the same, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a sack. It was filled with the remains from his previous quest, parts taken from orcs. Gimli was impressed by what he had collected. He then said they would begin the new quest tomorrow. Gimli made a comment about how casual he was acting, like moving from town to town and taking on tough jobs was nothing to him. Gale thanked her, but she made it clear she wasn't exactly complimenting him. Once they were outside, Moria brought up how he had been staring at Gimli. She teased him for getting all excited just because someone showed him a little attention. He smiled and pretended not to know what she meant. Moria told him to forget it, but it seemed like she was deciding to join him on this quest after all. Gale pointed out that she had already planned to, hadn't she? She didn't respond, and he joked about how not saying anything kind of confirmed it. Moria snapped that she wasn't worried about him or anything. She claimed she was just there to be his backup, like a safety net in case things went wrong. Gale stared at her, surprised. When she blushed and asked what he was looking at, he said that having her around made him feel a lot better. She blushed even more, wondering how he could say something like that so seriously. Gale admitted this was his first quest on his own, and he was nervous. Moria said people who go on undead hunts should be nervous. But instead of acting scared, he looked excited, because to him, undead monsters were like walking treasure chests full of ingredients. He couldn't wait to collect them. That night, the dark elf from the guild was thinking to herself. She was surprised. Gale didn't seem like any ordinary curse crafter. There was definitely something different about him. The next day, when Gale finally woke up, he said he slept really well. Moria corrected him. It was more like oversleeping, since it was already past noon. Gale mentioned that from the moment they arrived, he felt the difference in the air. Like Gimli had said, this place was all about farming and trading. Seeing armed people like adventurers was rare, so no wonder the locals found them interesting. Moria told him not to let it get to him. Later, they arrived at the entrance of the crypt where their quest would begin. Gale tried to stay cheerful, hoping the quest would go quickly. Moria was busy checking all her gear, her silver knife, anti-undead incense, and holy water. Gale called her a worrywart, but she said she was just being prepared. He told her everything would be fine, since he was kind of an expert when it came to fighting the undead. That only made Moria worry more. She warned him that if things got bad, they should run. He agreed. He understood that being in the rear guard position was hard for her. Moria insisted they both run if it came to that. Then Gale noticed a door nearby. It opened to a large graveyard. He was impressed by the view, but Moria reminded him that they weren't there to sightsee. She thought the place looked awful. Gale guessed that the undead had caused all the damage. He started tossing around some skeletons, and Moria questioned what he was doing. He pointed out that the skeletons had left footprints, like clues. Moria remembered that this cemetery had been built on top of an old dungeon. It must have been ancient, judging by its size. She asked if what they were doing counted as disrespecting the dead. Gale didn't think so. How else were they supposed to explore deeper into the area? Moria tried to show respect by pressing her hands together in prayer. Gale teased her for being so serious about it. She said compared to him, anyone would seem respectful. He pointed out that the skull she was praying over was actually an undead creature. The only reason it wasn't moving now was because the sun was out. At night, it would probably rise again. To prove it, he held the skull up to her face. She looked at it closely, then suddenly smashed it and turned away. He asked about her respect for the dead. She answered that undead weren't truly the dead. They were just monsters. She hated all of it. Gale thought she could have just waited outside if she felt that way. He told her the cemetery wasn't fully turned into a dungeon yet. The upper floors would only have weak monsters. That didn't make Moria feel any better. Gale said he would go deeper into the dungeon alone. He wanted better quality materials. He told her there was no need for her to waste her supplies like holy water, handed her a lantern, waved goodbye, and walked off, excited to find what he needed. Moria stood there alone, annoyed. She thought to herself, why are members of his guild, the wolf pack, always so selfish? He had just walked off and left her there. She looked around, noticing how dark it had gotten. Then she heard a sound, and, even though she was scared, she forced herself to keep going. Eventually, she caught up with Gale again in the cemetery. She told him she really wanted to get out of there. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed in the dark. Moria screamed, and Gale flinched from the sound. She felt something brush past her and panicked, saying it wasn't just her imagination. Tears started to form in her eyes as she grabbed onto Gale, clinging to him out of fear. He blushed slightly from the sudden closeness. Then, out of nowhere, a loud explosion boomed nearby. Moria hugged him even tighter, trembling and yelling from the shock. While she clung to him, Gale tried to stay calm and looked around for the source of the explosion. He couldn't help but notice that her chest was pressing into him. Just for a moment, it distracted him, but he shook it off quickly and focused. Then he spotted the cause of the sound. It was just a bat flying by. Moria, pretending she had known that all along, shoved him lightly. She admitted she only acted like that to get back at him for teasing her earlier. She tried to laugh it off, saying that undead were just piles of bones anyway. But as she turned around, she heard that same eerie clacking sound again. This time, she came face to face with an actual skeleton. Frozen in fear, she screamed and jumped into Gale's arms, completely panicked. Gale was now holding her while she yelled that the skeletons had arrived. He winced at the noise. She was yelling directly into his ear and tried to calm her down. But she was in a total panic, with tears falling down her cheeks, saying she couldn't calm down no matter what. He at least begged her not to scream right next to his ear. When Moria opened her eyes again, another skeleton had appeared right in front of her, its mouth hanging open. That pushed her over the edge. In a burst of fear and desperation, she swung her arms and smashed the skeleton with surprising force, shouting at it to stay away. Gale watched, stunned by her sudden strength. Moria then stood up, still shaking, grabbed the lantern, and hurled it straight at the undead. The fire caught, and the skeletons began to burn. As the flames spread, more of the skeletons came closer. She shouted again, then shoved Gale toward them, causing him to stumble into the burning mess along with the skeletons. A little later, after the chaos settled, Gale asked if she had calmed down. Moria, still a bit shaken, apologized for the outburst. He asked her why she even came along if she was that scared of undead. She looked away and admitted that she had been worried about him. These hunts were too dangerous to do alone. Gale reminded her again that he was a curse crafter. His abilities were built specifically to deal with undead enemies. Still, he appreciated her concern and thanked her for coming. He reached out his hand to help her get back on her feet. Since they were now deep inside the crypt, it would be too dangerous for her to head back up alone. He asked if she could hang in there just a bit longer. Moria said she would try. He told her that if she got too scared, she could just close her eyes. She answered that if she did that, she might get lost. Gale said it was fine. She could hold his hand, and they'd move slowly. They both blushed a little as they reached for each other's hands. Gale realized that, even though he had been joking about that part, they were now actually holding hands. Just a little while before Gale and Moria had left the capital, a group showed up at the forge looking for the blacksmith. It was the Wolfpack party. They asked if he ran the forge there because they wanted to sell some of their gear. But the smith wasn't interested. He told them straight that he didn't serve rough, rowdy types like them. Later, they were back in some alley, cold and hungry, with their armor clinking and their stomachs growling. Another night spent out on the streets, trying to figure out how to make money. Luke, one of the members, announced that he'd picked up some quests from the guild. But they weren't anything special. One job was rank A, take down ogres on the highway. Another was rank C, defeat a horde of skeleton knights near the old church. There was also a rank E quest, beat up some goblin soldiers. And a rank D1, hunt down some orcs in the wild. When he read these out loud, the others stared at him like he was joking. They were an S-rank party, after all, one of the highest tiers among adventurers. Why were they being handed such low-level work? They wondered if Luke was trying to insult them. Norris, the calm one, told everyone to settle down. They were barely hanging on as it was. They didn't have the strength or supplies right now to take on high-level missions. He reminded them of a saying. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. They needed to take what they could get. Kush complained about how cheap the quests were, but he admitted the ogre one paid the most, 60 gold coins. Still, they all remembered what happened the last time they fought an ogre. None of them wanted to go through that again, even if they claimed they weren't scared. Melissa suggested they try the Skeleton Knight quest. The goblin and orc missions paid too little to be worth the effort. Norris pointed out that the quest mentioned a horde of skeletons. Maybe the orcs were a better option? Kush snapped at him, reminding him that it was just a C-rank mission. Melissa argued that skeletons were easy for them. Then she turned to Luke and asked why he even brought these jobs to them. He said he hadn't expected things to get so bad that they'd be stuck starving on the street. Still, Norris tried to keep their spirits up. He told them they'd just have to do what they could. Luke agreed. Skeletons weren't exactly terrifying undead anyway. The only concern was how long their magic would last. He asked if Melissa and Kush would be okay since they were the team's frontliners. Norris pointed at the two of them, saying they'd be the first ones hit if things went bad. Luke agreed. They had to look out for themselves. Later that day, they reached the old church grounds, just outside the capital. Luke scouted from above the walls and reported what he saw. Around 20 skeletons hiding in the shadows just beyond the gates. Kush laughed. 20? That was nothing. Melissa agreed and suggested she and Kush charge in first. Kush raised his sword confidently, saying this was what paladins were made for. He lifted his weapon high, pointed it toward the sky, and chanted a holy spell. A flash of light burst out, and the skeletons began to stir. Melissa dashed ahead and wiped a few out. She gave the signal. Norris began casting magic while Luke leapt over the skeletons, slamming down on them from above. They managed to take some down in that first wave. Kush said that this was their usual strategy, his holy skills leading the way, Melissa's quick strikes during the charge, Norris burning groups of enemies, and Luke dealing finishing blows. It had worked before. Norris figured this would be manageable. Luke and Norris stayed back for now, waiting to jump in if needed. Kush and Melissa moved to the front. The cleric's protective barrier faded as they entered, and the skeletons started rising. The two charged forward without hesitation. Kush was fired up, confident they'd wipe the enemies out quickly. Luke, watching from behind, commented how dumb the skeletons were for being out in the sunlight. Kush laughed, saying the reward money was practically theirs already. But before he could even finish the thought, one of the skeletons swung its weapon and smacked him hard in the face. Another one struck Melissa. Both of them went flying through the air and crashed to the ground. Norris and Luke stood there, shocked. As the two frontline fighters sat up, more undead enemies began closing in. The skeletons started beating them while they were still down. Luke called out to Norris in a panic, saying they were going to die if they didn't act fast. Norris quickly began chanting a fire spell. He called for an inferno, summoning a tight ball of flame. But instead of a massive blaze, it was a small, compact flame. Luke was confused. What good would a tiny fireball do? Norris explained it was condensed heat. It should still hit hard, even if it looked small. He sent the flame toward the skeletons. It hit, but barely did any damage. The undead weren't even slowed down. And now, they were turning their attention toward Luke and Norris. The group ran away quickly and locked the church gate behind them. Their mission to defeat a horde of skeleton knights at the old church, a rank C quest, had ended in failure. The next day, they tried again, this time, going after the orcs. Melissa leapt into action as the orcs approached. She landed on one and stabbed it with her sword, but her blade got stuck. She was surprised it didn't fall immediately. Before anyone could react, the orc grabbed her by the arm and swung her into the air. It looked like it was trying to take her away. She was left almost in her underwear as she struggled, calling for help. The orc looked at her for a moment and then dropped her, turning around and walking away. Norris and Luke started laughing, saying she wasn't even the orc's type. She was furious and embarrassed. Kush saw the orc's back turned and thought it was the perfect chance to strike. He slashed at it with his sword, but the blade just bounced off. The orc, now feeling the hit from behind, turned around angrily. It was furious. Before Kush could react, it slammed him and Melissa hard, sending them flying. The rank D orc hunting quest had also failed. A few days later, they were back at the capital's Adventurers Guild. They all looked completely defeated. They were still blaming Gale for all their recent failures. Kush agreed, especially because he'd been forced to sell his favorite gear to stay afloat. Around them, other adventurers were whispering about how far the once great wolf pack had fallen. Norris said that once they had some gold again, they'd go after Gale. Luke joked that maybe Gale really was just selling goods at a market stall. Kush agreed and asked what the quest was for the day. The goblin one, maybe? Melissa said that it at least sounded doable. But when they came back from that mission, they looked even worse than before. Beaten, worn out, and barely able to walk, they returned to the guild. The guild receptionist asked if they had failed again. They snapped at her. Kush cursed, saying the whole thing had been unfair. Thinking back to when they accepted the goblin quest, the villagers were shocked and thankful that an elite S-rank party was handling it. They said they'd support them however they could. Kush assured the villagers that they would take care of everything. He told them they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Later on, the villagers arrived, riding horses. Things went badly from the start. The S-rank wolf pack was completely overwhelmed and beaten by the goblins. Back at the guild again, Kush explained what happened. The villagers had refused to pay them and had called them lazy and useless. The guild receptionist replied that maybe they should give up their S-rank license. Kush got angry and grabbed her collar, demanding an easier quest. But she wasn't scared. She grabbed his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Kush fell to the floor. The other 3 members of the party just stood there, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, far away in the cemetery, Gale was deep underground, facing a new group of undead. The lower he went, the thicker the wandering souls became. There was a lot of valuable material in this crypt, and he was planning to collect it all. Moria was beside him, tugging at his arm. She asked if something was nearby. He told her nothing was there, but she could hear the clicking of bones and didn't believe him. She clung to him tightly, eyes closed, as they walked forward. He told her to stop holding on to him like that. She insisted she could feel something around them. Right then, something did appear. A bony arm pushed its way up from a grave, followed by a normal skeleton. Then a much larger skeleton crawled up too. She asked if she could open her eyes, saying it would feel less scary if she could see. Gale thought that might make things worse for her. He told her there was nothing there and started a countdown. As he said the final number, he waved his hand and cast a spell. Dispel. The magic worked, and the skeleton dissolved into dust. When she opened her eyes, the undead was already gone. She asked if he had really used a dispel spell to defeat it. He said yes, it was easy. She was shocked. Dispelling a curse to defeat an undead? She had never heard of that working before. He explained that it was similar to what priests do. She argued that priests use holy magic to purify evil, but Gale's magic wasn't the same. He admitted it wasn't exactly holy magic and wasn't even a good idea to use most of the time. She asked him why, and he tried to think of the best way to explain it. First, he wanted her to understand that what he was doing wasn't about driving the dead away. It was more like he was listening to their stories. Gale was holding a skull in his hand while Moria stood nearby, looking unsure about what he had just explained. She didn't fully understand what he meant when he said he listened to the undead. To help her understand, he asked her what she thought caused the undead to rise and walk around. She guessed it might be magic or malice. He said she was right. Just then, an undead rose behind her, and she screamed in fear. Gale quickly turned around and defeated it. He explained that this was a common thing in crypts like the one they were in, undead showing up out of nowhere. He pointed out that undead usually don't like being purified or banished. He used a dispel spell again to demonstrate, showing how they reacted. He asked her to imagine things from the undead's point of view. These were beings that returned to the world of the living because they had grudges or regrets. Then someone shows up, yells at them with some holy command, and tries to erase them, without even listening to what they wanted or why they came back. Moria still wasn't quite getting it. So he asked her to think back to when she was a kid, if she ever got scolded by her parents without being allowed to explain herself. A memory came to her. Her father had once yelled at her for wanting to become an adventurer. He insisted that girls shouldn't dream of things like that. Even when she told him that other girls were doing it, he had slammed his fist in anger and told her to stop. Gale brought her back to the present. He told her that undead often have emotional leftovers, feelings they couldn't deal with when they died. Some died hungry and are still chasing that hunger. Others died alone and now feel completely abandoned. Sometimes, the grudges were stronger, like someone tortured to death for a crime they didn't commit. These feelings are what keep them from passing on. He explained that just listening to those feelings and showing some understanding can help those spirits let go. Then, he led her to a coffin and opened it. An undead rose up. Moria shivered in fear. A dark skeleton knight emerged. It was a very dangerous type, not something people in support roles could handle. In fact, at close range, it was even more dangerous than a lich. Without realizing it, Moria had clung tightly to Gale. His face was now pressed into her chest, and he told her he couldn't breathe. He lifted her a bit higher so he could see the skeleton knight. Since she wasn't letting go, he just walked forward with her in his arms. The undead drew its sword and stared them down. Moria began crying in fear. Gale calmly pointed his finger at the undead and cast a spell. The spell worked, light shone, and the undead crumbled to pieces. He put her down, telling her it was over. As she looked at where the skeleton had stood, a ghostly figure of a young man appeared. He wore a knight's uniform. He bowed his head toward Gale and then faded away. Gale smiled. Moria was shocked. She hadn't understood what had just happened. That skeleton had been a B-rank monster. And yet, after it vanished, that young man's ghost had appeared. Gale explained that the man had likely died before he could say goodbye to someone important, his fiancée. That lingering regret might have been what turned him into an undead. Moria asked how he could be sure. Gale said he had learned to read the subtle signs, the tiny clues the undead left behind. He'd become good at that while crafting cursed gear. Usually, if he listens to their story and responds kindly, they move on peacefully. Moria realized that all the undead wanted was sympathy, not advice, just understanding. Gale agreed. The undead were once human too. That's how he dealt with them. Not by fighting, but by helping them pass on. As a bonus, since he wasn't purifying them with holy magic, he could collect better quality materials. Holy magic removed all cursed energy, which wasn't great for his kind of work. Then a stronger undead appeared nearby, and Moria was overwhelmed. She realized that everything Gale was saying went against what she'd been taught about the undead. They walked deeper into the crypt, and she looked at him thoughtfully. She asked if he saw undead as just easy targets. He admitted that to him. For now, they were just materials. She got mad, grabbed his collar, and shook him furiously. She yelled at him, saying he was treating the undead like objects, like they were easy fights, and demanded he apologize to all the priests in the world. Gale was stunned by how suddenly she snapped. He didn't understand why anyone would be upset with him. From his perspective, it was a win-win. He helped the undead move on and got his materials too. Moria couldn't believe how casually he treated the whole thing. Her head throbbed from thinking about how weird Gale's way of doing things was. He asked her to stop yelling in his ear. Then, gently, he asked if she wanted to hold his hand. She said yes. They continued down the stairs and reached the lowest level of the crypt. This area was different. It was much brighter than the rest. Around them were strong undead, skeleton knights, ghoul archers, and dark spirits that looked like they could be connected to the afterlife. She even saw wights. She counted at least 50 enemies. Moria realized that if enough of those undead's pale souls were gathered in one place, they could light up a room like this. Gale asked if she was okay keeping her eyes open. She said she was fine. She was used to it now. Moria tensed up all over. Gale could tell she was lying. She wasn't very good at it. He started looking around, curious. She asked what he was doing, and he turned to say he was just wondering why there weren't any liches in the crypt. Moria suggested maybe that meant they'd have to turn back and come again another time. As she spoke, she didn't notice her staff slipping from her hand. It fell with a loud clang that echoed through the crypt. All the undead nearby suddenly turned toward the sound. Fear took over her. She thought they were doomed. But instead of attacking, the undead just stood there, trembling. Confused and nervous, she pushed Gale to hide behind a pillar. Then, a new undead figure appeared from behind a large door. This one was different. It carried a horn and radiated power. This wasn't an ordinary undead. It was a sorcerer, one of the most dangerous types. These were classified as disaster-level threats. A single one could raise an entire undead army and spread fear and destruction across the land. Seeing one here was terrifying. But to her surprise, Gale was excited. This was exactly the kind of creature he had been hoping to find. Moria was horrified. To fight something like that, you'd need a high-ranking priest. And Gale? He didn't even go to church on his days off. Before she could say anything else, an explosion shook the crypt. The pillar they were hiding behind collapsed into rubble. Even in the thick dust, Gale calmly mentioned he didn't go to church. He just stayed home making cursed gear and spell charms. Another blast struck. Moria quickly ducked behind him as more magic tore through the air. She looked toward the sorcerer. Its power was flowing out toward the other undead, almost like a wave. Now the other undead started walking toward them. They ran. Moria shouted for Gale to stop running around randomly. They needed to get out fast. Just one hit from the sorcerer would be the end of them. But Gale begged her to wait, saying he needed just one more moment. She asked what he meant. He pulled something from his bag and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, a powerful wave of light spread out. The undead caught in the blast burned with holy energy. Gale chanted a spell, Dispel Blessing. Moria gasped. That was a spell only high priests could use, meant to save people from deadly curses. He had created something that powerful on his own. The black mist covering the undead vanished. For a moment, they could be seen in their human forms again. Then, they slowly faded away, leaving a peaceful silence behind. Later, Gale stretched out and said the air felt fresher. Moria sat down, overwhelmed. She covered her face with her hands and swore she would never go into a crypt again. Who beats an entire army of undead like it's nothing and calls it a day trip? That just doesn't happen. Gale thought she was exaggerating. To him, undead sorcerers could be found in crypts like this all the time. He figured this one was probably a noble in life who once ruled the place. Moria asked if he'd been to a lot of crypts. Gale smiled, clutching his bag excitedly. Crypts were thrilling for him, especially when he found materials to make cursed gear. He loved crafting new items. Moria gave him a tired look. He really was obsessed with cursed stuff. Gale proudly wrapped up his new treasures. His necklace jingled. It was made from the sorcerer's sword and staff. He thought it looked awesome. Moria said she didn't get his taste in art. He was shocked. She was clearly missing out. He wished more people appreciated cursed gear like he did. He said he even ran a stall before. She asked how that went. He lit up, remembering a girl who really liked his designs. A lot of people said they were creative. Cursed gear, after all, could serve as home decor that also offered protection. There was definitely a market for it. Moria still wasn't impressed. Gale pointed out she was the one who asked. He shrugged and said he didn't mind. People would come around eventually. Moria told him that wasn't happening. He insisted he'd prove her wrong, with his gear and his shop. That made Moria think back to when she first heard about Gale. She had gotten an offer from a party at the guild. The woman behind the counter told her the group was called the Wolf Pack. They were S-rank, very skilled, but didn't have the best attitudes. She saw a man getting scolded harshly by the others. They called him lazy and said he was too soft. That was Gale. At the time, Moria agreed to join because the pay was good. Gale got kicked out of the party that day. When she first met him, he was quiet, stressed, and unsure of himself. But now, with no one holding him back, his eyes sparkled with hope. She could see it. He was excited for the future. She smiled. Maybe things were okay like this. Gale asked what she meant. She told him it had been kind of fun spending time with him. He teased her about nearly crying earlier. She got mad and said that didn't count as crying at all. He laughed and thanked her. Getting kicked out of his party had led him to this small farming town. Alone, even with money, it would have been a lonely life. But having someone to laugh with meant a lot. And that was all thanks to her. Moria looked at him and blushed. She shouted, asking why he was suddenly being so sweet. It totally caught her off guard, and she panicked, scrambling away from him. But then, in a quiet voice, she said she was okay with it too, and thanked him. Gale asked what she just said, but she didn't answer. In her mind, she couldn't believe how clueless he was. At the start of the chapter, Moria brought up the reward money. She asked what Gale planned to do with it. Gale assumed they'd be splitting it evenly, but Moria disagreed. She felt she hadn't earned any of it. In her mind, all she did was slow him down. Gale didn't see it that way. To him, being in a party meant sharing roles. But Moria was unconvinced. All she had done was carry a few of his things, and she pointed out how much gear Gale had. It was way more than even a top-level porter could handle. When she asked how he was managing it, Gale lifted his hand and revealed a skull bracelet he wore. Moria was disgusted. It looked creepy. He explained that the bracelet was cursed. It gave him a bunch of effects, extra storage space, enhanced strength, and even stress relief. He had made it himself, just so he could carry more gear. Moria was shocked. A tool like that could completely change the way wars were fought, she thought. She covered her face with her hand in disbelief. Curious, she asked if he had ever seen any normal magical items, the kind sold in stores. Gale insisted that he had. As a curse crafter, he said it was important to stay up to date with trends. But he also admitted he thought most of them looked boring. Moria reminded him that appearance wasn't the point. If he really had seen how magic tools worked, he should know that most of them only provide one single effect. That's how they're supposed to be. Otherwise, people can't handle the energy, and the tools become unstable. Even the best store-bought magical item might only give a 10% improvement in one area. Anything beyond that, items with multiple powerful effects, were extremely rare. Legendary, even. Items like that were known as artifacts. Gale just laughed. He compared them to national treasures and said they all looked lame. Moria felt frustrated. He clearly didn't understand, or care, about how serious this was. In her mind, the gear Gale created was undeniably powerful, but his way of thinking was completely off the rails. He had no taste, no sense of balance or common understanding. She clenched her fist, annoyed. Gale didn't see the big deal. To him, it was all about innovation. If someone could be creative enough, they could build items with any effect they wanted, even stack multiple effects together. That's how cursed gear worked, after all. Moria thought differently. If it was that easy, people wouldn't spend so much money on store-bought magic gear. She turned to him again. To Gale, ordinary magical items were basically toys. He offered to make her one, just for fun. She declined. In her head, she started thinking more seriously about cursed gear. The downside was that it always came with risks. Once someone wore cursed equipment, they couldn't take it off on their own. It required a special skill to safely remove it. Not only that, but the curse always demanded a price. Some items might boost your attack power, but make you weak under sunlight. Others might scramble your mind and make it impossible to tell allies from enemies. But then she imagined, what if there was a curse crafter who could actually control all of that? What if they could leave the curse on purpose and even reshape what it took and what it gave back? What if they could control both the risk and the reward? Moria shivered at the thought. If that was possible, then maybe Gale really was a genius, a master craftsman capable of changing the world. Gale clearly believed so. He was proud of his designs and thought they looked amazing. Moria gave him a sarcastic smile and said forget it, no one would ever appreciate them. Gale playfully accused her of building him up and then tearing him down. In her mind, she agreed. As long as Gale kept designing gear the way he did, the world would never understand how talented he really was. Then, Gale pointed ahead. The town was finally in view. He spotted a cart nearby and called for Moria to hitch a ride. As he ran ahead to ask the cart owner for help, Moria looked at him and thought to herself, Gale the Curse Crafter. He was kind of an oddball, but a neat one. She wouldn't mind being in his party again someday. Later, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist, Gimli, greeted them in her usual cheerful way, but she was surprised to see them back so quickly. She asked if they gave up on the quest. Gale said it was the opposite, and he placed several heavy bags on the counter for her to inspect. He told her to verify that everything was real. Inside the bags were the remains of black skeletons, dark skeletons, knights, and even signs of a powerful sorcerer. Gimli was impressed. She offered them a 10% bonus, then raised it to 30%. Moria stepped in. She reminded Gimli that the job was supposed to involve just liches, but the dungeon had expanded and ended up containing a sorcerer, something much more dangerous. It could have easily killed them. She stared at Gimli seriously. First, the guild had given them faulty information. Now Gimli was offering a bonus as if that made up for it. Was that really how a proper guild should operate? Gimli apologized. She explained that their guild was small, and sometimes their information wasn't accurate. She asked if 20% would be okay. Moria reluctantly agreed. Gale looked at her, confused about why she was so upset. Moria told him that this kind of thing mattered. Proper preparation was everything in an adventure. What if they had prepared for fire monsters and ended up facing ice monsters instead? That could be fatal. Gale responded by saying that she was kind to care so much. Moria answered back sharply. She wasn't trying to be. Before she could continue, Gimli cut them off. Gimli apologized to Gale, explaining that she still wasn't used to working in a guild. Gale didn't mind, since most people don't usually go deep into dangerous crypts. Gimli admitted it was her own fault for trusting a grave digger. She looked down, clearly feeling bad. In Gale's head, he couldn't help but think she looked really cute when she was feeling guilty like that. He reassured her that it wasn't a big deal anyway. Exploring crypts was something he was pretty good at. Even though Gale wanted to protect her, he tried to hold back the feeling. Gimli's eyes lit up when he mentioned he'd be patrolling the area sometimes. She gave him a hug to say thanks. Gale was surprised again. Gimli didn't look like it, but she was actually a guild master. That's when Mora suddenly pulled them apart, telling Gimli to let go of Gale. Gale turned to Gimli and asked if she was ready to start evaluating things. Gimli said yes. Mora then made a weird comment, asking Gale if he liked girls who looked really young. Gale was confused and denied it completely, asking where that even came from. Mora pointed out how kind he was to Gimli, and even accused him of staring at her too much. Gale blushed and insisted that wasn't true. Mora brushed it off, saying it wasn't her business, but turned away with an annoyed look. Gale asked why she was acting like that. Mora said she wasn't, and then revealed something surprising. Gimli wasn't as young as she looked. In fact, Gimli was probably around 100 years old. Suddenly, something sharp hit the ground near them. Gimli said her hand slipped, but it seemed pretty clear she'd thrown it on purpose. She acted innocent and changed the subject, saying she'd give them their quest reward and share what she had evaluated so far. Gale and Mora were both caught off guard, realizing that Gimli had aimed at them earlier. Gimli placed the reward on the counter. Gale said he and Mora should split the reward, but Mora tried to refuse since she thought Gale deserved all of it. He insisted, so she accepted and thanked him. Gimli told them they could come back for the rest of the reward later. She waved goodbye, and once she was alone, she thought about what just happened. She couldn't believe Mora had casually revealed a girl's real age. Then someone called out to her. Gimli was surprised to see the person and asked what they wanted. The voice said they had some important information. Gimli agreed to listen since the guild was closed at night. The person came forward and delivered the news. There had been an attempt to kill Princess Kara, but she had survived. Apparently, she was wearing a piece of cursed gear that stopped her from dying instantly. Gimli was surprised it wasn't a holy artifact like an angel's shield. The person confirmed it wasn't anything from the Holy Church. It was some unknown cursed item. Gimli found that really interesting. She asked who the attackers were, and the person didn't know for sure, but based on how they operated, it looked like a military group. Gimli thought it could be something planned by the Empire. She laughed softly, thinking it was quite a complicated situation. The person said they would share more details later. Gimli thanked them and said this might be connected to her own mission. She asked if there were any other interesting stories, but the person said that was all for now. Gimli tossed them a coin in thanks. The person replied respectfully and disappeared. Gimli spoke to herself, thinking the Empire wasn't playing around. Going after Princess Kara, one of the top heirs to the throne, meant there might be trouble within the royal family. Between the empire, the capital, and that mysterious cursed item, something big was clearly going on. Then her thoughts drifted to Gale. She had noticed something strange about him from the beginning. He had an alarming amount of cursed gear hidden under his cloak, and yet it didn't seem to hurt him at all. That wasn't normal. Plus, he had managed to defeat a powerful sorcerer with just one support mage. That meant someone on his team was treating curses like they were nothing and undead enemies like they were weak. Later, while bathing, Gimli kept thinking about Gale. He was probably a curse crafter, someone who made and handled cursed items. Gimli herself was a dark elf, and her kind were also cursed. The only way to break their curse and regain their strength was to find the heart of the devil, which the Empire possessed. For now, Gimli was working undercover as a guild master. Her goal was to collect information and look for a way through the Empire's tight defenses. If there was a fight between the Empire and the capital soon, it could be her chance to slip through. And now, she had just met someone like Gale, who might be the key to everything. She thought to herself, what if that cursed item used to protect Princess Kara was actually something Gale created? She smiled at the thought. Later, she opened a door and looked over some items, thinking again how fascinating Gale really was. Meanwhile, back in the capital, a priest had just told Gale's former party something shocking. None of them were cursed anymore. They were confused. The priest said they were completely clean, with no trace of a curse at all. One of them, Kush, didn't believe it. He told the priest they came there to remove the curses Gale had supposedly put on them as revenge, so they could return to full power. But now, they weren't sure what to believe. The priest explained to the group that there were definitely signs that they had once been cursed. But based on what he saw, they had been completely free of any curses ever since the day Gale left their team. In fact, it was a miracle they even survived the powerful curses that had once affected them. Later, as they were leaving the church, they started talking among themselves. It seemed like what the priest was really saying was that the strength they had now might be the true extent of their natural abilities, and that the curses were never holding them back at all. Kush didn't want to accept that. He clenched his fist in frustration, refusing to believe it. He thought the priest must have been incompetent. Luke admitted he didn't want to believe it either. But he couldn't deny the thought creeping in. What if he was just a below-average mage all along? Kush tried to shake the idea off and said they needed to focus on finding Gale. He assumed Gale must be broke and living on the streets now, so they should start searching alleyways instead of main roads. But Luke was done. He apologized, said he couldn't keep going, and started walking away. Kush shouted after him, confused by what he meant. Luke explained that they had sold almost all their equipment just to pay for food and the priest's help. They were completely broke now. They didn't even have enough money to stay at an inn, which was why they looked so worn out. According to him, they were the ones who belonged in alleyways now. Kush couldn't believe Luke would say that to his face and grabbed him. Luke struggled to get free, asking Kush to let go. Then, suddenly, Luke froze in place. Kush got concerned, asking what was wrong. Luke didn't respond at first, but then said maybe it was actually a good thing they hadn't found Gale yet. Kush was totally confused, not understanding what Luke meant. Luke told him to take a look at the notice board nearby. Kush ran to it and snatched a paper from it. Melissa and Norris were nearby, watching curiously, wondering what had caught Kush's attention so suddenly. Luke chuckled, saying that Kush might not have been so wrong after all. Kush burst out laughing as he looked at the paper. He told the others that their luck was finally turning around. The paper was a royal wanted poster. It showed a picture of Gale and said that he was wanted, dead or alive, by the royal government. There was a promise of a reward for anyone who brought him in, and even those who had helpful information could earn money. The notice told people to report to the nearest royal government office if they saw Gale. It was signed by Gurman de Gurkenfor, the chief of the royal office. Kush couldn't believe what he was reading. Gale had actually become a wanted man. They all started laughing, feeling like they had just gotten their big break. Kush pointed out that even just sharing what they knew could earn them some money. But if they actually captured Gale and brought him in themselves, they could be rewarded with riches, noble titles, maybe even land or expensive jewelry, anything they wanted. Now they were more excited than ever. They decided they needed to act fast and take advantage of the opportunity. Even though the royal office wasn't open yet, they didn't care. They had more than just rumors. They had been Gale's former teammates. That meant they could give way more useful information than anyone else. And in return, they were sure they'd get a reward that was more than just a little bit of gold. At the beginning of Chapter 12, Princess Kara questioned whether the informants Vivian had found were really trustworthy. She suspected they might just be scammers trying to earn the reward money. Vivian responded confidently that they weren't fakes. In fact, they were a group of S-rank adventurers from the capital's guild. Their identities had already been confirmed. According to them, they had been working with the man in question, Gale, until recently. Before Vivian could explain more, loud laughter came from the room where the adventurers were waiting. One of them even had his feet up on the table, acting disrespectfully. Luke was looking at the fancy carpet and joking about how expensive it must have been, saying it was a waste of taxpayer money. Norris was eating tea cakes and said they were delicious. Melissa agreed and asked for more. Kush complained about how long the royals were making them wait and joked that they should charge the palace a late fee. From outside, Princess Kara was secretly watching the group and commented to Vivian that they didn't seem very polite. She even questioned whether they were really S-rank adventurers. Vivian replied that, more or less, they were. Inside, Kush noticed them watching and called out, asking what they were staring at. He saw Kara and referred to her rudely as the fancy lady. Kara quietly asked Vivian to confirm his identity. He was Kush, right? Kush walked up to Kara without realizing who she was. He spoke as if he were the most important one in the room, saying that if she meant him, she should refer to him as Mr. Kush Bilbour. He bragged that his party was the best group of adventurers in town, and that only royalty had the right to call him by his first name. Just as Vivian was about to step in, Kara gently stopped her. Kara calmly apologized for not introducing herself earlier. She revealed her full name, Kara de Gherkin. She explained that she was the princess of this country, even if things didn't always look like it. She admitted she had made Kush wait because she had been watching and studying them first. Then she politely asked him to accept her apology. After that, when the princess sat down, Kush and his whole party dropped to their knees, bowing with their heads all the way to the ground. Kush apologized for how rudely he had acted earlier. Kara said she didn't want to dwell on that, and told them to move on to the real reason they were meeting. Kush was then asked whether he really knew the man on the wanted poster. The group looked at one another and smiled confidently. They said that, of course, they knew him. Vivian asked them to describe the young man they were talking about. Kush answered that he had black hair, dark eyes, and an average-sized build. Vivian replied that description could fit thousands of people. Melissa added that the guy also dressed very badly. He wore a strange bluish-green jacket. The princess's eyes lit up with interest, and she urged them to go on. Norris mentioned that the accessories he made were really lame too, completely lacking any sense of fashion. The princess disagreed silently. To her, the items Gale made were wonderful, not lame at all. The party was confused by her reaction. Norris got a little nervous and asked for a moment to explain. He told the princess that the person they were talking about was named Gale. He was their former companion, a curse crafter. Norris asked them to look at some of the things Gale had created. Vivian was surprised, wondering what the items were. When she examined them, there was no doubt they were cursed items. Kara asked her what she meant by that. Vivian explained that during the investigation, they found out something interesting. People said this curse crafter would sell items at his stall and include talismans like these as extras in customer purchases. Kara was surprised. She had bought something from Gale but didn't receive one of those talismans. Vivian guessed that maybe it was because Gale had been about to close for the day, or perhaps he forgot because Kara had been in a rush. Vivian turned to Luke and questioned him about the items. She asked if he was sure they were really made by Gale and not something he'd picked up somewhere else. Luke quickly confirmed that they were indeed Gale's work. He almost admitted to stealing them, but then corrected himself and said he had received them directly from Gale. Luke then presented 3 of Gale's unique cursed items: the Dark Skeleton's eye-tooth ring, the Carnivorous palette knife, and the Witch powder necklace. Kush was surprised that Luke had been carrying so many of Gale's cursed items all this time. Norris wondered if maybe those cursed objects were the reason for all their recent bad luck. He also noticed that even Princess Kara looked offended. But actually, the princess was just covering her mouth in shock. Then she quickly calmed herself. A moment later, her excitement took over and she declared she was in heaven. She hugged all of Gale's items tightly and smiled with delight. Then she gasped, realizing the others were watching. The adventurers were stunned by her unexpected reaction. Trying to act more composed, she sat down again and said it seemed like at least some of what they'd told her was true. Kush assured her it was all true. Kara then told Vivian to give them their reward. At the sound of that, the party's eyes lit up with excitement. Vivian asked Kara if she was really sure about rewarding them, or if she was just dazzled by all the strange junk they brought. Kara confirmed that she meant it. She handed Kush a bag of coins as an advance payment for their work. She said she needed to thank Gale in person and made it clear she expected Kush to take the mission seriously. Kush dropped to one knee and promised her that she could count on them. He, Kush Bilbour, leader of the S-rank adventurer group known as the Wolf Pack, would stake his life on completing the task. Later, outside the palace, Kush was already imagining the rewards they'd receive: money, a royal retainer job, maybe even more. Melissa congratulated him for doing a good job. Norris reminded the group that they needed to start searching for their old friend Gale right away. Luke said it would be easy. They would split up and search all over the capital. Kush laid out the plan. They had spent 3 years together, so he felt confident he could figure out what Gale might be doing now. Melissa would check out the merchant stalls and the local guilds. Gale might have started running a stall again. Norris would look into the Adventurers Guild and nearby taverns, since knowing Gale, he might still be hanging around the same places. Luke would head to the carriage stations and check if Gale had left the city. Kush didn't think Gale would run off, but he wanted to cover every possibility. Kush also noted that the princess seemed to have her own motives. She had really emphasized that she wanted to thank Gale. Melissa wondered what kind of situation Gale might have gotten into with the royal family. Luke joked that once they found Gale, they'd be sure to thank him properly for everything they'd suffered since he left. Norris agreed. Their idea of thanks included roughing him up, turning him over to the palace, and imagining all kinds of punishments like skinning or burning. They laughed, completely misunderstanding what Princess Kara actually meant by thanking Gale. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Vivian asked the princess whether they had trusted the Wolfpack party too much. She hadn't expected Kara to be so serious about tracking Gale down. Kara pointed out that the royal palace hadn't managed to find him yet, and that it was worth trying something different. Vivian looked over at the updated poster of Gale's face. Kara said that since the Wolfpack was officially ranked S, it was time to see what they could really do. Still, she trusted Vivian to keep an eye on them. Vivian promised she would. Kara then flipped the poster over, repeating Gale's name to herself. Gale, the curse crafter. She looked down at the cursed ring she wore and said that she was truly eager to learn more about him. She smiled softly to herself. Far away in the city of Farmage, Gale suddenly sneezed. He wondered if someone who liked his work had just been talking about him. Then he got excited again and went back to work, talking to himself happily as he prepared another powerful item. He was polishing the rib bones of a lich to give them magic resistance and stronger dark element power. That would lower their protection against light magic and melee attacks. But he had a plan. He would mix in powdered dark skeleton bone, which would boost melee strength and cancel out the weakness. To finish it, he added a Thunder Wisp core to give it a light element enhancement. The result was a powerful new sword. He crafted it from a sorcerer's dropped weapon and customized it with his own talismans. It was a masterpiece, a souvenir of his time spent in Farmage. He named it the Divide, a greatsword crafted by a cursed sage. It had all sorts of enhancements, a blood effect on the blade, an ability called Bloodsucker to boost the user's stamina, plus 150% slashing power, increased resistance to magic, lighter weight, and extra dust-proof protection. Suddenly, Mora stormed into Gale's room and slapped him, clearly annoyed. Gale was confused about why she was there. Mora explained that her room was right next door, and she could hear him all day and night. She also complained about the darkness and terrible smell in his room, and then she opened the window to let some fresh air in. She reminded him that today was the day he was supposed to start selling his goods at the market. Since the weather was nice, she said she would be going with him. Gale agreed, and later he was out in the market shouting loudly, trying to get people's attention for his stall. He was proudly calling out to customers, advertising his cursed items made from freshly harvested undead materials. Around him, other vendors were also working hard. Some were selling fresh bread, others were offering rice balls for breakfast. Their stalls were clean and inviting. Mora watched Gale with a tired, unimpressed look. The marketplace was crowded and lively, with stalls packed on every side. One rice vendor attracted a customer who was impressed by some new ingredients being used and bought a rice ball. Meanwhile, Gale kept calling out, trying to sell his cursed items, even suggesting that his gear could go well with the food people were buying. No one was interested. Other customers were complimenting a butcher who had the softest, juiciest turkey legs. Gale jumped in again, telling them to enjoy their food using his cursed skeleton chopsticks, claiming they could help soften tough meat. The men turned him down again. Next, Gale tried to convince a merchant to check out his cursed sword, made from a sorcerer's blade. The merchant found it disgusting and quickly ran away. Mora, watching all of this, asked him grimly what exactly he was doing. Gale thought maybe Mora was interested in the sword and offered her a discount, but she denied it and tried to take it from him. He hugged the sword protectively, refusing to hand it over. He insisted it was valuable, and not even Mora could make him give it up. Mora warned him that if he kept this up, the whole town would start turning on him. She was frustrated that he was selling strange, cursed junk at the crack of dawn, especially right next to food stalls. Gale argued that the Merchants Guild told him the best times for sales were early morning and evening. Mora replied that might be true for food stalls, but no one looking for breakfast wanted cursed weapons or dangerous magic items. She asked if he even understood how supply and demand worked. Gale responded that he did. It was simply about people wanting things and merchants selling them. Mora told him to think harder about what people in a farming town actually wanted. He needed to adjust his business to fit the town better. When she asked what might sell in a place like Farmage, Gale began listing off ideas: poison talismans, paralysis scrolls, slowness darts, cursed daggers, and bucklers. Then he got excited and added cursed headbands to the list. Mora had had enough. She grabbed Gale and began dragging him away from his stall. He protested, worried people would steal his stuff if he left it unattended. Mora told him not to worry. His goods were so creepy, no one would even want to steal them. Later, a woman named Gimli was laughing, saying Mora must have a hard time dealing with someone like Gale. Both Mora and Gale quickly shouted that they weren't partners, but Gimli just teased them more, pointing out how perfectly in sync they were. Gale told Gimli that he had paid good money to the Merchants Guild to get a spot at the market. Gimli asked how much. Gale said he paid 1 gold coin. Mora was shocked. That was a huge amount. She asked if that was really the going rate for a stall in Farmage. Gimli said absolutely not. Gale had been ripped off. Gale didn't believe it. He said the Merchants Guild told him that it was the busiest area of the market. Gimli shook her head. Selling things wasn't just about being in a busy place. She explained that most of the people in Farmage were farmers who traveled between their homes and the fields. They needed farming tools, not cursed items. Gale felt discouraged and said the situation was ridiculous. Gimli replied that it wasn't like there was no market for cursed goods. Adventurers who worked with their guild might be interested. Gale's eyes lit up with hope. But Gimli warned him that adventurers alone wouldn't be enough to fix his situation. First, he needed to move his stall somewhere else. She asked if he had tried to get a spot in one of the nicer districts. Gale said he was told those areas were already full. Gimli asked if it really looked that way to him. Gale admitted that he and Mora had passed by that part of town earlier, and there had definitely been space. Mora said she didn't see any open spots. Gimli smiled knowingly. Things were starting to make sense now. She explained that while Farmage wasn't a huge city, it was big enough that even powerful guilds from the capital had set up branches there. Then, she suddenly said they were going out. Mora asked where they were going. Gimli smiled again and said they were heading to the Smith's Guild. Mora was confused and asked why. At the start of Chapter 13, Gale wondered why they were visiting the Smith's Guild instead of the Merchants Guild, especially since the goal was to find him a better spot for his stall. Gimli explained that in Farmage, the balance of power was a bit unusual. The Merchants Guild didn't have much influence. The Smith's Guild, however, was the strongest. It had more people, more resources, and way more importance in this town. That's why Gale needed to properly introduce himself to them. Mora figured out that this meant the Merchants Guild basically answered to the Smith's Guild. Gimli praised her quick thinking, joking about her being a support mage. Then she explained that in a farming town, metal tools were in high demand. People needed smiths to build and fix things. The Smith's Guild had deep roots in Farmage, and they made tools tailored to the local environment. That's why they had so much power here. Gale asked if meeting the boss of the guild could get him a spot in a better part of town. Gimli said yes, but reminded him he'd better bring a good gift. Gale's eyes lit up. He had something ready: a cursed necklace and his prized weapon, a sword he called the Divide. When he took out the sword, people nearby were terrified. Gimli trembled, and Mora, annoyed, grabbed Gale by the hair and told him to stop causing a scene. Gimli asked what kind of sword it was. At that moment, Mora realized why Gimli had them buy a bunch of things from the market earlier. It was to bring suitable gifts. Mora offered to carry the presents herself and told Gale he only needed to be respectful and bow his head. Gale wasn't sure why. He thought any smith would immediately appreciate the quality of his sword. Mora pointed out that people inside the guild were literally hiding when they saw it. They were scared, not impressed. They entered the Smith's Guild and saw just how busy it was. Everyone inside was working hard, hammering metal and forging items. The place was loud and hot. Mora started to complain about the heat, while Gale's eyes sparkled. He was clearly fascinated by the sight of so much crafting happening at once. Mora asked if there was a service counter anywhere, but Gimli explained that even though it was called a guild, it was really just a giant forge where smiths worked. A man passed behind them, warning them as he moved through. Gale apologized, noticing how incredibly hot it was inside. He asked if they were just supposed to invite themselves in, but Gimli figured that yelling loud enough would get the boss to show up. Mora didn't love that plan, but she gave it a try. Her voice wasn't loud enough over the sound of metalwork, so Gimli decided to show her how it was done. She took a huge breath and shouted the name Sharana. Immediately, someone flung open a door and threw something at them. A loud explosion followed as a huge hammer came flying their way. A figure stepped out, grumbling about the noise. This was Sharana, the one they had called. She yelled at them, clearly annoyed by the interruption so early in the morning. Mora was shocked to see that Sharana was a dwarf, while Gale was surprised that Sharana was a woman. Gimli just laughed at both of their reactions. Sharana recognized Gimli and made a snide comment about her being a dark elf from a gloomy forest. Gimli shot back with her own insult, calling Sharana a cave-dwelling shut-in. They clearly had a long-standing rivalry. Mora quietly told Gale that elves and dwarves usually didn't get along, and she started to wonder if they had made a mistake coming here. But Gimli smiled and reassured them. She had brought them here for a reason and would support them all the way. She introduced Sharana as the guild master, although she also called her a bit of a thick-headed brute. Sharana greeted them properly, though she reacted to Gimli's insult with irritation. Gale stared at Sharana as she shook his hand. He noticed right away that her hands were large for her size, rough and covered in small cuts, signs of someone who had spent years working at a forge. Her arms were strong, and her skin had been darkened by the heat of the furnace. She was clearly a master of her craft. Mora called out to him, but Gale and Sharana were still locked in eye contact. They had silently recognized each other as fellow craftsmen, people who had both worked hard at their skills. They smiled at each other, understanding each other in a way words didn't need to explain. Gimli noticed their gaze and asked why they were staring at each other. Both Gale and Sharana denied it, saying she was making things sound weird. Mora frowned, while Gimli smirked, enjoying the awkward moment. Mora reminded everyone to get back to business, and Gimli laughed, already on the same page. Gimli introduced Gale as the new guy from the capital who wanted to set up a stall and was there to meet the guild's leader. Sharana, the guild master, wasn't impressed at first. She was already having a tough day. There was a serious shortage of materials, and she had been busy since early morning. She thought they were just wasting her time. But then she realized something important. If Gale just set up a stall wherever he wanted without going through the proper steps, it could create problems with the Merchants Guild. That could cause trouble. Sharana said it was good that they were doing things the right way by showing respect and checking in first. She made it clear the Smiths Guild wasn't trying to control the whole town, but because they handled so many repairs and were involved in people's daily lives, they'd naturally become deeply connected to the community over time. Unlike the capital where things were often thrown away, this town preferred to fix and reuse. And somehow, through all that, Sharana had ended up as one of the most important people in Farmich. Sharana sat down and asked for Gale's name. She warned him not to take everything Gimli said too seriously. According to her, Gimli had a big mouth and liked to exaggerate. Gimli joked back, pretending to be offended, while Sharana rolled her eyes and said she'd go ahead and write up the paperwork for Gale. Gale was grateful, and Mora cheered that they had succeeded. She and Gale celebrated with a high five. But Sharana told them not to get too excited yet. It wouldn't be that easy. She made it clear she wasn't doing favors for free. If they wanted official approval from her, she expected something in return. This wasn't a charity. If they scratched her back, she'd scratch theirs. When she mentioned sincerity, Gale and Mora were confused. Mora responded first by offering a bottle of strong liquor as a gift. Sharana liked that. Gale got excited and said he had something too, reaching for his sword. But Mora pushed him aside before he could pull it out, warning him not to turn this into a personal art show. She didn't think the sword was an appropriate gift in this situation. Gale insisted that Sharana would love it, but Mora wasn't having it. She even slapped him to stop him. Sharana was surprised at how often Mora slapped Gale, but suddenly she stopped talking. Her eyes went wide as she noticed Gale's bag. Sharana walked over and held the bag Gale was carrying. Gale was confused about what she was doing, but then Sharana pulled the bag open and saw the sword inside. Her excitement showed right away. Gimli, watching them, made a playful comment about how Gale and Sharana were clearly both crafting nerds and were now in their element. Sharana held up the sword and said it was incredible, definitely not an ordinary blade. She could tell just by looking at it. Gale was thrilled that she could recognize its value. He thanked her, calling her guild master, but Sharana told him to just call her Sharana. She didn't care much for fancy titles. Gale happily agreed and praised her skills. He felt deeply moved to finally meet someone who understood his work. A single tear rolled down his cheek. He cried out of joy. Sharana held the sword with pride. Mora cleared her throat loudly, clearly bothered by how close Gale and Sharana seemed to be getting. Gale asked if she had caught a cold. Mora said no. Gimli noticed Mora's mood and teased her about it, saying it was obvious what she was feeling. Mora snapped at her to shut up. Sharana noticed too and asked if Mora found the place too dusty, suggesting she could wait outside if it was bothering her. But Mora said that wasn't it. She pointed out how close Gale and Sharana were acting. Both Gale and Sharana were surprised and asked if it really seemed that way. With confidence, Gale said that Sharana absolutely deserved to be the leader of the Smiths Guild. He said he always believed the right people would eventually appreciate his work. Sharana explained that she was a forger herself, and she lifted the sword toward the furnace to get a better look. She guessed that the sword's base had come from a monster drop. That alone made it rare and valuable. Then she noticed it had added effects, blood-sucking abilities, enhanced slashing power, and dark elemental properties. She was seriously impressed. Gale smiled and said Sharana had a good eye, but there was actually more to the sword than even that. Sharana was intrigued and said, "Wait, don't tell me. I think I know." Sharana noticed how light the sword felt and guessed it had a lightweight enchantment on it. Mora saw her swinging it around and pointed it out, but not in a happy way. Gale explained that since Sharana was a craftsman, of course she'd want to test the sword. But Mora had meant something else. Sharana agreed with Gale, though. There was no way she could resist giving the sword a few swings. If it could slash enemies, absorb their blood, and keep healing the user's stamina during battle, that would make it perfect for someone fighting on the front lines. Even though it was the size of a great sword, it was light enough to swing with one hand. You could fight all day without getting tired. It wasn't just good for teams. Even a solo adventurer could survive a battle with a weapon like this. Gale added that the sword also had magic resistance and was made to be dustproof. But more than anything, he thought it looked super cool. Oh, and it was cursed too. Sharana smiled and said that magic resistance was really useful for people who couldn't use magic. And the dustproof part? That showed Gale really thought of everything. Proper maintenance is super important for weapons. But then she stopped and asked about the last thing Gale said. When he mentioned how cool the sword looked, she said that wasn't what she meant. She didn't exactly agree with his taste in design either, but that wasn't the issue. Then her eyes went wide. Suddenly, Sharana realized she couldn't let go of the sword. Her hand was stuck to it. Mora rolled her eyes, thinking here we go again. It was the cursed sword problem all over. Sharana yelled that she couldn't get her hand off. Gale seemed more concerned that she didn't like how the sword looked. He reminded her that she was a guild master. Sharana snapped at him, saying that wasn't the point at all. She changed her mind. This sword wasn't good after all. Mora told Sharana to calm down and asked Gale to remove the curse. Gale was annoyed and asked why she didn't like the sword. He thought it was awesome. Mora shouted at him for not taking this seriously. Gimli watched the chaos and laughed. Everyone else was in total panic trying to remove the sword from Sharana's hand. Gimli thought to herself, despite the curse, Sharana had only said good things about the sword. Gale clearly had skills. He might even be more than just a curse crafter. Eventually, Sharana was able to pull her hand free. She blew on it and muttered about what a mess this turned out to be. Mora apologized and reminded Sharana that she did warn Gale. Sharana disinfected her hand and said it was too late for apologies now. She told Gale that if the sword was cursed, that should have been the first thing he said. It was the most important detail. Gale didn't think it was a big deal since he could lift the curse anytime. But Sharana disagreed. Just because he could remove it didn't mean other people could. She asked if he thought the world revolved around him. Then she looked over at Gimli and asked what was up with these two. Handling them was exhausting. Gimli told her to calm down, saying she didn't think Gale had meant any harm. Sharana felt foolish for falling for the sword's features and picking up what she now called a tacky weapon. If this was how Gale wanted to run a stall, she wasn't going to allow it. Gale protested, saying that wasn't fair. Sharana tried their gifts too. Mora pointed out that she had bought the gift, and now Sharana had used it to disinfect her cursed hand. Sharana agreed. She said she couldn't enjoy the gift now. She was barely breaking even after this mess. If she wasn't such a nice person, she might have already called the town guards. Gale was hurt, especially since he had worked so hard on the sword. Sharana was frustrated and asked if he had ever heard of thinking about what the customer needed. Then she answered her own question. Clearly not. She said no way was she going to let him open a stall. If he started selling gear like that around town, it would be a disaster. She said he'd already sold stuff in the capital, and just giving him more chances might make things worse. Still, Sharana admitted to herself that Gale reminded her of a killer shark. You give him an inch, and he takes a mile. But she wasn't completely heartless. She turned to Gale and asked if he really wanted to run a stall that badly. Gale smugly replied yes. What did she think? Mora didn't let that go unchecked and pinched him from behind. Then Gale quickly bowed and begged Sharana to let him open a stall. Mora apologized again, saying that Gale was definitely a little unusual. But he had his good sides too. He was a really skilled curse dispeller, as Sharana had seen, and if you ignored his odd design style, his gear was actually very well made. Sharana said if Mora was willing to go that far for him, then maybe, but she still didn't see why they needed her help. If she was going to send a message of support to the Merchants Guild, that meant taking some responsibility. She asked Gale if he really understood that. Gale said yes. But Sharana wanted more than just words. She needed to see what kind of people they were. Mora asked what she wanted from them. They didn't have money. Sharona replied that she wasn't that petty. Who would ask a newbie for cash? But she did have a favor to ask. She asked Gale to guess what kind of favor someone would ask from an adventurer. There was a mine nearby, Doghell Mine. It was the only one close to Farmage. Sharona wanted to send them there to deal with a monster problem. But this wasn't a regular quest. Everyone who had gone in so far had disappeared. They didn't even know what kind of monsters were inside. The mission was to make the mine safe again. It was a AA ranked quest. Sharona looked at them and asked if they were willing to take it on. At the beginning of Chapter 14, inside the castle, Kara was confused by the report she'd just heard. At first, she thought a group of thugs pretending to be from the Empire had attacked her. But the truth was that it really was the Empire behind the attack. Vivian confirmed it with a grin. The Empire had finally managed to force the captured assassins to talk. There was no doubt now. Kara had a strange feeling that Vivian meant they literally forced the assassins to talk. The old man beside her agreed with her suspicions. He explained that the attempt on her life was connected to a power struggle inside the Empire. According to what he had learned, the attack was ordered by the Empire's crown prince, who had hired the assassins. The Emperor of the Empire had fallen ill, and now the first and second princes were in conflict. The crown prince was the son of a concubine, while the second prince was a legitimate heir. Kara asked what any of this had to do with her. Vivian reminded her that the king had chosen Kara to be the future bride of the second prince, as part of a political alliance between their two nations. Kara had never agreed to the marriage, but the old man, who served as her chamberlain, explained that it wasn't really up to her. The marriage arrangement had been made between two countries, so her personal feelings didn't change the agreement. Vivian explained that the people who tried to kill her were likely supporters of the crown prince. They saw the marriage as a threat. If the second prince married Kara, it could make him look stronger and hurt the crown prince's chances of gaining more power. So, the assassination attempt was probably meant to stop the marriage and create more chaos. If the truth came out and it damaged relations between their kingdoms, the crown prince wouldn't care. He'd probably even be happy about it. With the empire now torn between two heirs, Vivian said two things were likely to happen. First, the second prince would probably make a goodwill visit to Kara's kingdom to smooth things over. Second, the crown prince would probably send another assassin. Kara was shocked. More assassins? Vivian said they'd gotten the current group of attackers to confess, but there was still no solid proof tying the crown prince to the crime. If the empire denied involvement, there wouldn't be much their kingdom could do in response. They might file a protest, but they couldn't take serious action unless they were ready to go to war, and they weren't. Frustrated, Princess Kara slammed her hands down on the table. She declared that the marriage had to be canceled. She stood up, then threw herself onto her bed, hiding her face. Vivian reminded her that international agreements couldn't just be called off like that. Kara muttered that she hated everything, especially since she already had a perfectly fine engagement ring. Meanwhile, far from the castle, outside the Doghell mine near Farmage, Gale was trying to clarify the situation. He confirmed that he was a curse crafter. Mora, who was traveling with him, said she was a support mage. But Gimli, who was also there, told them she wasn't going to count herself in this. She wasn't actually part of their party. Gale pointed out that both he and Mora were rear guards, magic users who fought from the back lines, and Gimli wasn't joining them. So, shouldn't they get another team to handle this quest? Sharona cut in, reminding them they'd already discussed this. There was no other party. That's exactly why this quest had turned cold. Under normal circumstances, this job should have only been a B or C grade quest. But because no one had succeeded, the danger level had increased over time. Since they were already standing in front of the mine, Sharona told them to just suck it up and do the quest. Gale and Mora hesitated, pointing out that they had only just arrived in town. Gimli smiled and reminded Sharona that they both helped define how quests were ranked. When a job goes unfinished for too long, the danger rating rises. Sharona reminded Gimli that she had worked with her on those ranking rules and told her not to make it sound like she was the villain for enforcing them. Mora finally understood. Because the quest had gone on for so long without being completed, it had jumped all the way to AA rank. Gale asked if that meant it would go even higher if they messed it up. Gimli chuckled and said it could reach S rank. Mora didn't think that was funny at all. Gimli went on to say that a lot of adventurers had gone missing recently. Mora guessed that this mine must be the reason. They all looked toward the cave entrance. Mora could hear faint sounds, probably just the wind, but she was sure there were dangerous monsters inside. Both she and Gale shivered. They were getting nervous. Sharona snapped at them, asking why they were acting scared. If they were really adventurers, then they should be charging into that mine and getting the quest done already. If the mine stayed closed, the town would be forced to keep importing materials from other places. That wasn't sustainable. Gale pointed out the obvious. Every group that had entered the mine so far had never come back out. Mora noticed that the previous adventurers who took this quest had all been killed. The reward for completing the quest was only 10 gold coins, which seemed way too low for something this dangerous. Sharana explained that the quest had started out as a simple one for low-level adventurers. That's why the reward hadn't changed. Mora now understood why no one local wanted to take it on. Gale said he couldn't go through with the mission unless they had someone strong to fight on the front lines. Mora reminded him that he had defeated a powerful sorcerer and his army all by himself not long ago. But Gale replied that fighting undead was completely different, especially when they didn't even know what kind of monster they were dealing with. Sharana complained that people from the city were too soft. She suggested a solution. If they needed someone to take point in the party, she could do it herself. That would fix everything. Mora and Gale looked at her in surprise. Sharana didn't understand why they were so confused. She said she had already offered to guide them anyway. Gimli, standing nearby, agreed that Sharana had said so. But she pointed out that it was unusual for a client, the person giving the quest, to actually join the party and fight on the front lines. Still, she admitted it wasn't really a problem. Gale and Mora looked at her, unsure. Was it really not a problem? Sharana jumped in and said that everything was settled. She could handle herself just fine. She even flexed her arms to show them how strong she was. Mora admitted that Sharana definitely seemed strong. Gale still questioned if she was capable of taking a frontline role in a party. Sharana firmly said she was. This was her job now. Mora glanced around at the group and commented on how unbalanced their party was. They had a curse crafter, a support mage, and a blacksmith. It wasn't exactly a traditional adventuring team. But even with that strange mix, Mora didn't think they were doomed. They might not know what they were walking into, but with Gale's odd magical skills, they might just be able to manage. Sharana declared that it was time to start the quest. Mora agreed, saying they'd finish this quickly and then help Gale get his stall set up in a better part of town. Gale still wasn't feeling confident. This place didn't feel like a regular dungeon or crypt. As they entered the mine, Gimli waved at them, wishing them good luck. The group stepped inside. Almost immediately, Gale jumped at a strange sound echoing through the tunnel. He asked what it was. Mora muttered that she knew barging in without a proper plan was a bad idea. Sharana told them to relax. If there weren't any monsters nearby, this mine was basically like her backyard. Gale asked if she was serious. Sharana explained that the miners had dug several ventilation holes. When the wind blew through them, it made a howling sound, like a dog. That's how the place got its name, Dog Howl Mine. She pointed out some of the stones they could mine there and tossed a sample to Mora. Mora caught it and admired it. Sharana said it was iron, but they could also sometimes find lead or even mithril. She told them to look around and take in the view. This was a high-quality mine. Mora and Gale looked around, impressed. There were many glittering stones embedded in the walls. The whole place seemed rich and full of potential. Sharana explained that she had set up her shop nearby because of this mountain. It was a really important place to her. So she asked them to stop acting so nervous. Mora nodded and said she understood now. She apologized to Sharana. This wasn't a creepy tomb after all. There were no undead around. No reason to be scared. Just then, she bumped into something. Confused, Mora turned to see what it was, and came face to face with something strange. A face. She screamed and shouted that something was there, an undead creature. Sharana didn't believe it. She looked around and said she didn't see anything. No monsters in sight. Gale got excited and asked where the undead was. Sharana was confused by his reaction. Why was he so thrilled? Gale explained that if there was an undead here, it might be a really special one. Then they all turned to look more closely at what Mora had seen. It wasn't a living creature at all. It was just a statue. Sharana observed that it was incredibly detailed. The stonework was so fine, it almost looked like the figure was alive. Sharana was impressed by the statue. She called Gale over to see it, and he was just as amazed. He admired the craftsmanship, saying it was a real piece of art. Mora rolled her eyes at the two of them, thinking they were acting like nerds obsessed with crafting. Sharana kept wondering what kind of skilled artist could have made something like this. As Mora turned to explore further, she came across another door. When she opened it, she was shocked by what she saw inside. She called out urgently to the others. But Sharana and Gale were still too focused on admiring the statue. Gale mentioned that he didn't get to see this kind of artistry very often. Not wanting to waste any more time, Mora grabbed both of them and dragged them over to see what she had found. When Sharana looked inside the room, she was stunned. The entire space was filled with statues, dozens of them. They weren't just random shapes either. They looked like real people frozen in place. Sharana pointed out how strange it was, and Gale noted that each statue looked different, like they were individuals. Mora immediately realized something was very wrong. This wasn't just strange, it was dangerous. She suspected they were in serious trouble. Sharona stepped closer to examine one of the statues. She was shocked. She recognized the face of one of the figures. Gale and Mora asked her what she meant. Sharona confirmed that she wasn't guessing. She truly knew some of these people. She recognized several of the statues. They were adventurers from the nearby town of Farmich. The people who had gone missing, they were right here, turned to stone. The group realized with horror that these weren't sculptures. They were real people who had been petrified. That's why the detail on them was so lifelike. It was chilling. Sharona couldn't believe it. What could do something like this? Gale had an answer. It had to be a monster. They all understood the danger now. Mora quickly took charge and ordered everyone to stay alert. She decided to scout out the exit and told Gale and Sharona to cover the front and side paths. Gale was deeply uncomfortable. There were only a few monsters known to turn living people into stone. All of them were extremely dangerous, ranked A or higher. He and Mora discussed the possibilities. It might have been a basilisk or a gorgon, but then something didn't fit. There was no smell like a chicken coop, but there were large feathers scattered around, and the petrification was definitely magical. Then it hit Gale. This wasn't just any monster, it was a cockatrice. Just as he realized this, a strange sound echoed through the cave. A loud boom followed, and then the monster appeared. It was a terrifying creature, part chicken, part snake. This was a cockatrice, a beast considered disaster class in many regions. Its body could deflect arrows and other projectiles. It had razor-sharp claws, poisonous attacks, and a deadly breath that could turn people to stone. Worse, it was fast and smart, capable of fighting with strategy, not just brute force. Mora realized too late, they were being attacked from behind. Their formation had been broken. The monster had slipped past them and was now coming from the rear. Their front and back positions had been reversed, and they were vulnerable. Gale saw Mora was in danger and shouted at her to get back. Without hesitation, he ran to protect her. As he charged forward, he came face to face with the cockatrice. Gale jumped at the cockatrice, holding sharp darts. The snake half of the creature lunged at him from behind. Gale quickly leapt backward and threw a dart, which exploded on contact and pierced the cockatrice's body. The blast stunned it for a moment. It had opened its beak, trying to peck at Gale, which made it an easy target for his attack. Sharona was surprised that Gale's dart had actually managed to get through the monster's tough skin. She was also shocked that the creature's natural resistance to paralysis wasn't working. Normally, a creature this powerful would have been immune. This cockatrice was on the level of a dungeon boss. But Gale made it clear that none of that mattered right now. They had to attack while it was vulnerable. He explained that the dart he used was a one-time weapon, with a curse that stunned and temporarily removed armor. It wouldn't last long. Sharona agreed and rushed in with her massive hammer. She charged the cockatrice and landed a series of powerful strikes midair. Mora counted the hits. Sharona had landed 5 consecutive blows. Gale was amazed at how Sharona smashed the monster's head. It flew off from the impact. Sharona celebrated briefly, thinking it was over, but it wasn't. The snake tail of the cockatrice suddenly reared up from below and opened its jaws wide. Before it could bite, Mora cast a spell. Magical energy surged around Sharona, strengthening her muscles. The spell was meant to act fast, giving her a quick boost in power, though it wouldn't last very long. Sharona was fine with that. She jammed her hammer vertically between the snake's jaws to force them apart, then reached inside. With all her strength, she pulled the snake's jaw open and ripped it downward, splitting the snake from mouth to body in one brutal motion. She laughed, satisfied with the win. Mora pointed out how close that had been. They were lucky the cockatrice had been moving more slowly than normal, thanks to Gale's cursed dart still taking effect. But she couldn't help but ask again, what was with Gale and his strange curses? Sharona agreed. It made no sense that a single-use curse item had worked so well on such a powerful monster. Gale explained that it was actually pretty simple. He had crafted the dart using a talisman made from the ashes of a ghost-like monster from the capital. The ghost had a skill that let it pass through walls, and he used that property to add a zero armor effect to his dart, along with a stun ability. Mora was completely confused. Sharona asked why passing through walls would equal zero armor, and what kind of ghost lived in the capital anyway. Gale tried to describe it. He said it looked like a skeleton in a black cloak. That made the girls pause. Mora asked if it had a scythe. Sharona added, maybe an old creepy lantern too? Gale's eyes lit up. That was it exactly, a huge skeleton with those things. He casually mentioned how he'd seen it coming through walls and crypts. That's when the girls lost it. They told him that was a Grim Reaper, a disaster-class monster. It was a legendary being, known as the Reaper of Souls, a literal demigod. They couldn't believe Gale had casually faced something like that. Gale said it wasn't a big deal. He just dispelled it and turned it into cursed gear. Mora stared at him in shock. She couldn't believe he had fought a demigod and used its remains to create weapons. That explained how his dart had worked so well against a boss monster like the cockatrice. Sharona looked at Gale in disbelief, wondering who he really was. Gale simply reminded her to be more careful next time. In a serious tone, he said that even one careless moment in battle could cost someone their life. That was something every adventurer on dangerous quests had to understand. Sharona admitted that she had come really close to dying in the last fight. Anyone would have dropped their guard in a moment like that, but she was determined it wouldn't happen again. As she said that, Mora suddenly realized something. She turned to look back at the cockatrice's body. With the monster defeated, Gale noted that Doghowl Mine was safe once again. That meant the dangerous AA ranked quest was now complete. They were all excited by the success. Gale wasted no time and hurried to collect feathers from the fallen cockatrice. They planned to let Gimli know about the rescued adventurers, but for now, the mine was clear and could be used again. Sharona agreed. The danger was definitely gone. It hadn't been an easy fight, but it was obvious that the cockatrice was the monster causing trouble. Now that it was taken down, the mine was safe. She looked at herself and realized that after everything, she'd pretty much become an adventurer too. Gale exhaled, worn out but satisfied. This was the first time he had ever seen a cockatrice as part of a quest. He wondered if any parts of it were edible. Mora didn't know, and honestly, she didn't care. She was more focused on taking proof back to complete the quest. She was surprised Gale even wanted to eat it, considering it was full of poison. Gale was a little shocked it was poisonous. It looked so much like a giant chicken. Mora agreed, but she was also curious why a creature like this would hide out in a mine. She asked Gale where to cut it open. That made Gale think. Mora had a point. This mine was kind of small for a monster that size. Maybe it had been using the place as a giant birdhouse. It was hard to tell what monsters were thinking. Gale sniffed the air and realized it did smell like a chicken coop, like old droppings or rotten eggs. Then, he heard a crack. He asked Mora if she had stepped on something. She had, and she looked down to find something strange under her foot. It was a broken eggshell. Gale leaned in to look. It was way too big to be a regular egg. Then he thought about chicken coops and what they were used for. Mora reminded him, there were hens lay eggs. That's when Sharona realized something horrible. They weren't just in a random hiding spot. This was the cockatrice's nesting ground. A high-pitched chirping sound filled the air. Then it got louder. From the shadows, a massive chick emerged, part bird, part snake, just like its parent. But it wasn't alone. More of them were coming. A whole group of baby cockatrices was heading toward them. Mora stared in horror, realizing that this entire place was the monster's nest. Sharona and Mora both yelled for Gale to run, but he hesitated. He wondered if this was like one of those cases where baby animals imprint on the first thing they see and then follow it around. Maybe they weren't attacking. Maybe they just saw him as their parent. Mora didn't believe that for a second. These little monsters looked like they wanted to eat him. She grabbed him and dragged him away just as the baby cockatrices rushed after them. Sharona shouted for everyone to run as fast as they could. If those things caught up to them, she wasn't going to be held responsible for what happened next. The three of them took off running, with a whole bunch of sharp-beaked, snake-tailed chicks chasing them down the mine tunnels. Mora suddenly realized that the tunnel ended in a dead end. There was nowhere else to go. Sharona figured this part of the mine must have been shut down a while ago, probably blocked off. Gale was nervous and asked what they were supposed to do now. Sharona knew they had only one choice left. She would take the lead and fight off the enemies while the others stayed behind her and kept her safe. The baby cockatrices were quickly closing in, and there wasn't much time. Sharona swung her hammer with full force and slammed one of the chicks, knocking it away. She hit another with a loud crash. Her hammer was strong enough to smash through solid rock. But looking at the group of chicks charging toward them, she realized something. The attacks didn't seem to bother them. They just kept coming. Even after seeing their siblings get smashed, the others didn't back down. Mora asked if Sharona could keep fighting a bit longer. Sharona said she could handle it for now, but Mora was starting to get really worried. These baby cockatrices might be young, but they were already bigger than an average person, and there were at least 100 of them. It didn't even make sense. How could one bird lay so many eggs? Then she remembered, cockatrices weren't just birds. They were part snake too, and snakes were known to have lots of offspring at once. That might explain it, but that wasn't even the worst part. These chicks were already as aggressive as their mother, and they were clearly starving. If they were fighting adult monsters, maybe taking down a few would scare the rest off. But these babies didn't care. They had no fear or hesitation. They just wanted to eat whatever was in front of them. Sharona kept counting as she fought. 1 down, 2, 3, 4. She was getting frustrated. They just kept coming. She even joked about it, asking them to stop, but knowing they wouldn't. Mora had finally finished her spell. She activated a powerful magic combination that flooded Sharona with energy. Unlike the earlier muscle boost spell that faded quickly, this one would keep getting stronger the more magic power she poured into it. Sharona could feel the difference right away. Her blows became much more powerful. Now she could knock a baby cockatrice out with a single strike. Mora added a speed boost on top of that. Then more buffs followed, increasing Sharona's strength, defense, and agility. Sharona felt like a one-woman army. Her hammer spun like a tornado, smashing anything that came near. With Mora's magic supporting her, she was a blur of motion, fast, strong, and nearly untouchable. But the chicks just kept coming. There were so many. Too many. Sharona was starting to get tired. Her body ached, and her mind felt overwhelmed. She admitted that she couldn't keep this up much longer, not physically and not mentally either. Mora was also exhausted and desperate. She turned to Gale, asking if he had anything left to use, some kind of curse, like he'd used before on those orcs. But Gale shook his head. He'd run out of those special tools a long time ago. And besides, those tricks wouldn't work here. Baby cockatrices were too different. They weren't orcs. They didn't have strong enough minds or spirits for curses to affect them. Sharona didn't understand, so Gale explained it like this. A curse is like showing someone a lemon to make their mouth water. It relies on them knowing what a lemon is. But these chicks were too young. They didn't understand fear, or pain, or illusion. Spirit-based curses only worked on monsters smart enough to feel afraid or be tricked. That meant all of Gale's usual methods were useless here. Unlike their earlier fights, his magic wouldn't help at all. The chirping sounds of the baby cockatrices were getting louder and louder. Sharona stood in front of the group, completely worn out from the fight. Mora, looking concerned, asked Gale if there was anything he could use on himself, something that might help them now, even if it wasn't meant for the enemy. Gale dug through his tool bag. Most of what he found in there were strange items he had crafted himself, things he originally made just for decoration, not actual battle. There was a cursed bandana, a creepy-looking darkness mask, and a pair of horns called the Horns of Lamentation. Gale was proud of his designs, but they weren't meant to be used seriously. Sharona, hearing all this, thought it sounded like they were doomed. But then Gale casually mentioned that the gear had some effects, like tripling defense, doubling agility, and giving resistance to fatigue and poison. Sharona's eyes lit up. That was exactly the kind of help they needed right now. Mora quickly created a magical barrier to hold off the baby cockatrices for a few more moments. Meanwhile, Sharona shoved Gale aside and grabbed the items from him. Gale warned her not to expect too much. The gear wasn't really combat grade. As Sharona held the bandana, she noticed the gross, bumpy texture of it. It looked like it had skin pores. Disgusted, but desperate, she convinced herself to wear it anyway. As soon as she put it on, the bandana's magic kicked in. Her body felt like all the exhaustion had just melted away. Gale then handed her the darkness mask, which could cancel out poison and help her see in pitch blackness. She looked around the mine and was shocked. There were even more baby cockatrices hiding deeper in the shadows. Mora was clearly grossed out by the weird mask, but she warned them that the barrier wouldn't hold for long. They needed to hurry. Then came the final piece of gear, the Horns of Lamentation. According to Gale, they doubled her agility and gave her 5 times her regular arm strength. Sharona was stunned by that number. But the moment she put them on, she could feel the insane power flowing through her hands and fingers. The barrier shattered. The chicks broke through and charged. Mora shouted out a warning. One was already right behind Sharona. But Sharona turned and, with her now superpowered hammer, crushed it in a single blow. The strike shook the whole mine. Even though Mora's support magic had worn off by then, Sharona was stronger than ever. Sharona couldn't believe what she was experiencing. She felt invincible. Overwhelmed by the power, she even came up with a new special move, Eternal Smash, and swung her hammer wildly, laughing like a maniac. Mora worried something might be wrong. She asked Gale if maybe the gear was messing with Sharona's mind. But Gale explained that what was happening wasn't a side effect. It was the result of combining the powers of all the cursed gear at once. When certain pieces of cursed equipment are used together, they create a reaction, like mixing chemicals. And that reaction can make the effects way more intense. In this case, the Horns of Lamentation and the Darkness Mask were totally compatible, which meant Sharona was feeling the full force of all that power at once. Mora compared it to a runner's high, where someone pushes themselves so hard that their brain floods with feel-good chemicals. Finally, after crushing the last of the baby cockatrices, Sharona slammed her hammer down one final time. Blood dripped from it, and her face was glowing from adrenaline and excitement. Gale stepped forward and quickly dispelled all the cursed gear she was wearing. Sharona took a deep breath and groaned with relief. The cursed items were finally off. She said that if she had gone back to their town, Farmage, looking like that, covered in creepy gear, she would have been super embarrassed. Gale was confused. Just moments ago, she had been praising all that gear. Sharona clarified. She liked what the gear did, not how it looked. Gale, checking over the equipment, sighed. The items were all pretty worn out now. Sharona teased him, saying that since she had worn them, their value probably just went up. People would pay premium for gear used by someone as pretty as her. Then, suddenly, her balance gave out. She collapsed flat onto the ground, confused and in pain. Her entire body was throbbing. She didn't understand. She thought the gear had cured her fatigue. Gale explained the truth. The gear didn't actually erase her tiredness. It just tricked her body into feeling fine. Now that the gear was off, the full cost of everything she'd done hit her all at once. She had fought an entire swarm of giant baby monsters with 5 times her normal strength and double her speed. No wonder her body was screaming. And it wasn't just the fatigue. While the gear had protected her from poison earlier, that protection was gone now. Any poison that had gotten into her wounds would start spreading like normal. Sharona groaned in disbelief. Mora thought to herself that it made sense. Not many people were crazy enough to use cursed gear willingly. And most people thought curse crafting was a useless job. But if gear like this could take down both an adult cockatrice and dozens of its babies, then it was actually incredibly valuable. Even if Gale didn't seem to realize it yet. Mora scolded Gale for not warning them more, but he just said the soreness would pass soon. Sharona just needed to rest. Sharona stretched out on the ground, completely done. Mora asked what happened to her big talk about being embarrassed. Sharona replied that she didn't even have the strength to care anymore. Mora agreed. Her own magic power was completely used up. It would take a while before she recovered. Gale admitted that he'd used up a lot of his resources too. Then Sharona said it. This time, they were sure of it. The danger was over. Mora looked around and agreed. They had done it. Doghowl was safe again, and the dangerous AA-class quest was finally complete. But she admitted to herself that if she had known this place was actually a cockatrice nest, she never would have come anywhere near it. Gale felt the same way. If he could have predicted this kind of chaos, he would have just stayed at his stall and sold his wares in peace. Sharona laughed along with them. If she had known what they were getting into, there was no way she would have agreed to join this mission in the first place. But just as they started to relax, something hit Gale. Something was still off. He remembered that strange feeling he had earlier, the weird vibe he got when he first saw that giant eggshell. He realized there was something else, something worse. Then, heavy footsteps echoed through the mine. The ground trembled. Something big was approaching. It was a rooster, but not just any rooster. This one was massive, even larger than the first cockatrice. It was stomping toward them, its eyes locked on the intruders. Gale suddenly understood what was happening. The cockatrice they had already defeated must have been the hen. And now, this one, the enormous rooster, was the mate. That meant they hadn't just cleared out a nest. They had destroyed its home and killed its babies. No wonder this creature was furious. Sharona stared in disbelief. This rooster was way bigger than the first one. And now, it was charging straight at them. The battle wasn't over. This was round 3. Mora could hardly believe it. After everything they had just gone through, now this? Sharona tightened her grip on her hammer. She was angry too, exhausted but unwilling to back down. She reminded the others that just because they were tired didn't mean the enemy was going to go easy on them. The walls of the mine trembled under the force of the rooster's steps. Bits of rock crumbled to the ground. Sharona realized something. The rooster had just come back to its nest, probably bringing food for its young, only to find the nest destroyed and the chicks dead. That would make anyone furious. The rooster let out a loud, echoing crow. Sharona glared at it. She didn't care how angry it was. This mine was guild territory, not some chicken's nest. It had no right to take over their space. Suddenly, the rooster reared its head back and let out a strange cloud of smoke. Gale saw it and froze. Something about that mist set off every alarm in his brain. A bad feeling hit him like a punch. He sprinted forward, realizing what was about to happen. He yelled for Sharona to move. Just in time, he managed to tackle her to the ground. The mist passed over them. Everything it touched, rocks, dirt, and old tools, crackled and turned to solid stone. Gale recognized it now. He'd heard rumors, but never seen it in real life. This was the petrifying breath of a cockatrice. That's how all those other adventurers had failed. That one move alone could wipe out entire parties if they weren't ready for it. And then it happened again. The rooster puffed out a second wave of that deadly mist. The group scrambled to run from it. Mora, watching everything, noticed something. The rooster's breath didn't go very far. It had a short range, and there seemed to be a delay between each blast, like the creature had to recharge. But the bad news was that they were trapped in a dead end. They were deep inside a mine, and there wasn't a lot of room to move. They couldn't just run away. While Sharona and Gale tried to distract the massive creature and dodge its attacks, Mora knew she had to come up with a plan, fast. Then, she saw them racing toward her at full speed. They had made a sharp turn and were heading back in her direction. She braced herself for whatever came next. Mora was surprised that the rooster monster had chased them all the way to where they were. Gale had kind of expected it, so he wasn't too shocked. Behind the rooster, a huge snake tried to reach them. Suddenly, something hit them and they were all thrown back, crashing onto the floor. The rooster then closed its eyes. The three of them stared at it, realizing they had no more rocks to hide behind. They needed a shield, but there wasn't one in sight. Sharona's hammer had been blown away, and the minecart nearby had been completely crushed. Sharona said she had a shield. Gale and Mora didn't understand what she meant. Then, Sharona opened her arms wide and told them to take cover behind her. She reminded them that she said she would fight at the front while they supported her. It was now their turn to step up. But just then, Gale noticed that Sharona was starting to turn into stone. He reached out to grab her. A cracking sound echoed around them. Gale was shocked. Sharona smiled. Even though she was turning to stone, she couldn't bring herself to let Gale get hurt. She told him to use her as a shield, get Mora out, and survive. She said she wanted them all to stay together. Before she completely turned into stone, she asked Gale for one last favor. To take care of everyone at the guild for her, especially Gimli, who was doing a great job as an elf. She had never said that to her face before. Suddenly, Gale shouted for her to wait a second. Something happened. He used a dispel magic spell. A bright light shone around them. Sharona's stone body slowly turned back to normal. She looked at her hands, totally confused. Gale explained that when he touched her during the petrification, he had a feeling he could break the curse. So he tried, and luckily, the spell worked. Mora and Sharona were too shocked to say anything. Gale went on to explain that he had thought the cockatrice's breath was poison, but it worked more like a gorgon's curse. A gorgon is a female monster with snakes for hair. If you look into her eyes, you get cursed and turn to stone. Gale realized that maybe his magic could be used against more types of monsters than he thought, even animal ones like the cockatrice. Sharona pointed at the rooster monster. It looked exhausted, with its red comb drooping. Its petrifying breath must have taken a lot out of it. Mora pointed out that now that Gale could undo the petrification, the cockatrice's biggest threat was useless. The situation had completely flipped in their favor. Mora had just enough magic to power up one last spell, so she used it to boost Sharona's strength. Sharona got ready to fight. Mora told her to hold off the snake while Gale attacked the rooster. They all moved quickly. The snake hissed and attacked, but Sharona ran straight into its mouth and held it off like she was told. Meanwhile, Gale got into position to go after the rooster. Sharona said the surprise attack plan was clever and that the rooster never expected its best weapon to be useless now. Gale dashed in from behind. Sharona told him not to hold anything back. He moved in close to the rooster and got ready. He cast every curse spell he had: poison, petrify, confusion, zero armor, blood drain, pain, binding, and hoped at least one of them would work. He called it a clearance sale of curses. As the magic hit, Mora ran to Sharona. Gale jumped out just before a huge explosion went off. He said the rooster could keep the change, joking about the massive attack. Tons of skulls burst out and buried the cockatrice. The whole area was filled with them. Mora asked if Gale had actually used every curse spell. Gale said yes. He had no idea which ones would work on a boss monster, so he just used them all. Then, by the pile of skulls, a bright light began to shine. Mora was frustrated. She thought Gale had gone way too far by launching all his curse spells. If he kept doing stuff like that, she joked, the entire world might just fall apart. Gale found her reaction funny and laughed it off, saying she was exaggerating. But then, rays of light started shining from underneath the pile of skulls left from the attack. Sharona was alarmed. She remembered telling Gale not to hold back, but now she realized this had gone way too far. A bright flash lit up in front of them, and then a massive explosion ripped through the area. The blast was so strong, all three of them were thrown through the air. Sharona yelled in frustration. Blood splashed everywhere from the exploded cockatrice, soaking all of them. Its insides were scattered across the ground. Everything was a mess. Sharona called out to Mora, checking if she was okay. Mora replied that she was, just barely. She felt filthy, covered in blood and dirt. Her cloak was ruined, and she knew it would be impossible to clean. She asked where Gale was. Sharona pointed to where he had landed, sprawled out on the ground. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Gale blinked and looked around, realizing the place was starting to collapse. Rocks were falling. The girls confirmed his fear and blamed him for it. The three of them took off running toward the entrance. As they sprinted, the cave around them started crumbling. They passed the room with the stone statues and kept going. Larger rocks were falling now, some even covering the entrance. But just in time, they managed to get out of the collapsing mine. Once outside, Mora and Gale dropped to the ground, breathing hard, relieved they were alive. But that didn't last long. Suddenly, they were both smacked on the head. Sharona stood over them, furious. She couldn't believe what had just happened. They were supposed to take out monsters, not destroy the entire mine. She scolded them hard, asking who told them to bring down a mountain. Gale tried to defend their actions. He said it should still count as completing the quest. After all, they did defeat all the monsters. Mora agreed. She figured they were definitely owed some kind of reward now. Sharona was shaking with anger. A reward? She said they should be the ones paying her. She reminded them how she had to shield them from the cockatrice's breath and how she lost her hammer. The mine was destroyed, and she had no idea how she was supposed to explain this to anyone. Gale tried to make a deal. He reminded her about the stall spot he wanted in the Merchants Guild. She had promised to help him with that. After everything they'd gone through, it didn't seem fair for her to back out now. But Sharona reminded him that she had taken the biggest risks. She had stood right in the blast zone, shielding them. She yelled at them to stop talking. She started ranting again. What was she even going to tell the merchants? Hey, here's the guy who blew up the local mine with his curses? It was ridiculous. She was in full armor, lost her hammer, and the whole place was a disaster. She said this had to be the worst day of her life. Gale shrugged it off, teasing her again. But Sharona shouted at him to shut up. Then, from a distance, a hand rose from the ground. Someone was crawling out from the rubble, coughing. She said she really thought she wasn't going to make it. She had been following Gale from afar, curious about the strange items he made. But she admitted that what she saw today was way more than she could ever have predicted. She had hoped to observe him safely from the shadows. But when Gale destroyed the whole mine, she realized there was no way to avoid that kind of power. Still, she admitted something important. His cursed items weren't just random tools. Each one was powerful enough to be considered an artifact. Now, after seeing it with her own eyes, she understood what Gale really was. Later on, they returned to the mine. Gale walked up to the statue of a man, the very first one they had seen when they entered the place. He began chanting his dispel magic. The stone began to crack and break apart. Slowly, the petrification lifted, and the man was free again. Next, they moved on to another statue, a woman who had looked especially joyful, as if she had been about to see someone she cared about. As the curse was removed, she came back to life. It was Penelope. The moment she was free, she spotted someone nearby and ran to him. Charlie was stunned to see her. She had gone missing, and he'd been worried sick. But somehow, thanks to the adventurers, she had been found and brought back. Penelope hugged him tightly, crying in relief and joy. Sharona watched from the side, raising an eyebrow and making a snarky comment about how intense their reunion was, almost like it was hotter than the forge she used to work in. Mora, meanwhile, reminded everyone that their job wasn't done yet. They still had to restore the rest of the mine and rescue the other people who had been turned into stone. Charlie thanked the group, overwhelmed with emotion. He said that if he and Penelope made it through this alive, he had promised to marry her. Now, it looked like that promise could come true. Gale reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He offered it to the couple as a gift, no repayment needed. They stared at him, surprised and unsure of what to say. He simply asked if they could stop by his merchant stall sometime. Before he could say more, Sharona jumped in, scolding him for giving out cursed items as gifts during emotional moments like that. Mora added that whether it was free or not didn't matter. Those items always had strange effects. Despite their reactions, Charlie and Penelope didn't seem bothered. In fact, they just kept smiling, holding each other close. Back at the Travelers Guild, Gimli excitedly called out a welcome as the door opened, until she saw it was just Sharona. Her face immediately dropped with disappointment. Sharona noticed the reaction and sat down at the front desk, commenting on how empty the place always was. Gimli, clearly annoyed, asked if Sharona came to pick a fight again. But Sharona just grinned, saying if Gimli wanted one, she should just say so. Gimli grabbed a dart from the counter and asked what the strange object was. Sharona told her to go ahead and inspect it. Once Gimli took a closer look, she was stunned. It wasn't just any weapon. It was an artifact-level item. Sharona nodded knowingly. It was real, no doubt about it. At first, Gimli had thought it was some kind of joke, but now she realized it wasn't. Sharona explained that Gale had made it. He was giving away gear like this as if it was nothing, like he was holding a clearance sale. She didn't understand what was up with him. Gimli smiled and shared what she'd heard. That Gale was a wandering adventurer from the capital, possibly once part of a top-level S-rank party. Sharona just stared at her, stunned. She gritted her teeth in disbelief. wondering aloud why someone like that would wander into a small, sleepy town like theirs. Then she changed the subject, saying that all the adventurers who had been turned to stone in the mine by the cockatrice were now restored. Even the priests had given up trying to cure that curse, but somehow Gale had managed it. Gimli asked about the curse, and Sharona explained further. Even she had been petrified by the cockatrice's breath. Yet here she was, alive and well. As the mine reopened, they kept finding more stone statues of adventurers deeper inside. Unfortunately, some didn't survive. The cockatrice had already partially eaten them. But the ones Gale saved were recovering in the town church's infirmary. Because of this, the local church was in a state of panic. They didn't know what to make of Gale's powers. Sharona said she had tried to calm things down for now, but she had to admit, Gale's ability to remove curses was off the charts. Gimli became more curious. She asked Sharona about those dispelling skills, and Sharona told her just how wild they really were. Gale had figured out that the cockatrice's petrification was a kind of curse, not poison. Once he realized that, he cured the entire group. No medicine or church help needed. Sharona rubbed her head, then asked Gimli if she still seriously believed that Gale was just some random wanderer. Gimli laughed. Whether wanderer or not, Gale was still a new member of the guild. But after saving all those adventurers and helping with some long-stalled quests, she admitted that she might need to file for a rank promotion on his behalf, even if he was working solo. Sharona teased her for being sneaky as usual. Gimli replied with a sly grin, saying she didn't need advice from a fox like Sharona. Then she turned the question back. What was Sharona doing for Gale? Sharona thought for a moment before admitting that she had let him join the Smith's Guild. She said his sense of design was questionable, but his skills were the real deal. Gimli completely agreed. And that was fine. There was no rule stopping someone from being in more than one guild at the same time. They both smiled slightly at each other, then quickly looked away. Sharona suddenly stood up and said she had to leave. Gimli replied that she wasn't fooling anyone. Sharona told her to be quiet. Meanwhile, back at the mine, Gale sneezed loudly. Mora, nearby, scolded him for not turning away first. Gale apologized, saying the mine was still dusty. He added that Sharona was being really rough on her workers, but if this made them even, then maybe it was worth it. Mora commented that he was too optimistic. She pointed out that everything happening now was because of all the curses Gale had launched at once. She said she couldn't even tell if he was a heroic adventurer saving lives or a disaster waiting to happen as she playfully squished his cheeks. Not far away, the miners were busy again, filling carts with stones. The mine was back in operation. Mora then asked if it was true that Gale had joined the Smith's Guild. He confirmed it and showed her both his guild tags, one for the Smith's Guild and one for the Adventurers Guild. Sharona had helped him out with his market stall in exchange for him joining. Mora was surprised. The Smith's Guild was known for being full of serious craftsmen. They rarely let just any adventurer join, and they usually hired outside help from mining instead. She asked what Gale was doing for them. Gale replied that they weren't really making him do anything. They had just given him a corner of the guild to make his cursed gear in. Mora raised her eyebrows and wondered if that meant they had fully accepted him as one of their own. Gale started thinking about Sharona. No matter what he created, she always had something negative to say about it. It was starting to get on his nerves. She didn't like that he kept making cursed swords and dangerous artifacts. So, Gale assumed she wanted something more practical, maybe even decorative items. With that in mind, he had started working on those kinds of things. He showed one of his new creations to Mora. It was a vase made from a bleached skull, turned upside down, with flowers sticking out of it. Mora was totally grossed out. To her, it looked like something no one should be carrying around in public. Gale insisted it wasn't just a random idea. It had taken him an entire day to finish. Not because flipping a skull upside down was hard, but because he spent hours polishing it and making sure the colors had a nice sheen. Mora told him not to go around polishing someone's old skull like that, and guessed he probably added some kind of crazy effect to it. Gale claimed it didn't have any wild effects. He was focused on design this time. Still, if someone placed the vase in a room, it would automatically give them constant magic recovery. And if they used it as a cup, it would even grant high-speed healing. Mora was stunned. That kind of item was something mages would desperately want. A mage's survival often depends on how quickly they can recover their magic power. Normally, they have to use potions that taste terrible or meditate in the dark for long hours to regain their energy. But with Gale's vase, all they had to do was keep it nearby. Gale didn't think it was such a big deal. After all, anyone can recover magic by resting, right? But Mora shook her head in frustration. Magic recovery wasn't that easy. Just like physical strength, it depended on a person's diet, sleep, and even how much alcohol or sweets they consumed. It could slow down if they got sick or if their body wasn't in good condition. That's why mages were usually very strict with their lifestyle. The idea that something as simple as a vase could replace all that effort seemed almost unfair. Mora imagined what it would be like to actually put that creepy skull vase in her room. She realized she could never do it. No wonder Sharona was always scolding Gale. Just then, Sharona showed up, clearly annoyed. She warned them not to be so loud, or they'd risk another cave-in. When she asked what was going on, Gale explained that Mora had gotten upset after seeing his latest creation. Sharona took one look at the skull vase and immediately told Gale she'd kick him out of town if he ever tried selling that thing. Gale reminded her that she told him to go wild with his ideas, but Sharona snapped back that she never told him to make creepy junk like that. What she wanted were useful tools that everyone could benefit from. To change the subject, Sharona handed him something large. It was the head of the cockatrice they had defeated. She told Gale to take it to Gimli's place because she would pay for it. They had just dug up the body too, so it was a good time to make some money off the materials. Gale asked if she was sure, since she was the one who had taken down most of the monsters. But Sharona admitted she only beat the first one and all the smaller ones. The big final cockatrice? That was all Gale. She told him to split the payment with Mora. Gale paused for a moment, caught off guard by the gesture. Sharona laughed and teased him not to start catching feelings for her now. Then Gale remembered something. He still hadn't received any kind of reward from Sharona for everything he did. Sharona brushed it off, saying a simple thank you should be enough. But Gale reminded her that he only took on the quest in the first place because she promised to help him set up a market stall. Sharona admitted she wasn't trying to get out of it, but explained that they were all pretty busy trying to rebuild the mine after the chaos that had happened there. Once everything was finished, Gale was told he could name the setup anything he wanted: a market stall, a rental space, even a full-on shop building. Gale immediately said he wanted a real building. That seemed a bit greedy, but before going any further, Sharona said there was something she wanted to show him. In front of them was a large cart with a heavy cover on it. When Gale looked underneath, he saw the organ that produced the cockatrice's petrifying breath, the very thing inside the monster that created the stone-turning mist. Sharona reminded him that he had said it himself. This breath was like a curse, similar to the deadly gaze of a gorgon. Since he had managed to reverse the petrification effect on both the adventurers and Sharona, he believed that proved it really was curse-based. Sharona confirmed that it was his now. She figured he'd like something like that, and suggested he might want to make some items using it. Gale hesitated, thinking the organ might sell for a lot of money, but Sharona insisted he could have it. However, there was one catch. She mentioned that giving it away for free might not be the best idea. She planned to teach him a little lesson in supply and demand. Meanwhile, far away from the town of Farmage, word of Gale's strange and powerful cursed gear was spreading, so much so that even the capital had taken notice. Deep beneath the imperial palace, in the dark vaults beneath the emperor's throne, a voice rang out in disbelief over what they had learned. A young woman knelt on the ground, confirming that yes, it was true. Someone out there had created an artifact. But the prince standing before her, Prince Virial, was furious. He wasn't interested in excuses. Grabbing the young woman, Liznette, by the jaw, he made it clear that he didn't believe her. She was, after all, merely the leader of the empire's assassins, while he was the crown prince. He yanked her by the hair, dragging her across the room as he scolded her. After all the promises she had made and all the confidence she had shown in her team, the operation had failed. This, he said, was what he got for trusting her group of killers. He stopped in front of a chest, an ancient and cursed treasure box. It was called the Heart of the Devil. Inside was something terrible, the core remains of a demon king who once terrorized the world. Even just being near it released a horrible energy. Liznette trembled at the poisonous aura leaking from it. The prince explained that this artifact could suck the life out of anyone, and right now, it seemed to enjoy feeding off people like her, weak and useless. He shoved her face toward the chest and asked if she knew why she had been called to that secret chamber. She didn't. She begged him to stop. He laughed, pointing out how no one would ever willingly step into a cursed vault like this, making it the perfect place for a private talk. He whispered that the cursed object inside could kill an ordinary warrior with just one touch. Liznette pleaded for her life again. Finally, the prince closed the box and released her, leaving her crumpled on the floor. But he still demanded an explanation, everything, in full detail. Liznette told him what happened. The mission had gone smoothly at first. Their spies had paved the way, and the elite assassins had been deployed. But everything fell apart during the final stage. Their target, Princess Kara, had something with her, an artifact Liznette had already described once before. Every single assassination technique used against her had failed. The attacks bounced off as if she had some kind of defense. The prince was stunned. Was Liznette seriously suggesting that this helpless princess had managed to survive every hit? He couldn't believe it. But Liznet insisted it was true. Kara had resistance to instant death effects, and the artifact she carried granted her several other defensive abilities as well. It was a strange reality, but the only explanation that made sense after losing so many assassins. This revelation hinted at a much bigger problem. The prince realized that this meant the artifact was new, unknown, and possibly part of the kingdom's growing strength. In the world of politics and war, artifacts were more than just powerful objects. They were tools that could tip the balance of power between nations. Knowing where each artifact was, and who controlled it, was essential. Somehow, this one had escaped the Empire's intelligence networks. That was bad. Very bad. And this couldn't be the only one. Liznet confirmed that. No, there was more. The prince cursed the situation. The kingdom already had him on edge, and now this? Worse still, it looked like his rival, his own younger half-brother, Cardes, was planning to marry Princess Kara. Virial hated the idea. If Cardes got his hands on this kind of power, it could change everything. Virial, the first and more powerful prince, would be outshined. He couldn't let that happen. He muttered a curse on Kara. Where in the world had she found those artifacts? Liznet then added something else. They had recently discovered a new lead. This particular artifact had apparently been obtained through a young man, someone who was running a store, from a simple market stall. In a corner of a busy tavern in the capital, the kind of place where adventurers like to gather, someone shouted in disbelief that Gale was in Farmage. It seemed unbelievable that he'd have the guts to go that far. One of the others warned him to keep his voice down, pointing out that people might overhear and act on the information. They continued their conversation quietly. The rumor they'd heard came from the coachman outside the city gates. Someone guessed that maybe Gale had snuck onto a stagecoach. One of them called over the waitress, annoyed at how slow the drink refills were. She came to the table, and he demanded more ale, this time, by the barrel. The poor waitress apologized and hurried to get it. Someone at the table said maybe it was time for him to stop drinking for the night. Another changed the subject back to the story. Apparently, there was a stagecoach headed to Farmage that had been attacked by a bunch of orcs. According to the rumor, Gale had taken them all out. It seemed he'd had help from someone skilled. That sounded impossible to one of them. If Gale, a guy known for doing rear-line support, could defeat orcs, then why even have a front line or back line in a party anymore? But they were told to let the story finish. The tale went that Gale used a weird, ugly dagger to wipe out the orcs, probably a cursed weapon. That definitely sounded like Gale's kind of thing. Still, the man couldn't believe it. Orcs were tough even for them. There was no way Gale could pull that off. It had to be someone else. Others at the table chimed in with more details. Someone had actually seen Gale, or at least someone who looked exactly like him, running a stall. He had been selling creepy cursed items at really low prices in the outdoor market. And for some strange reason, the royal guards had ended up confiscating everything he was selling. That made everyone laugh. Of course, Gale's stuff would either be junk or cursed in a way that freaked people out. Still, apparently he had made some decent money from it. More people added to the story. Gale had been spotted staying at a nice inn and wearing new clothes, far from his usual scrappy self. That meant he had enough money to pay for his stagecoach ride, at least. And if the royal guard was searching high and low for him and still couldn't find him, maybe he really had made a clean escape. If all the rumors were true, it sounded like Gale had taken his earnings and moved away from the capital. Knowing how stubbornly hopeful he could be, he probably thought he could open a real cursed goods shop somewhere. He'd always been obsessed with making weird and creepy things, and now he had enough stock to start a business. Everyone at the table started to agree. Another person confirmed that someone looking like Gale had even filed paperwork with the Merchants Guild to start a market stall. When she asked about it and showed the mission contract she had received from Princess Kara, the guild leader gave in, despite grumbling about privacy, and told her the man hadn't been seen recently. So Gale had probably moved on. The group figured it all made sense. Gale had tested out running a stall, gained experience, and then moved his cursed item business elsewhere. Whether anyone actually liked his weird creations or not, Gale would definitely open a cursed shop if he had the money to do it. As one of them looked down and realized his mug was empty, he complained again about how slow the service was and shouted for his ale, saying it was all being paid for by Princess Kara anyway. Then, without warning, a large shadow appeared beside them. It was the waitress. She was carrying 2 massive barrels, one in each hand. Just as the man was about to complain again, ready to say he wanted to drink as much as he could tonight, he turned and saw her standing there. The waitress slammed the barrels down onto the table with a heavy thud, clearly being sarcastic as she thanked Kush for waiting. Kush wasn't happy about it, complaining about how customers should be treated better, but she just pointed out that these were the barrels he had asked for. Norris noticed how strong the waitress must be. Just one of those barrels would be super heavy. The group quickly returned to their main discussion, trying to figure out where Gale could be hiding. What they didn't realize was that the waitress had been secretly listening to them. Another server quietly whispered to her, praising her good work. She wasn't just a waitress. She was Lady Liznette. Liznette already knew that this group was being watched. Her job now was to gather information. Still, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why, of all places, did she have to take on a part-time job in such a shabby tavern in the kingdom? Her fellow spy agreed it was frustrating, but asked if they were sure this was the right group to follow. Liznette answered that it almost certainly was. Based on their intel, these people were just as mean and grumpy as expected. What bothered Liznette most was that Princess Kara had actually chosen to hire them. The conversation they overheard confirmed it. They were talking about farmage, and the name Gale came up too. According to the information Liznette had gathered, this was an S-rank party called the Wolf Pack. Their mission was to find a man named Gale Hamilton. Apparently, Princess Kara was absolutely desperate to locate him. Rumor had it that he was the one who created that powerful artifact everyone was talking about. One of the other spies found it hard to believe. An artifact creator running from an elite S-rank team? Who was this guy, really? Liznette admitted she didn't know much, but what she could tell was that he was clever. She learned that Gale used to be a member of that same S-rank team, but now he had completely disappeared. There were no real clues about him, just gossip about how bad his designs looked and other random trivia. Liznette was convinced all that nonsense was meant to mislead people and hide Gale's true identity as the artifact's creator. To her, Gale was like a ghost. She couldn't even figure out what he had been doing before all of this. The thought of being tricked like this made her feel sick. Even so, the information they were collecting about the Wolfpack team might still lead somewhere useful. If they could get even the smallest clue about where Gale was, it would be worth listening to the party's rambling. Once the Wolfpack started moving, Liznette's group would follow. They planned to track them and take Gale the moment he was found. Her team was also helping out with their limited budget, scraping together whatever resources they could. Inside, Liznette was burning with anger. She cursed Gale Hamilton with all her heart. Meanwhile, deep within the Smith's Guild, the sound of metal clashing echoed loudly through the workshop. Mora stood watching Gale as he hammered away at a project. Gale was thinking about whether it was time to tell her something important. He turned to her and said he was thankful for the help she gave him during the Doghowl Mine quest. That mission had nothing to do with her, but he had gotten her involved anyway. He was really grateful. Having her around made him feel more confident. Mora's face turned red with embarrassment. In her mind, it was like being hit with a sudden emotional fastball. Gale reached out and shook her hand, and Mora tried to sound confident. She reminded him that she was one of the capital's top 5 support mages. There wasn't anyone she couldn't help. That had been her job, at least until Gale got his own shop in a better part of town. Gale agreed with her, saying that thanks to her help, his dream of running a proper store was finally coming true. Mora blushed even more and, with a shy smile, suggested that maybe she could keep supporting him going forward too. Just then, Gale suddenly sneezed. Mora scolded him, reminding him to turn his face away when sneezing. Gale apologized and said he had no idea why he was sneezing so much. Maybe people were spreading rumors about him? Sharana entered the workshop and said the sneezing was probably because of mine dust getting into his nose. Gale was surprised and happy to see Sharana. He said the workshop she had lent him had been a huge help. Sharana asked if the item Gale was working on was a finished piece. Gale answered that it was, and that he had built it exactly to her request, but he thought it looked kind of lame. Sharana replied that if he thought it looked lame, then it probably meant that most people wouldn't think so. Gale was confused and shouted, asking what that was supposed to mean. Sharana wanted to know how the device worked. Gale asked her to hand it over. When she turned the key, it suddenly made a strange sound. That was when Gale explained what it did. It fired a petrification beam, powered by an organ from a cockatrice, a magical creature. Sharana quickly ducked, frustrated that Gale had actually activated it while pointing it at her. She reminded him how dangerous it was, especially since she'd already been petrified once before. Gale, not too worried, said he could just remove the curse again. Still, he wondered if something like that was even useful. Sharana, on the other hand, saw it as a brilliant and practical invention. She reminded him about the basic rules of supply and demand. They looked around. The area was mostly plains, mountains, and forests. While there were some rocks around, they couldn't just dig up the town. Getting good stone or metal was really difficult. But if someone could get the right kind of stone, it would sell for a high price. She even pointed to a drawing she'd made, showing how deserts lacked building materials. That made Gale question what kind of situation they were getting involved in. Sharana kept going, asking what someone would do if they wanted to build a stone structure in a desert. Gale guessed they'd have to either solidify sand into bricks, dig them out of the ground, or transport them from far away. Sharana agreed. Those were the typical options. But each of them came with serious problems. Making bricks required water and extra materials, which were hard to come by. Digging was backbreaking labor. And transporting heavy materials over long distances just wasn't practical. Gale understood. Mora added that in a desert, it was hard to even make strong bricks, and water was far too valuable to waste. That's when Sharana pointed back at the petrification beam. What if they had that? Gale realized what she meant. If they packed sand into a mold and then hit it with the beam, they'd have solid stone bricks right away. Mora caught on quickly too. Sharana told Gale that while he had incredible crafting skills, he had no clue how to use them effectively. That comment made Gale blush. Sharana explained further. In farmage, there was a serious shortage of stone materials. They could either dig them up or haul them from the mines, but neither method gave them the quality they needed. With this tool, though, that whole problem could be solved. If it worked well, Gale could make a lot of money from it. Gale was still unsure, but Sharana repeated herself. He had talent, real talent, but no sense. Gale insisted he did. Mora teased that he also had no ability to read the mood of a room. Sharana admitted that she usually wasn't interested in cursed items, but she found this one surprisingly cool. Gale smiled shyly at her compliment. Sharana smirked, calling him a pushover for blushing just because she liked one of his cursed tools. Then she mentioned they had materials from another cockatrice. Could Gale make another one of those devices, without any extra gimmicks this time? She added that using cockatrice chicks for materials wouldn't work. Gale agreed. He had tried it before, but the organs in the young creatures weren't developed enough. Their tails had poison, but it wasn't the kind powered by curses. Sharana joked that a poison-making machine would be nice, but you couldn't have everything. Gale wondered if a poison-making device would even be helpful. After all, it was just venom. Sharana pointed out that they were in a farming region. There were tons of pests and insects to deal with. The right kind of venom could even be useful for hunting. She guessed Gale had no clue about how to use poisons effectively. Gale offered to make something for her if she wanted. That surprised Sharana. Gale explained that it wasn't hard if he had the right materials. He used to make poison talismans all the time. Sharana still wasn't sure he was serious and asked what kind of materials he needed. Gale listed a few: venom glands from ghouls, stomachs from undead creatures, mummy bandages, and zombie clothing. All of these were useful for making talismans. Sharana pointed out that those weren't exactly easy to get. Gale agreed. He rarely saw them for sale, so he just went and gathered them himself. After hearing all that, Sharana was convinced he could actually do it. She felt excited and said she'd go ask Gimli to help get the materials they'd need. She also told Gale to use the stuff he'd already collected and build whatever came to mind. She promised to buy everything he made for a fair price. Gale pulled out a strange-looking perfume bottle. The moment the girls opened it, they realized it smelled horrible. Sharana guessed he'd used zombie intestines, but Gale clarified. It was actually from a ghoul. Mora didn't even want to ask what else it could do. Sharana, getting a bit annoyed, told him to only make what she specifically asked for. She handed him a pile of papers as a request list. Gale, blushing again, got excited and said he'd get started right away. Sharana said she was looking forward to seeing it, and took the cockatrice device with her, planning to get used to how it worked. Gale agreed. Mora offered to join Sharana, figuring she'd have trouble opening doors while carrying the large device. Sharana teased her, asking why she was still hanging around. Mora admitted she just wanted to check in on Gale. There hadn't been any good quests for her today. Sharana laughed, saying she was only joking, and mentioned that Gale and Mora had been completing quests together as a temporary team. Gimli had been happy to see some old cases finally getting cleared. If Gale and Mora were starting to feel comfortable living here, Sharana figured she couldn't ask for anything more. Loud laughter filled the inside of the carriage as Kush and his party celebrated. He joked about how royalty didn't mess around. They had run up a huge bill at the shops, but no one seemed to care. Kush proudly showed off the sword he bought, a beautiful mithril blade worth 500 gold coins. Melissa had chosen a weapon crafted from a wyvern's bone. Norris was excited about his new magic book and staff, which now let him shoot spells rapidly and blast out powerful magic with ease. Luke had equipped himself with armor made from the hide of a magical beast. Kush pointed out that it didn't even matter whether Gale had cursed their items or not. With this kind of equipment, their party could finally unleash their full power. Nothing could stand in their way now. The whole group burst out laughing again. But then Kush quieted them down. There was one thing bothering him. If their party was so powerful, why hadn't any new support members reached out to join them? Norris reminded him that they were an S-rank party. Not many adventurers could keep up with their level. Luke added that's why they had to settle for people like Gale and Mora in the first place. Other people in the carriage whispered behind their backs, saying nobody in their right mind would want to team up with people like Kush's crew anyway. Kush shrugged it off and said that, in the end, Money could fix everything. He turned toward the other people sharing the carriage with them and called out to one of the quiet ones. He asked the gloomy-looking girl and her group to remind his party what their jobs were. One of the hooded figures pulled back her hood. It was Liznette. She smiled politely and explained that she and her team were hired to apply item buffs and debuffs for the S-rank Wolfpack, acting as stand-ins for their usual support crew. They were also tasked with carrying equipment and supplies. Kush agreed with her summary. That was the only reason they were there. He teased that it was lucky his party was generous enough to help out poor nobodies like Liznette's group, since they clearly had no money. Liznette gave a fake laugh, but deep inside, she was boiling with rage. She swore to herself she would get revenge. One of her subordinates quietly reminded her that they had to be patient. Their real goal was to find the artifact maker. Liznette admitted that at least being close like this gave them a perfect chance to observe everything. Another teammate sighed, sadly agreeing that Kush was right about one thing. They really were poor. Liznette fumed silently. In her mind, she was already planning how to completely destroy Kush and his team. Meanwhile, Melissa decided it was time to eat and drink until they reached Farmage. Kush called Liznette over again, asking her to bring over a bag. They laid out all the fancy food and wine on a table inside the carriage. Kush grinned, saying that Princess Kara was footing the bill for everything. Could they even believe their luck? One of the others said Kush didn't need to rub it in. They already knew. The route was scenic too, passing through the kingdom's central farming region. Liznette, still calm on the surface, asked to confirm that they had officially accepted an escort mission for this caravan heading to Farmage. She warned that drinking too much might interfere with their duties. Kush snapped back at her, telling her to be quiet. He said that just seeing her gloomy face made the wine taste bad. He told her to just throw a tarp over herself like the rest of her group. Kush's group laughed at the insult, while Liznette quietly whispered to her team. She listed off all the things they still needed: lodging, intel, communication with the Empire, and so many other growing expenses. One of her companions added that Kush's group wasn't about to share anything with them, not even a single coin. At least the tavern they stopped at earlier had given them some free meals. Suddenly, a sharp, loud screech echoed in the air. It was a high-pitched tweet, unnatural and alarming. Liznette's group immediately went silent. Something was coming. Outside, the caravan guards raised their voices, warning everyone that monsters were approaching. Mercenaries were ordered into their combat formations. Adventurers were told to protect the wagons. Confused voices asked where the enemy was. Everyone turned toward the forest. That's where the sound had come from. And then, the monsters appeared, an entire horde, charging out of the trees together. The mercenaries shouted, trying to keep everyone calm. After the recent orc attack, the caravan had brought in more guards. They should have been ready. But the monsters hit hard and fast. In a flash, the very first wagon was tossed into the air like it weighed nothing. A lookout reported that they'd spotted the leader of the attacking monsters. It was a behemoth, a monster classified as S-rank. Normally, these creatures never left the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Back inside the carriage, Liznette reminded her group that they were trained to fight people, not monsters. Liznette quickly assessed the situation. If they tried to face the monsters directly, they'd probably lose. She saw killer wolves, massive grand boars, and red grizzlies mixed in with the horde. These were all powerful monsters ranked B or even higher. Running might be their only option. She glanced behind her and saw Kush's party still laughing and joking, completely unaware of the danger. Time was running out. They needed to either escape or act now. But their mission was critical, and unfortunately, Kush's group was their only lead for it. Frustrated, Liznette swore under her breath, then ordered her subordinates to get ready to retreat if things went bad, but to fight the monsters as long as they could. Her team nodded in understanding. Still, a question bothered her. Wasn't there supposed to be a monster hunt sent out by the Empire? Why hadn't these beasts already been taken care of? One of her team members explained that a similar quest had been issued in the Kingdom too. But the adventurers who took the job, a supposed S-rank party, had canceled the mission right after accepting it. Liznette was furious. What kind of irresponsible S-rank adventurers would do something like that? Then it hit her. An idiotic S-rank party? She slowly turned to look at Kush's group again, putting the pieces together. It couldn't be, could it? Her subordinate asked what they should do about Kush's team. Liznette made a decision. If they really were an S-rank party, then they had the power to take on a behemoth. And now, like it or not, they were technically part of the same team. She would push them into fighting, whether they liked it or not, for the sake of her own crew. A loud shout suddenly echoed through the caravan. Someone was yelling about a behemoth. Luke from Kush's group finally noticed something was wrong. He looked around, but Liznette and her team had already disappeared. Liznette's voice cried out dramatically, and Kush reacted by angrily snapping at her. thinking she was just whining. But she continued putting on an act. Luke mentioned how loud things were getting outside. Norris replied, realizing something was off. The wagon wasn't moving anymore. They peeked outside and saw that the driver was gone. And then it happened. A gigantic mouth opened in front of the carriage. Norris and Luke froze in fear, completely shocked. Meanwhile, Liznette thought back to something she had heard earlier. That orc attack Kush's party had mentioned? It made sense now. The orcs had probably been driven out of their territory by this very behemoth. Forced to flee, they had ended up near the highway, where they attacked the wagon. That showed just how powerful this behemoth really was, strong enough to cause chaos across miles. The ground shook as the massive creature let out a roar. Inside the wagon, Kush shouted in surprise as the entire carriage was tossed around. Everyone inside tumbled and crashed into one another. Outside, Liznette and her team leapt from the wagon with practiced grace, landing firmly on their feet. In contrast, Kush's party flopped to the ground in a heap. Liznette turned and scolded them, thinking that if they really were an S-rank team, they should at least know how to avoid getting knocked over like that. Then the behemoth growled. Its voice was deep and terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared again, so loud, it seemed to tear through the very air. Liznette trembled. The sound was more than just loud, it was overwhelming. It felt like the world itself cracked under the force of that roar. While chaos unfolded outside, Kush was frozen with fear, unable to believe what he was seeing. His brain scrambled for an answer. What was that monster? Melissa tried to guess, maybe a giant boar, or a cow, or even a rhino. None of those felt right. Liznette, however, already knew. Kush's whole party stood there, stunned and useless. Norris, staring at the massive creature, commented on how unfair it was for something so muscular to also be that fast. Even Luke was shivering. Liznette knew without a doubt, it was a behemoth. And not just any monster. This was the very target their mission had been building up to. The realization hit Kush's party hard. They were shocked and confused. Luke seemed like he didn't even want to ask how Liznette knew that. But now that he'd seen it, this truly was a behemoth. Norris, still trying to stay calm, laughed nervously. Sure, it was a bit larger than expected, but they were S-rank adventurers, right? Surely this thing wasn't a real threat? The people nearby began murmuring, pointing at Kush's group. That was the famous wolf pack, the legendary S-rank team. Their presence brought hope to the caravan. People were cheering now. Smiles broke out on the party's faces, proud and smug from all the attention. One of Liznette's subordinates was impressed. Their presence alone had lifted everyone's spirits. Another whispered that they should prepare support items for the party. Then, without warning, the behemoth charged. Kush's group called out their attack like they were the heroes of some grand battle, claiming they were about to unleash the combined strength of the strongest team in the capital. Liznette's heart pounded with excitement. Finally, she'd get to see the full strength of an S-rank party. But it didn't happen. In one massive swing of its tail, the behemoth casually wiped out the entire wolf pack. They were knocked flying like dolls. Everyone watching, including the mercenaries, Liznette's team, and Liznette herself, stood in stunned silence. She couldn't believe it. Was that really all the strength an S-rank team had? Now, the behemoth turned its attention toward them. Panic exploded across the battlefield. People began to run toward the forest, hoping to escape the monster's wrath. Liznette cursed. They couldn't allow themselves to be taken down there. Her subordinate reassured her. They still had escape and attack routes prepared. But Liznette hesitated. Could they really run away now, even if it meant abandoning their mission? She remembered the prince. The thought of giving up made her sick. She refused to be made into a joke. She gripped her dagger tightly. They weren't just any group. They were the Empire's best, its deadliest team of assassins. She gave the order to draw weapons. As much as she hated it, they would fight. They'd protect Kush's useless team and finish the job. But above all, they would not let anyone know who they really were. Her team agreed without question. A monster's attack came her way, but she dodged it with ease. She declared that she would handle the behemoth herself and told her team to prepare the setup she needed. Her subordinate wished her luck, hoping they'd all live through this. The behemoth let out another fierce growl. Using the cover of the forest, Liznette leapt into action. She moved quickly and silently, launching herself above the beast, aiming for a vulnerable spot. She struck at what should have been a blind spot. But the behemoth moved, it dodged her. She realized the terrifying truth. This thing didn't see like a human. It didn't rely on sensitive eyes or predictable patterns. It was far more advanced. And as an S-rank monster, sneak attacks were nearly useless. She made a decision. A direct strike might be the only way. She gripped her wyvern bone dagger. It was laced with a powerful poison that worked instantly. If she could get a clean hit, it would be enough to kill even something this strong. She darted forward and kicked at the behemoth. But again, its tail lashed out and knocked her back. Still, she saw her chance, a small opening. She aimed for the monster's throat, hoping to tear it open. She got into the perfect position and slashed. But it didn't work. The dagger couldn't pierce the hide. Liznette quickly pulled back, thinking fast. The throat was too tough, but the eye wouldn't be. She struck again, this time at the eye. The blade sank in. She'd done it. The monster had lost an eye to her poisoned weapon. She thought it was only a matter of time now. The poison would spread. It would numb the creature. It would fall. She wanted to hear it scream. But instead, the behemoth responded with something unexpected. It released a strange breath toward her. She thought it was poison mist. But something felt off. She realized this thing had resistance to poison, which meant the dagger's secret weapon wasn't enough. There was only one option left. She would have to use her final resort, the heart of the devil, a gift from Prince Virial himself. She remembered his words, that when the moment came, she should use it, that it would become her blood, her strength, her muscle, that her body would become the vessel it desired. She had no more choices. She would embrace the power and become the nightmare the behemoth never saw coming. In the royal castle, the day's lesson was to cover the proper etiquette expected at a royal tea party. The instructor, Duchess Melinda, began the session by addressing the princess and explaining the importance of today's subject. She inquired whether the princess was prepared. Melinda then instructed that, when seated at the table, the princess must maintain her chin level, never tilting it upward, which would imply condescension, nor downward, which would signify self-abasement. The correct posture was to keep the chin parallel to the floor, conveying equality between herself and her guest. As the lesson continued, Melinda explained the next rule of decorum. When seated, the princess must cross her legs at the ankles. She must ensure that the left leg was placed in front, as it was a sign of friendship, while positioning the right leg forward would imply hostility, regardless of whether or not the legs were visible beneath the table. Later, Melinda placed a cup on the table as an example. She demonstrated the correct actions to take once tea is served. The lesson included instruction on sweetening the tea. Melinda made it clear that only 1 or 3 sugar cubes should be added, never 2, as even numbers suggested a desire to part ways with the person one is conversing with. The instructions continued with the etiquette of holding the teacup. A refined lady, Melinda insisted, must extend her pinky finger when lifting the cup. However, the finger must not be rigid. An overly stiff gesture would be considered uncultured. The pinky should remain slightly flexible to maintain grace. As Melinda went on, she noticed the princess's head drooping and drew attention to it, remarking that her tiara was slipping. It was essential, she emphasized, that the tiara be worn at the proper angle at all times. A princess, no matter the setting, must be capable of impeccable conduct, as her behavior reflects not only on herself but on the kingdom. The mention of Prince Cardis, the princess's fiancé, caused her to freeze. She reflected on being forced into engagement with the second prince, a man she did not know, and resented the criticism she faced from the crown prince, another stranger. The entire situation felt deeply burdensome to her. Melinda then spoke of the significance of the princess's behavior to the stability of the kingdom. As one of the chosen, the princess bore great responsibility and was expected to think carefully before speaking in public. In response, the princess reflected on how she would rather live a life of her own choosing. Though she acknowledged the privileges she had received, she could not escape the sensation of being crushed beneath the expectations placed upon her. It felt, to her, like she had been born under a curse. Turning her gaze to the birds outside the window, she wondered if Gale the curse crafter might be able to lift the burden she felt upon her. At that moment, her butler addressed her, reminding her that continued peace with the empire would prevent the kingdom from descending into bloodshed. He encouraged her to take an interest in the empire, suggesting that learning even a little about them might be meaningful. She mused aloud about interest and turned toward Vivian. She asked about a rumor involving the empire, specifically whether the devil's heart they supposedly possessed truly came from the body of an actual demon king. Vivian, hearing this, expressed resignation at the princess's tendency to fixate on the most eccentric details. The princess, however, believed Vivian misunderstood her intent. As a princess, she pondered whether something as catastrophically dangerous as a demon king could truly exist. The notion was treated as more of an oral tradition than a historical certainty. It was not quite a fairy tale, but not entirely regarded as factual either. The stories, passed down from those who had suffered under the demon king 1,000 years ago, were intended to convey the anguish of a bygone generation. Yet, with the passage of time, the raw horror of those ancient accounts had become difficult for people to accept as truth. As a result, The brutal memories of that era gradually transformed into stories told in the form of fairy tales. The historical accuracy of such tales remained uncertain. However, one thing was undeniable. The fact that such narratives even existed implied that the so-called heart of the devil, if it were capable of inspiring legends so vile and dark, must indeed be one of the most malevolent and cursed objects still confirmed to exist in the present world. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, blood scattered across the foliage as the beast seized Liznette. She was quickly succumbing to the effects of poison, her strength fading. The creature opened its maw, and she prepared for the end. Her subordinates, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm. One among them paused briefly, then threw an object into the air. The orb-like device ignited and emitted a blinding light. The intensity of the illumination forced everyone to shield their eyes. Vision became impossible in the radiance. Seizing the moment, Liznette slowly reached toward the beast's flesh. With great effort, she drove her claws into its skin and slashed at its grip, freeing herself. She had not expected a monster ranked S-class to be susceptible to something as basic as one of their flash bombs. Still, the opening it created was enough. She used the time to fasten a bracelet onto herself, an item she once discussed with the prince, created through alchemy, and infused with a sixth of the heart's power. She had called it her parting gift. Landing on the forest floor, Liznette saw the behemoth stagger from its injury. Rage flared in its eyes as it charged forward. Her subordinate recognized the threat immediately. Such a massive creature, moving at high speed, with horns honed to razor-sharp precision, could rip through nearly anything. As the beast closed in, Liznette held her ground. She raised a hand in front of its horn, then, in a shocking display of strength, caught the beast's momentum and halted it entirely. Her subordinates stared in disbelief. She had brought the behemoth to a stop. Liznette felt her pulse pounding as power surged through her. Her eyes altered in hue, her body responding to the intensity. They faced off, beast and warrior, both snarling. She drove her claws into its hide again, but she knew her strength was waning. It was time to bring the battle to a close. She stepped back, gathered every ounce of force remaining in her, and lifted the behemoth into the air with a single hand. Then, with a thunderous crash, she slammed it down against the earth. The impact echoed across the forest floor. The beast did not move. All who had witnessed it stared at what had just occurred. Slowly, the behemoth began to rise again, dragging its wounded form away from her. Liznette, overwhelmed by a mixture of exhaustion and madness, erupted into wild, uncontrollable laughter. The monster horde scattered in retreat from the battleground. The lingering aura of the heart of the devil had taken hold, leaving one of the subordinates uncertain about who the true monster was anymore. Liznette surveyed the aftermath, her gaze scanning the ravaged terrain. One of her subordinates managed to catch up to her. She reflected on the nature of the S-rank monster they had faced, acknowledging its overwhelming strength and the reality that she had not been able to completely bring it down. A harsh cough escaped her, racking her chest, and immediately the others rushed toward her in alarm. One among them shouted for the dispeller to be brought without delay. She clutched at her chest, struggling for breath, fragments of words forcing their way from her lips. Mention of the Demon King and the heart again. Her hand seized the dirt beneath her, gripping it with pain and desperation. Confusion rippled through the group as they watched something shift violently inside her body. Another member of the team commented on their fortunate timing and assured them he had exactly what was needed. He reminded the others how expensive the item had been to acquire and expressed his cautious hope that it would function as promised. He opened a specialized container, revealing a dispelling ritual sanctioned and produced by the church. Raising his voice, he began to chant, invoking the god of Rouge. As the words left his mouth, a radiant circular glow enveloped the group. The light intensified. Liznette coughed violently once more, and from her hand, the bracelet containing the cursed essence flew loose. A small, devil-like creature emerged from it, squealing as it writhed on the ground. It crawled toward Liznette, its grotesque form dragging across the earth. In her mind, she recalled the prince's words, that she would become the vessel long sought by the heart of the devil. She cried out in defiance. What it had done to her had been more than enough, and she would not allow it to happen again. But her body continued to tremble with spasms of coughing. Others reminded her that once such a cursed item is used, there is no complete purification. The elements of the heart of the devil were still inside her, burrowing deep, untraceable. In that moment, she understood why the prince at the palace had failed to give her a dispel talisman. The realization struck her hard. Of all the terrible artifacts she could have drawn upon, it had been this one. Still, she could not deny the relief she now felt. The behemoth had been defeated. They would call this a victory, for now. The caravan, however, had taken a brutal beating. Though there were survivors among the adventurers and mercenaries, most of the wagons had been reduced to rubble or ruin. It was clear that travel would not resume anytime soon. Liznet acknowledged the delay and concluded that they would simply have to wait until a patrol arrived from the capital to reach the outer district of Farmage. Then she paused, observing the hands, faces, and tattered garments of the people before her. They had all suffered. Without a word, they dropped to their knees before her. She realized how much they had endured as well. She offered them a word of recognition for their efforts. One of them humbly responded that it was nothing compared to what she had endured. Her attention shifted. She looked to the side and remarked with disdain on the supposed strength of the guild's S-rank members. They had proven too weak, embarrassingly so. Her eyes drifted toward the sealed container. She reflected on its contents. The myth-class cursed artifact fashioned from the heart of the devil. At last, it had been subdued, thanks to the many seals they had placed upon it. One of the men confessed that he would never have believed it, had he not seen it with his own eyes. Another remarked with ambition, suggesting they might even overpower the artifact's original creator, no matter how formidable he was. Liznet clenched her fist. One name filled her with renewed hatred, Gail Hamilton. Her contempt for him now burned hotter than ever before. Meanwhile, far away at the Smith's Guild in Farmage, Gail sneezed repeatedly. Morris stood nearby, remarking with exasperation that Gail had managed to cover himself with remnants of undead matter from all the sneezing. In Gail's mind, the cause was clear. Someone, somewhere, was undoubtedly talking about him. He turned his attention to a crate nearby, one containing something he had constructed by following a specific blueprint and set of instructions. It was an item imbued with a curse, not particularly bright in appearance, but he faltered as he revealed it. Inside was a glowing skull, faintly illuminated, its form unmistakably skeletal and deeply unsettling. The two girls observed with keen curiosity. Gale presented his latest creation, questioning whether it aligned with what they had requested. It was a mystic lamp generator, fashioned in the shape of a skull. He explained its function. Similar mystic flames were frequently found within crypts, where they remained fixed in place for centuries without ever extinguishing. These lamps drew energy from ambient soul fragments lingering in the atmosphere, fragments as minuscule as those left behind by weeds or insects. Because of their ethereal nature, the flames posed no risk of fire, making them highly efficient and safe. Gale basked briefly in his own ingenuity, considering how impressive the application truly was. However, he also pondered whether a street illuminated by skull-shaped lamps would present a visually appealing spectacle. Perhaps initially unsettling, but a design they could refine and validate over time. The girls exchanged hushed murmurs and whispers, clearly discussing something between themselves. When Gale confronted them about it, the guildmaster deflected, stating vaguely that it was nothing. Nonetheless, her mind was already occupied by the broader potential of the lamps. She considered the prospect of using these mystic lights to replace all the central street lighting in town as a starting point for larger implementation. Sharana, curious about Gale's other ongoing projects, inquired whether he had completed any of the items she had requested. Gale confirmed that he had indeed finished some. Among them was another iteration of the cockatrice petrification beam. Additionally, he had been busy creating several pieces of enchanted agricultural equipment. These included the cursed thresher, the wailing grinder, the crying saw, and the shivering soul sifter. The two girls, hearing the list, were startled to realize Gale had already completed all of them. Sharana asked if they were ready to inspect the place. Mora and Gale looked at her. Gale asked if that was finally what they were talking about. Sharana confirmed it, saying she had found the perfect location for him. It was only 1 block away from the central main street. Gale asked if that meant he could turn it into his shop. Sharana explained that the place still had all the fixtures from when it was an alchemy shop, so it wasn't too far off from what Gale wanted to do. Mora remarked that Gale couldn't ask for much better. Gale responded, agreeing with her. Sharana said that once they cleaned it up, stocked it, and replaced the sign, the shop would be his. When Sharana looked back, she saw Mora nudging Gale and teasing him about being Gale the shopkeeper. Gale blushed. Sharana added that she had also informed everyone in the guild that he would still have access to their furnaces and other equipment, so they should keep stopping by. The exhausted caravan pushed onward. 10 days had passed since the behemoth attack. Half the wagons bound for Farmage had been lost or severely damaged, but once the highway patrol guards rescued the group, their journey resumed. To everyone, it seemed that the behemoth and the monster horde it led had been entirely repelled by Kush's team. Kush appreciated the praise the mercenaries offered them. Melissa believed they were due a massive reward. Luke insisted he had played a major part as well. Norris added that his own support shouldn't be forgotten. Melissa assured them that their contributions were essential, though she admitted she couldn't recall exactly what they did. Luke cursed, pointing out that even the others had said they had no idea what role they played. Norris agreed, but claimed that without their steadfast support, there's no way they could have driven the monsters off. After all, they had taken the behemoth's eye, severed its tail, and even chopped off one of its powerful horns. Kush suggested it was Melissa's wyvern dagger that had taken the creature's eye. As for the severed tail and horn, he claimed it could only have been a strike from his mithril blade. He could still feel the moment, he said, touching the sword. Nearly all the other adventurers and hired guards had been beaten so badly they couldn't remember anything about the behemoth's retreat. Liznette and her group simply listened to the chatter. She noted that there wasn't a single drop of blood on Kush's mithril blade and questioned how he could deceive himself so thoroughly. Every member of the guild had been unconscious. Kush had woken first and gone searching for the behemoth. Norris wondered why the entire monster horde had vanished. Then Melissa ran up, claiming ownership of the recovered eye, with her dagger still lodged in it. Luke kicked something nearby and revealed one of the behemoth's horns. Kush pointed out the tail was also lying on the ground. They had all been so consumed by the battle that their memories were clouded, but based on the physical evidence, he was convinced they had driven the monster off. The wolf pack had collectively falsified their memories. One of Liznette's subordinates quietly asked whether they wouldn't tell the truth. Liznette questioned what purpose it would serve. Defeating the behemoth had never been part of their mission, and for an assassin, attracting attention was only a liability. Suddenly someone pointed ahead, announcing that the agri-hub of Farmage was in sight. The passengers exclaimed in relief and gratitude, offering thanks as they approached the escort party, who now stood grinning with pride. The travelers said they hadn't known an S-rank party had been assigned to protect them. What an assignment it had turned out to be. Another added that the casualties and cargo loss had been kept to a minimum, thanks entirely to the group. Luke, full of bravado, declared that with them on the job, even one or two behemoths were nothing to worry about. From a distance, Liznette's group watched with visible irritation. One of them remarked on the irony that the true heroes of the day sat silently, ignored, while the idle, boastful frauds soaked in the praise. Liznette replied that such a scene was all too familiar within this guild. Kush asked what their next move would be. Melissa said they'd look for an inn. She wanted to sleep in a real bed for once. Norris wondered aloud if there were any taverns nearby with charming barmaids. Liznette commented on their usual behavior with restrained exasperation, then forced a smile and suggested they stop by the guild first. Kush agreed, admitting it was a hassle, but they needed to get paid for the behemoth parts. Luke added that if they left the task to those broke misfits, he feared they'd run off with the goods. Though Liznette smiled outwardly, internally her stress reached its limit. Kush looked up and asked what was going on with the town. Skulls lined the streets, mounted atop poles and illuminated eerily. Luke questioned the strange decorations. Why were skulls everywhere? Melissa noted that the locals didn't seem fazed by them at all, wondering if this was somehow normal here. Norris hesitated, then asked if they hadn't seen similar things before. Gasps followed as realization struck. That twisted, macabre aesthetic, it had to be Gale's work. Someone questioned aloud, if it was, then what exactly were those things? Gale's inventions? Luke doubted it, asking whether they truly believed Gale had been embraced that thoroughly by this place. Melissa was skeptical too. She pointed out that Gale only ever made cursed equipment. There was no way this bizarre townscape could be his doing. Norris countered that they shouldn't be so sure. This was a remote town, after all. Kush smirked. If Gale was here, then that was fine. With this many strange creations in view, it likely meant Gale had opened a shop somewhere. Another chimed in that at the very least, Gale must have passed through the local guild. They all knew how ridiculous he was. Norris remarked that leaving such blatant clues in broad daylight was just like him. They all shared a knowing smirk and agreed to head to the guild first. Liznette observed that it seemed they'd stumbled upon something valuable. One of her subordinates confirmed that it did indeed look like Gale Hamilton was living here. However, Kush's group appeared to hold a low opinion of him. If Liznette had to guess, Gale didn't trust his former teammates much. Another guessed that Gale had likely kept his identity as an artifact crafter hidden and used that third-rate party as a front for his real activities. They eventually arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Gimli greeted them at the entrance. As they stepped inside, Luke noted that the place wasn't exactly buzzing with life. Melissa remarked on how old the building looked. Norris doubted they'd find any worthwhile quests here. Heavy footsteps echoed as Kush strode quickly to the front desk. He demanded to see the guild master, introducing his party as the Wolf Pack, ranked S. Gimli laughed and informed him that she was the guild master. and asked how she could assist. Kush cursed, clearly shocked by the revelation. He then called to Liznette, snapping his fingers as a signal to bring the cart forward. Liznette and her subordinate dragged the remains of the behemoth to the front, laying the pieces out for Gimli to inspect. Kush stood, waiting for her verdict as she calmly examined the monstrous parts. Gimli smiled and, after a pause, asked what exactly he was expecting. Caught off guard, Kush responded with a confused grunt, demanding she not play games with him. He asked Gimli if she recognized what the remains were. Gimli replied that it was a behemoth, she supposed. Luke jumped in, pointing out the significance. Didn't she realize what that meant? It was an S-rank monster. Norris agreed, noting that it was high-quality alchemical material, worth a fortune in the capital. But Gimli explained that when it came to a behemoth, one needed at least the entire head or its heart for it to count as valid proof of having slain one. That was the standard, even in the capital. From the look of things, she added, the behemoth had gotten away, hadn't it? The party members fell silent, swallowing hard. Kush scowled, irritated, and muttered that they'd see who was laughing later. The group turned and began walking toward the exit. As they left, Gimli called out to Liznette, suggesting that next time, she should be the one to finish the hunt. Liznette, too disgusted with the others to care, merely scoffed at the remark. Her subordinates began collecting the leftover behemoth parts and turned to follow her. Gimli then addressed Liznette directly, asking what organization she belonged to. Liznette froze, stunned, and slowly turned around to find Gimli smiling knowingly. Gimli pressed further, saying it was clear they were the ones who had actually wounded the behemoth. Why pretend that such a clownish group had done it? If Liznette was trying to cover things up, Gimli said, she'd better come up with a better story next time. Liznette was speechless. In her mind, Gimli was either in the same line of work as her, or very close to it, and clearly highly competent. Liznette simply stated they were leaving, and the rest agreed without protest. As they departed, Gimli thought to herself, an S-rank party from the capital, just like Gale. Things were starting to move. The shop stood one street over from the city's central main road. In front of it, a sign had been posted. Gale wiped the sweat from his brow, announcing that everything was ready. He asked Sharona how it looked. Sharona responded that it wasn't bad, still a little creepy, but it definitely had Gale written all over it. Gale thanked her again, expressing how grateful he was to have a professional fixer helping him out. Sharona replied with a half-hearted thanks, saying she didn't really want to be called that. The sign out front read, Curiosity Shop, Gale's Cursed Goods. Sharona added that, personally, as long as he was still open to accepting jobs from their side, she had no complaints. Gale replied that she was one of his best clients. She'd led him to the location and helped him get the place running. He said he'd still be dropping by the Smiths Guild from time to time. His grand opening was set for the next day. He asked Sharona if she wanted to celebrate that night. Sharona asked if he was thinking of having a drink. Gale confirmed, saying he'd let Mora know too. Mora appeared from behind, asking if they were already finished. Sharona greeted her, saying her timing was perfect and that Gale's shop was ready to go. It was a rental, but a good one. Mora said she had meant to help Gale get things set up, but it looked like she was too late. It had been a real turnkey setup. The place had once been a tool shop run by an alchemist, which had allowed Gale to get everything ready much faster than she'd expected. Gale asked Mora if she had been working quests with other parties lately. Mora said she had, and on that note, Gimli had mentioned that Gale had been taking solo quests in nothing but crypts, abandoned churches, and similar places, right? Gale said he'd been gathering cursed materials, and no one wanted to team up with him for that sort of work. Sharona added that it made sense. Not many people were putting up want ads for curse crafters. Gale acknowledged that the situation was difficult for him. Though he was glad to have the shop, he still considered himself something of an adventurer. He didn't intend to stay a full-time shopkeeper. His plan was to keep adventuring on the side. Eventually, he hoped to hire someone to watch the store while he was out in the field. He needed time to craft items and gather more materials in crypts and ruins. But at the moment, he didn't have the capital to hire a helper right away. Mora's eyes widened. She suggested that she could watch the place sometimes, and that maybe the two of them could form a party again. Gale turned his head in her direction. Mora explained that even though they were both rear guard members, that arrangement had worked fine for their previous quests. Blushing slightly, she admitted that when she was with him, she felt like she could overcome anything. Gale looked away and stepped aside, not acknowledging her feelings. Mora closed her eyes, expecting a response, but Gale's focus was entirely elsewhere. He was preoccupied with an item. He muttered that something needed fixing. A mummy-wrapped artifact on a nearby shelf was starting to come undone, its bandages loosening. Gale rushed over, noting the issue aloud. He hadn't even heard Mora's words. Embarrassed, Mora realized she had just lost to a mummy for Gale's attention. On the side, Sharana observed the whole exchange and smirked with amusement. Later, once they were outside, Mora mentioned they'd meet again after sunset. Sharana agreed, adding that she'd bring something for Gale as well. She asked if he had any requests. Gale told her no, whatever she felt like bringing was fine, and he'd make something to go with the drinks. As they walked away, Mora whispered to Sharana that the Curiosity Shop, part of the name, had been Gale's idea. Sharana confirmed it, noting that labeling it as a cursed goods shop alone would have narrowed down his customer base too much. No one would have come by unless they knew exactly what they were looking for. Gale overheard their laughter in the distance. He looked back at his shop, and smiled faintly. With friends at his side and a place to belong, it was hard to put into words just how comforting it all felt. Then the bell on the door chimed, a soft, pure sound that echoed far beyond its volume. It was an undead bell, a small enchanted charm once used by crypt watchmen to soothe and guide the spirits of lost children. Its tone could be heard for miles around. Behind the door it hung from, there was no massive inventory, just shelves lined with artifacts and curiosities one couldn't find anywhere else. Later that night, the bell rang again while Gale was in the back, preparing something. He stepped toward the front of the shop and greeted the visitors, apologizing and saying the store wasn't open yet, but he was caught off guard to see Kush standing there. Kush greeted him sarcastically and cursed his name. Gale froze, baffled by Kush's presence. Kush went on, saying that after all the trouble Gale had caused them, he now found him running a cheerful little cursed shop out in the countryside. A loud bang sounded. The door was kicked open. Another voice called out Gale's name, and the rest of the group stepped inside. Gale stood stunned. He could hardly process what was happening. Then he noticed someone standing behind the party. It was Liznette. He asked what they were all doing there, showing up out of nowhere, especially when the shop hadn't even officially opened yet. Norris turned to Liznette and asked if she and her team would mind keeping watch outside. They didn't want any interruptions. Gale was confused. Was Liznette a new member of their party now? And why had they brought such a large group? Liznette and her team moved to stand near the entrance, keeping their eyes open. Norris said this arrangement should make things easier to handle. Trusting Gale understood what he meant. Gale glared at them. He reminded them they were the ones who had cast him out in the first place, and even told him to start a cursed goods shop. So what were they doing there now? He was upset, his voice unsteady, and his legs felt weaker just seeing them. Kush got straight to the point. He said they wanted Gale to remove the curses from them now. Gale blinked in confusion. He asked for clarification. Outside, one of Liznette's subordinates leaned over and asked if they should really just be standing guard. Liznette asked what he meant. The subordinate replied, "It was Gale Hamilton, wasn't it? Why let that party handle him? They could approach him directly." But Liznette disagreed. If that really was the Gale Hamilton, the artifact crafter, then this would be the perfect opportunity to observe his skill firsthand. The subordinate accepted the logic. Still, Liznette privately wondered, was this man truly Gale Hamilton? He looked so ordinary to her. Back inside, the party continued staring at Gale. He asked again, curses? He thought back. Did Kush mean the curse-based buffs Gale had placed on their equipment back when they were a team? What were they going through that they needed them removed? He had been careful. He was certain he hadn't put any negative effects on their gear. He had used advanced techniques to ensure that only the positive effects stayed on them. All the negative side effects had been transferred to him instead. He clenched his fist, remembering. That was what had earned him a reputation for being dead weight. He'd accepted it at the time, thinking he was helping his teammates by protecting them from the burden of the cursed gear. But now this? He told them flatly. He had already removed those curses a long time ago. Gale repeated the word, curses? Still trying to grasp what they meant. Kush snapped, accusing him of playing dumb. He claimed that Gale had cursed them as revenge for being fired from the party. Gale questioned the logic of such a motive. Why would he ever do that? Without answering, Kush seized a nearby item from the shop. When Gale didn't respond how he wanted, Kush hurled the object. It shattered against the floor. Gale dropped to his knees in disbelief. The item was one of his most valuable, his big-ticket piece. Melissa observed the broken artifact and asked if that was the prized item. She scoffed, saying it was better for everyone that it was destroyed. Gale's expression tightened, his brow furrowing. Norris affirmed their intent. They were going to wreck all the so-called junk Gale had stocked. Luke followed up, flinging daggers into the shelves, hitting more items. Gale protested, trying to stop him, pointing out that those pieces weren't meant as targets. Norris had already readied a spell. Gale turned to him in alarm and shouted not to cast anything dangerous indoors. If he triggered a fire, it would destroy everything. Gale ran toward the shelves to salvage what he could, but before he got far, Kush yanked him back by the collar. Kush sneered, saying he was tired of talking and wanted action. He demanded again that Gale remove the damn curses. Gale replied that their stats might have gone back to normal, but he hadn't debilitated them. Not once had he done them harm. Kush blinked, confused by the implication. Was Gale saying they were just weak to begin with? Gale met his stare, unyielding. That only made Kush angrier. He shoved Gale hard into the corner of the room. Kush growled that he didn't care what the princess had asked of them anymore. He drew his sword. The implication was clear. If Gale wouldn't lift the curses, then maybe they could break them by killing the caster. Norris agreed. It sounded like a brilliant solution. Melissa chimed in, saying if Gale was gone, there wouldn't be any more creepy junk to worry about. Luke added he'd finally shut Gale up. Kush was fuming. He shouted that they had come all this way, forced to be surrounded by ignorant backwater hicks, and now they wanted out of this dump. He raised his sword above his head to strike. Gale looked up and asked him to repeat that. What did he say about this town? In an instant, Gale's fist struck Kush's face in a clean, hard punch. Kush had not expected it. As a curse crafter, Gale's reaction was instinctual. He didn't even think. In a confined space like the shop, where heavy weapons were slow and cumbersome, a fist moved faster and landed truer. Kush went flying backward out of the shop's door. Gale stood tall and shouted after him. He told Kush that if he was going to keep wrecking the shop that Sharona helped him get, he wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. In fact, now was the perfect time. Gale had endured every insult they'd thrown at him. But now, they dared to insult Farmage, the city that had given him a second chance. That crossed the line. Gale declared they'd settle this outside, once and for all. He was so filled with rage that it gave his strike the strength of iron. The party stepped out into the open. Watching from a distance, Liznet's group quietly prepared. Once Gale engaged with his former party, they would finally witness his true capabilities. Depending on what they saw, they'd decide. Either kidnap him or kill him. Either outcome suited their plan. On paper, the Wolfpack party were S-rank adventurers. Liznet planned to use that reputation to her advantage. They'd make perfect scapegoats. Kush dusted himself off and barked at Gale that if this was how he wanted to play it, then fine. He'd give it everything he had. Melissa called out to make sure he was ready for what was coming. Norris declared that Gale would regret getting carried away with them now. They'd recently come into a bit of luck, a windfall, and just to be safe, they had spent it on the most expensive buff items money could buy from the capital. In his hand, he held a potion-like container, glinting with potent magic. Melissa scoffed at the extravagance of using such rare and powerful items on someone like Gale. They uncorked the containers and downed the contents in a single gulp. Gale watched closely. Kush coughed, and immediately there was a visible flash of light that erupted from him. Gale's eyes narrowed. He recognized that kind of radiance. These weren't just ordinary potions. These were elite power enhancers, so potent their stat boosts could be seen with the naked eye. The smell alone was enough to tip off a trained crafter. No, this wasn't some cheap stimulant. These were top-tier guild-approved boosters. Kush explained as much. These were one-use, high-end, ability-enhancing elixirs, drink and unleash. Items of such quality were completely out of reach for someone like Gale, he boasted. And with them, the party had restored themselves to something close to their pre-cursed prime. Still, Gale muttered to himself that he had never cursed them. Before he could react, the wolf pack surged forward. Kush led the charge, rushing in like a berserker. To Gale, the movement looked monstrous, like an ogre charging from the front. But it was the formation that caught Gale's eye. He recognized it instantly. This was the pack front, the formation that had always been the pride of the wolf pack. As a former rearguard, Gale had never directly participated in it, but he had watched them practice and execute it countless times. He knew its rhythm. One member attacked directly to draw the opponent's focus, while another slipped in behind. Shift attention, and the formation rotated. One threat always in front, another always at the flank. If he assumed Kush was the sole threat and focused only on him, he'd open himself to a clean strike from another direction. His instincts flared just in time. Melissa suddenly burst forward and attacked from the side. He dodged, but barely. She sneered, mocking his distraction. Gale's eyes darted between them. Their stats had skyrocketed. Their speed was faster than he expected. But still, he had dodged the opening attack. That gave him some ground. He knew how to read movements. He could still react. But then came the daggers. A volley of throwing knives soared toward him, forcing him to duck and roll. He barely managed to avoid them. Luke laughed in the distance, warning that the next barrage would skewer him. In Gale's mind, Luke's weapons were no joke. Individually, they were cheap knives, but each was tipped with a poison Gale didn't fully recognize. Even the smallest scratch could prove fatal. The danger level was no less than if Kush and Melissa were bearing down on him together. Kush charged again, calling out to ask if Gale was giving up already. Gale watched his movements. His form hadn't changed. He could still read the lines of Kush's attacks. But it was Norris he had to be most wary of. The magic user was already preparing an inferno spell, something deadly, indiscriminate. If that missed its target and veered into the town, the collateral damage would be catastrophic. Kush taunted him, challenging whether he thought he could dodge everything. Then came a flurry. Kush unleashed his signature move, Garage Slash, a barrage of rapid swings. Gale danced back, weaving and dodging, but the tight angles gave him little space. Kush barked out an order, surround him, cut off every route of escape. The other members obeyed without hesitation. Gale's eyes narrowed. Then his hand slipped into his pocket. He whispered under his breath, "Got you." Something rustled. He had pulled something out. Scrolls. They were all within range now, exactly where he wanted them. Gale activated the scrolls. A gust of power pulsed outward. They thought he was trying to hold out against their attacks. But that wasn't it at all. He had been luring them in. If they had buffed themselves up to absurd levels, then he would simply drag them back down. For all their jeering about his tools, for all the disdain they showed him for being a curse crafter, now they would see what it was like to be on the other end of the enchantment. He unleashed Anti-Boost, a countermeasure to their enhancements. He snapped his fingers. From the heart of the scrolls emerged a crafted talisman. Its design bore the mark of a master, subtle, deliberate, and merciless. It was an object of equilibrium, meant to shackle unfair power surges and redistribute balance. It was called the Talisman for the Innocent Prisoner. A vast, prison-like magical structure erupted into existence, enveloping the area in an ominous glow. The party stared in disbelief. None of them had seen anything like it before. What was this bizarre spell? Gale stood calmly amid the reaction. This was no ordinary curse. It was a single-use tool, Gale knew, an artifact that activated only after the user had designated its targets. Its range was relatively limited, just several yards around its placement. But within that space, its effect was overwhelming. Any target caught within was subjected to a devastating weakening curse. The item was built from the ashes of a man imprisoned since youth for a crime he never committed. He had spent his entire life confined, alone, and died in that same cell, soaked in silent resentment. That lifelong grudge had been captured in the item, concentrated, weaponized. The result, a curse that didn't just sap strength. It carried the weight of a spirit bound by injustice and time. Gale remembered exactly where he had acquired the ashes. He lit the torch along a wall of a ruin. An undead had been fused into the stone there. Unlike most undead, this one didn't move. It remained still, embedded into the structure itself, its presence radiating a powerful, hateful aura. Its curse was potent, but passive, more an echo of what had been than an active force. There was a story here, Gale thought. He activated a bit of his magic, not destructive, but sympathetic. He asked silently if the spirit would tell him its tale. The curse lightened. The undead's decaying features shimmered, shifting back into the form of an elderly man. The man blinked, astonished. Gale was the first to come, not to fight, not to rob, but to listen. When the man was alive, no one had cared. No one had spoken to him. He had been forgotten, even before death. To Gale, the truth became painfully clear. The old man had become part of the wall because he had merged with his solitude. The silence and isolation had shaped his very undead form. And when the spell faded, so too did the man, dispersed without a trace. Back in the present, Gale understood what his item was doing. Kush and the others had used a rare potion, an elite enhancement serum that boosted all attributes. Designed for S-rank adventurers, it brought physical, magical, and resistance stats to their peak. But the item Gale had planted was built to cut through enhancement. It didn't nullify it, it eroded it. Slowly, steadily. He wasn't sure how far the reduction would go, but it was enough to force an opening. Kush mocked it all. A curse? No way it could overpower a capital-made booster. The others agreed with a mix of irritation and disbelief. This couldn't possibly be enough to counter their overwhelming strength. Gale turned to the side, looked beyond them, then sprinted away. Kush shouted, confused. Where the hell was he going? But Gale had no intention of standing his ground there. Not in town. The curse had already weakened them. It was working, and now he needed to draw the battle out and away from civilians. He called for them to follow. That was the plan. He had dropped their stats just enough. So far, so good. He couldn't risk getting the townspeople involved. They had nothing to do with this. A change of location was critical. Though he hadn't lived in Farmage long, he had memorized the key places, the underground crypts, the old church on the edge of the district, and, actually, the abandoned hospital might be closer. It had wide, open interior spaces and strong old warding left behind. That would do. He glanced back. All four of them were on his heels, pursuing him. Perfect. He needed them all. Later, the chase lost momentum. Kush came to a halt, his body bent over and heaving for breath. The others collapsed nearby, panting heavily. Something was wrong. Norris growled that they had used the finest alchemical weaponry the capital could offer, potions custom-made for adventurers of their tier. And yet, Luke admitted it was strange. Melissa nodded. None of this made sense. Kush clenched his fists, confused and angry. Why was the supposedly useless crap Gale made so damn different from what they had prepared for? In a burst of frustration, he shouted toward Liznette, demanding to know whether she had brought any dispel items. But there was no reply. The wolf pack froze. They looked around, realizing Gale was nowhere in sight. Neither was Liznette. The area was empty, quiet. Kush cursed, bellowing into the night in frustration. All they could do was stand there and stare into the darkness, watching Gale disappear beyond their reach. Just before Gale made his attempt to flee the shop, Liznette realized the truth. She should have known. Gale Hamilton was genuine. The number of artifacts he carried without a second thought was alarming. Her subordinate asked what their next move should be. The townspeople had begun to notice the disturbance. Even in a rural town, the guard wouldn't take long to arrive. Liznette intended to secure the area and keep spectators at bay, but it was already too late. The sound of approaching guards' footsteps echoed in the distance. She gave the order for the three of them to handle crowd control. Unaware, she stood with the curse of Gale still clinging to her. A shiver ran through her. Had it just now activated, the sixth fragment of the Devil's Heart? She gave a sharp command for everyone to take cover. There were questions about the onlookers, but she dismissed them. They no longer mattered. They had to recover the heart, but a cough escaped her. She grunted in pain, drawing concern from her team. Could the seal on the heart have been undone? They had applied a durable, continuous seal on that sixth fragment. It shouldn't have broken so easily. Yet, something was wrong. She sensed a presence with power equal to the heart's, something resonant. A gasp. Now, was the heart of the devil reacting to Gale Hamilton's curses as though they were equals? Were they resonating? She looked up, panic striking her. She called for cover again. Black smoke began encroaching, reaching for her. Her companions were baffled. Was it a ranged debuff? Liznette felt her stats nosedive from a mere brush with the dark smoke. The power was overwhelming. Was this the effect of an artifact, one belonging to Gale Hamilton? A chill ran down her body, cold sweat soaking her. This wasn't an ordinary debuff. Something deeper, more insidious, had taken hold. She struggled for breath. It wasn't just slow, it included anti-armor effects, fatigue beyond normal bounds. She stumbled. No, there was more, terror masked in innocence, the deceit of sheep's clothing. Her subordinate remarked that, with their training as assassins, few were more knowledgeable in status ailments than they were. Yet even they couldn't decipher this one. Liznette admitted she had never encountered such a potent combination of debuffs. Even a glancing touch of that dark light had sapped her energy. A direct hit would unleash far worse. They were on track to meet the same end as Kush's team. She issued a new command. The siege was over. No more engagement with that light. Another wave of dark smoke surged toward them. Liznette cursed. Her subordinate reported that the target had escaped. Liznette questioned. If Gale was using artifacts this powerful to weaken Kush's team, why would he even bother fleeing? What was he planning? She cut off her own thoughts. There was no time to think. He had to be pursued. Any adventurer would consider that kind of artifact a final trump card. Yet Gale had unleashed it right at the start. Her companion agreed. There was no doubt left. They had found him at last. Gale Hamilton was indeed the artifact crafter they had been hunting. Liznette reminded her team that the odds would be 1 against 4. There was no room for hesitation. They affirmed their readiness. One of them asked about Kush's party, but Liznette dismissed their relevance. Their eyes followed Gale as he left town, heading toward the old hospital ruins. That place had been sealed off with the plague dead. The entire site had been buried along with its history of disease and death. Liznette gave a crooked smile. For someone like Gale, aligned with the shadows, to flee toward such a desolate, lifeless place for refuge? It was laughable. She pressed forward, and they followed. Yet, despite their skills, far beyond those of ordinary men, they found themselves straining just to keep Gale in sight. Their stamina and speed were formidable, and still, they faltered. Who was this man? Liznette observed Gale's pace. It was unnatural. Perhaps he was using enhancement drugs. One of the others speculated that Gale might simply have high agility, innately. They had not taken a direct hit like Kush's party had, but they likely remained under the influence of the cursed artifact encountered earlier. All they had done was observe the battle between Gale and Kush's group from a distance, a grave tactical error. If their hesitation now cost them the target, they would carry the shame forever. That was the weight of Gale Hamilton's importance. They could not afford to let him escape. The order was clear. Capture him alive if possible. But if not, they were not to hesitate to kill him. Despite their determination, the group found themselves falling further behind. Even with all their might focused on the chase, Gale remained out of reach. Their tunnel vision on the pursuit led them to neglect their surroundings, something they would normally never do. That oversight slipped entirely past Liznette and her team. Nor did they sense that their commotion had drawn attention from a particular monster, one that was familiar with them, lurking just beyond the town's perimeter. Elsewhere, back with Kush's party, the mood was sour. Kush voiced his frustration. They were supposed to be the wolf pack, predators, hunters, but they were moving like a pack of tortoises. Amid the commotion, someone arrived, asking about the noise. The state of Gale's shop was brought up, a complete wreck. She speculated aloud if the chaos had been caused by them. Kush confirmed it. Then he hesitated, taken aback by her presence, her voice, her appearance, particularly her chest. It was Mora. She stood there, wine in hand, dressed in an eye-catching outfit. The members of the wolf pack stared in disbelief. Melissa bristled with anger. Mora had left their party. Why was she here now? Norris was stunned. First, Gale, exiled from their group, and now Mora, who had betrayed them. Both of them, here, in the same remote village? That couldn't be a coincidence. A realization formed in his mind. He stepped forward, declaring that he understood everything now. Mora blinked in confusion as Norris explained. First they find Gale, then they find Mora. This wasn't chance, it was conspiracy. He accused her. She and Gale must have been plotting against them from the beginning. The accusation left the group tense and silent. Mora responded with mocking disbelief. Was this truly their line of thought? The suggestion was so absurd it didn't even warrant engagement. She had suspected they were fools, but this was beyond warped. She didn't even want to dignify it. One of the party members muttered in understanding. So that's how it was, they thought. Norris was praised for connecting the dots. He basked in it, claiming he had known the truth from the start. Mora attempted to speak, but Norris dismissed her. He laughed smugly, claiming that with his level of intellect, he could easily decipher the inner workings of a woman with a brain no deeper than the valley between her breasts. He finished with smug certainty. He had her completely figured out. Mora shifted, transformed, into something unrecognizable. The very idea that the wolf pack could believe even for a moment that her alliance with Gale was plausible struck her as utterly absurd. Kush, sweat breaking across his brow, asked in disbelief what she even was. She told them plainly, urging them to observe, to listen. These were the very people who had expelled Gale from their ranks. She herself had only joined after receiving their invitation. And now, suddenly, they were spinning a narrative of conspiracy? She turned the accusation around. How, precisely, was she supposed to have formed some secret alliance with Gale? And for that matter, what exactly had she ever done to deserve this? Kush faltered, drenched in sweat, his voice stumbling. She smiled at him, at the situation. Either way, it was cutting. Her? He let out a weary sigh. Mora turned her back on him. She told him to consider what he'd done. He'd wandered all the way out to the remote corners of the countryside, broken into someone's store, left it in shambles, and now, here he was, having a conversation with someone he had once driven out. She questioned him, as if to a child. Had he never learned the basic rule? Kush asked, learned what? She scoffed. Simple. If you don't want something done to you, then don't do it to anyone else. Then came a brilliant flash, Mora's energy, raw and unfiltered, illuminating the air. Kush called for them to switch back into full formation. They began their assault, launching coordinated attacks. Mora evaded effortlessly. Kush shouted, desperate to rally morale. So what if they were slower than usual? It was still all of them, against her. She was alone. Then, abruptly, he cursed aloud. His arms wouldn't move. He couldn't lift his sword. Mora coldly questioned if that flurry of slashes was his idea of a barrage. No matter. His sluggish reaction time had gifted her the moment she needed. She had already finished empowering herself. Full elevation, immense strength flowing through her. Now, she would show him what a real barrage looked like. She clenched her fist. She said as much. She would engrave the truth into his flesh. A storm of punches rained down upon Kush, overwhelming him. Just before he crumpled, Mora seized him by the collar. He would receive the same level of destruction he had dealt to Gale's shop. Perhaps then, he would finally begin to comprehend how his actions affected others. Melissa lunged from behind, calling out, warning Mora not to turn her back. But before Melissa could land a single blow, Mora's fist connected with her face. Melissa crumpled. Mora flung Kush away. She looked over the scene. Gale, it seemed, had laid some serious debuffs on them all. This was no longer a 1 versus 4 fight. Now, it was 2 against 4. Luke sneered. Laugh while she could. They didn't need to get close to her anyway. They had a full arsenal of projectiles at their disposal. And unlike Kush and Melissa, they wouldn't go down so easily. Mora stared them down, her gaze sharp, unwavering. Luke and Norris moved in, circling Mora, confident and ready to take her down. Luke made a taunting remark, signaling an incoming attack, but as he reached for his knives, he suddenly froze. They were gone. He realized too late that he'd already used too many earlier. That brief moment of hesitation cost him everything. In the blink of an eye, Mora was beside him. Her fist sank into his gut, knocking the wind from his lungs. Luke groaned in pain and was sent tumbling across the ground. At the same time, Norris completed his spellcasting. It was his turn for retaliation. He cast Inferno. But what emerged wasn't a raging blaze, only a weak puff of flame. Before he could comprehend what went wrong, a wine bottle came flying at him, hurled with precision. Mora's voice followed, dryly thanking him for lighting her way. The bottle struck him in the face and shattered on impact, dropping him to the ground. She noted aloud that his weak flame made it a lot easier to hit him. All 4 members of the wolf pack now lay sprawled on the ground, defeated and bruised. Mora stood over them, calm, unyielding, untouched. Around them, onlookers began to murmur, awestruck by the spectacle. Yet Mora wasn't done. She approached Kush's party again, her steps heavy with purpose, her expression unreadable. They flinched and pleaded for her to stop. But Mora reminded herself, and them, that Gale had also asked them to stop, hadn't he? And they hadn't listened. No, she wasn't finished with them yet. Their cries echoed into the sky as another round of punishment fell. The shattered remnants of the wine bottle littered the ground. Mora bent to pick up a piece. She'd brought the wine to celebrate with the party. Now it was wasted. Her anger faded into quiet worry. A new question crept into her mind. Where was Gale? She turned to his shop and let herself inside. The destruction inside was heartbreaking. Gale's inventions, his meticulous work, lay in ruins. She picked up one of the devices, broken and twisted. Her memory conjured the image of Gale, gently placing it on the shelf, telling her it was his best work for now. Everything set just right. She held the object in her hands, thinking to herself, why was she doing all this for him? She placed the mummy-like item carefully on the table, as if restoring a piece of order. Suddenly, someone entered, muttering curses. It was Sharona, dragging a barrel and carrying an unreasonable amount of liquor. She looked around the wrecked shop and demanded to know what had happened here. Mora told her. They had to find Gale. Sharona blinked, confused. What did she mean? She grabbed Mora by the shoulders and asked her to explain. Mora gave her the simple truth. Gale was missing. They had to go after him. Sharona agreed, but questioned where he could have gone. Mora thought aloud. Gale wouldn't have let Kush's party beat him so easily. It didn't make sense. But she knew Gale. He wouldn't want innocent townspeople caught in the crossfire. He must have led the fight away on purpose. Sharona nodded, adding that Gale likely underestimated how powerful his cursed artifacts really were. He probably assumed they'd catch up to him fast, so he must have run somewhere farther than they expected. That's when Gimli appeared. She spoke plainly, the outskirts of town, the old hospital ruins. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Mora asked if it was true. Sharona pressed her. How did she know? Gimli claimed it was just by chance. She gestured outside. Some strangers had dumped garbage near the guild, so she'd gone out to give them a piece of her mind. But in doing so, she discovered another group, different ones, also pursuing Gale. Mora's eyes widened. More of them? Gimli couldn't say for sure if they were with the same faction, but whoever they were clearly far more competent than the group Mora had just finished beating. Mora's worry deepened. She thanked Gimli, made her decision on the spot, and ran off in pursuit. Sharona raised a brow, incredulous. Mora was really going to dash off like that, all dolled up with no weapons? Mora insisted there was no time to change or gear up. They had to move now. Sharona groaned, rubbing her temples, then gave in. She decided to join her and told Mora to wait just a second. She returned with Kush's sword and handed it over. It wasn't much, but better than nothing. Mora accepted it. This was now a full-blown operation, an emergency mission to take back Gale Hamilton. Gimli stepped in, offering to lead the way. She admitted she wasn't too familiar with the old hospital ruins either, and she glanced at Sharona. They both only heard of the place, never scouted it properly. But something about it made her uneasy. Mora asked if her concern was the second group pursuing Gale. Gimli nodded, but added it wasn't just them. She could sense something else, something non-human. She pointed out the garbage those strangers had dumped. Some of it was part of a behemoth's body. Mora's expression hardened. A disaster-class creature? Gimli confirmed it. The group lying beaten back at the guild, and the ones pursuing Gale now had encountered the monster on their way from the capital. They'd managed to wound it, but not finish the job. And a monster like that, a creature type of such rank, never forgets. If wounded, it takes things personally. And this one was S rank. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it was intelligent, capable of strategic strikes, of leading coordinated attacks. Worse, it had a sharp sense of smell and could track those who heard it across great distances. Now, it might be following the scent of its old enemies. It could be converging on Gale, and fast. Sharon paled. So on top of everything else, they might run into an S-rank disaster beast? She muttered that the quest just got bumped up to AA classification. She was already fed up with high-class monsters. Those cockatrices had been a nightmare on their own. Sweat trickled down her brow as reality settled in. Meanwhile, Gale had arrived at the ruins of the hospital. He'd made it. He took a breath and braced himself, ready to face the wolf pack. But instead of them, it was Liznet's squad that appeared, staggering and breathless. They asked for a moment to catch their breath. Gale, somewhat bemused, gave it to them without hesitation. He recognized them. They'd been outside the shop during the earlier scuffle with Kush. Liznet scowled when he mentioned that. She snapped that there was no way she'd be friends with those clowns. Gale apologized for the assumption. She admitted, yes, technically they were associated with them, but it infuriated her to be grouped in the same breath. She looked at Gale with suspicion. How could someone like him be so fast? He explained that they were chasing him, so he'd assumed they were part of Kush's party. Liznet scoffed. Did he really think those fools could keep up with someone like him? Her irritation flared. All that shouting was making her thirsty. Gale, trying to calm the situation, asked for her name. He admitted he didn't have water, but he did have this. Before he could finish his sentence, Liznet grabbed the vial from his hand and drank it down. She immediately gagged. The taste was foul, the smell worse. She retched and doubled over, nauseated. Gale calmly told her it was a depetrifying potion he'd been experimenting with. The main ingredient? Amniotic fluid from a cockatrice. Liznet violently threw up and then whipped around, flinging an object at Gale. He ducked it easily. She screamed at him. Why in the world would he give her something like that? Her companions tried to interject, pointing out that she'd grabbed and drank it without checking. She told them to shut up. She couldn't help herself. Gale remarked that it was rather rude to vomit up something someone had gifted her. She snapped back that he was the one giving her monster fluids. He shrugged it off, assuring her that it was safe. If anything, the worse it tasted, the more effective it was. Real medicine often worked like that. Liznet glared at him. Did she look like someone who needed a potion to undo petrification? Gale reminded her. She had said she was thirsty. But Liznet had no patience left. She cut the act, drawing her daggers with sharp finality. They were done talking. She and her companions were taking Gale in. The rest of her group followed suit, pulling out their weapons as Gale held up his hands, asking them to wait. They ignored him. Orders were given. Surround him, dead or alive. Gale asked if things were really that bad between them. He apologized again, but Liznet cut him off. They were far past the point of apologies. She lunged. Gale stumbled backward, tripping. Liznet caught him, thinking he was trying to run. Gale warned her to look out, but she was fixated on keeping hold of him. Her companions told her to stay focused. This guy wouldn't be taken down that easily. Gale kept slipping away, dodging with swift steps, and breaking free. Liznet called for backup, and this time they rushed him all at once. Knives flew, 3 of them, aimed straight at his face. Then, an explosion. Smoke and debris burst into the air, obscuring vision. When it cleared, Gale had escaped the worst of it, sliding to a safer position and catching his breath. Liznet admitted he was good at dodging. Gale wasn't sure about that, but told her to look down. She glanced down cautiously. Underfoot, she saw them, skeletons, crushed beneath her boots. Bones littered the space. Her companions saw them too, now realizing what kind of terrain they were really in. Gale explained. The dark was hiding all this debris. Navigating it without familiarity was nearly impossible. Liznet was stunned. An adventurer accustomed to graveyards? It sounded absurd, but he moved like someone who knew this ground well. Agile, unshaken. One of her comrades complained, too many obstacles. Another insisted they still had numbers on their side. But Liznet countered. This terrain kept splitting them apart. Gale asked if they could just give it a rest already. Their strikes, charges, coordinated attacks, nothing was landing. Every time they moved, bones cracked underfoot, debris shifted, giving away their positions before they could execute. Liznet threw another dagger. It grazed him, close enough to make him pause and glance back. But she was watching too. Gale didn't look fazed. He was analyzing, waiting, searching for the right moment. She could tell. This hospital, decaying, broken, a forgotten place battered by years of rain and wind, wasn't just a hiding place. He had chosen it for something. He knew this land. The strange hush in the air, the darkness, the bones, it all felt intentional. Gale broke the silence. He told her plainly, He wasn't trying to dissuade her, but she needed to fall back. Her footing might be improving, but that wasn't why he brought them here. This location, so close to town and scattered with usable materials, was ideal for him, not just as a terrain advantage, but as a battlefield. He had come here often, gathering supplies. He knew its every twist, every hollow. And now, it was almost time. His eyes lit up. He said it was the perfect arena for a curse crafter. The ground was ideal, bones littering the soil, patches of disturbed earth, wandering spirits that had never truly passed on. Everything here catered to his craft. He smiled and offered to send her and her team home. Then it began. From the ground, the undead began to rise. Liznette and her team reeled. Panic broke out. An ambush? No, something worse. Liznette could feel it. The foulness in the air. The sickening stench. The rot and decay soaking through the soil. And above all else, that unmistakable aura. This wasn't just a trick. It was the undead. In her chambers, Princess Kara sat alone, gazing at a portrait of Gale. Her expression was wistful, hopeful. She longed for the wolf pack to return with him already. Her thoughts remained consumed by the memory of that man. Vivian voiced her frustrations to Bishop Irili and Arizel. She gestured toward the princess, remarking on how Kara remained fixated on Gale Hamilton. Vivian couldn't grasp it. How could someone fall so deeply for a man they had only met once? Irili offered an explanation. He reminded her that, in that one meeting, Gale had saved Kara's life. That kind of intense, harrowing moment could alter the heart. Whether through fear or love, such an event could stir the soul. Arizel added to the thought. Perhaps, in the haze of danger, the princess's fear had shifted into affection, her mind associating one powerful emotion with another. Vivian questioned the idea, suggesting that Kara, rather than losing her life that day, had instead lost her mind to this love. Irili countered again, pointing out that Kara and Gale had shared some peculiar, even unusual, tastes. Arizel nodded, adding that, with so much time having passed since that encounter, it was inevitable that Kara had built him up in her mind, idealizing him, turning him into something grander than he likely was. The two older figures exchanged a knowing look and gently patted Vivian on the shoulder, as if to say that some matters of the heart defy reason. The undead surged forward, surrounding Liznette and her group in a chaotic swarm. As one of the rotting corpses lurched toward her, Liznette recoiled instinctively, then immediately drew her weapon. With swift, fluid precision, she severed the creature's head, sending it spinning through the air. She took a moment to assess the situation. So this was it. She realized Gale hadn't been fleeing. He'd been luring them. More ghosts and ghouls continued to pour from the shadowed portal. One of Liznette's comrades shouted in alarm, overwhelmed by the numbers. Another cursed furiously, calling out Gale Hamilton by name, demanding if this had been his scheme from the start. Gale casually replied that, more or less, it had been. He noted that 4 against 1 wasn't great odds for him, so he stirred up the undead in the forgotten graveyard as a form of balance. As he affectionately patted one of the ghosts drifting by, he admitted he had originally meant Kush's group when he said 4, but this worked out just fine too. Liznette clenched her jaw at his cavalier tone. She yelled back that they were nothing like those bumbling fools. She reminded him, hers was a team of assassins, dwellers of the shadows. With that, she and her comrades sprang into action, tearing through the undead with clean, practiced violence. Even as the ghastly horde pressed in, Liznette shouted defiantly that this sort of chaos wouldn't shake them. From his vantage point, Gale observed their skill and determination with a mix of awe and tension. But he muttered to himself that the undead weren't going to go down that easily. Liznette was forced back as a particularly large group bore down on her. One of her team members cried out for assistance, only to be told that his partner couldn't hold the line either. In the midst of the melee, one sliced through a cadaver, warning the others to tighten formation, no blind spots. Liznette gave quick, commanding orders. They were to form a mobile circular defense. The goal was to trap Gale in the center. Her team responded in unison, acknowledging her lead. The sound of blades clashing against bone echoed as the undead fell around them in heaps. Gale continued to observe silently, the intensity of the moment keeping him still. Liznette pressed forward, cutting down another creature with efficiency. Then, with a confident grin, she addressed Gale once more. Was this really all he had? The idea had been clever, she admitted, but not quite clever enough. Inwardly, she was already preparing for her final move, her trump card, the heart of the devil. But it wasn't something she could use carelessly. It came with dire restrictions. She would only have one chance, and it had to be the moment the last undead fell. As she steeled herself for that moment, Gale watched, still and quiet, weighing his next move. Then, in the distance, a voice called out, calling for Gimli. As they ran through the bleak landscape, Mora brought up the situation. It seemed seasoned assassins were after Gale. Sharana confirmed, 4 of them, at least. Mora emphasized that they needed to catch up fast, just to even the numbers at the start. Sharana agreed, but noted grimly that for now, Gale would have to hold on. Sharana then reflected aloud, still running, how people never realized the value of someone truly important until that person was gone. She continued, bitterly recalling how Gale had been working on a cursed staff for her. They had intended to ignite an agricultural revolution in Farmich. Now he was gone, off who knew where. She angrily called him a valued partner and lamented the situation. Gimli agreed. She had the sense that losing Gale would come with serious regret. Mora chimed in, flustered, saying that included her too. Inwardly, she vowed that next time she saw him, she'd make him understand, no matter how much of a clueless S-rank he was. She blushed, silently acknowledging the depth of what he meant to her. Sharana returned to the immediate problem, the wounded behemoth that was still roaming around. She asked what they were supposed to do about that, on top of everything else. Mora could only agree. Between the behemoth and the assassins, it was all too much. Gimli responded with a note of cautious optimism. She said that with Gale around, things might still turn around. Curse crafting, while often dismissed as a weak or disappointing profession, held hidden potential. She asked if they truly understood the unique and exclusive skills available to those who mastered it. Startled, Mora asked what she meant. What kind of skills? Gimli gave an example, a rare ability to turn misfortune into fortune. The ultimate evasion technique, shock luck. Mora and Sharana's eyes widened. They asked incredulously, shock luck, like shockingly good luck? Sharana asked if it really worked against any misfortune. That kind of ability was just unfair, she said. Any adventurer would kill for it. It could save you in life or death situations. Gimli nodded, but explained that while it was real, it was rare, and it couldn't be activated at will. At the moment, she added, it was little more than a fragile thread of hope. Meanwhile, back at the ruined hospital, a skull thudded to the ground. Liznette and her men stood exhausted, having finally defeated the undead horde. Liznette was panting, unable to catch her breath. She acknowledged aloud that she'd managed to wipe them all out, but now, she didn't have the strength left to take another step. Raising her hands in surrender, Liznette admitted that none of the undead had been particularly powerful on their own, but the sheer number had overwhelmed her. And unlike them, Gale had no trouble dodging every strike. That broke her will. Gale responded with a casual remark, agreeing to end things there. Liznette agreed. She admitted defeat. She extended her hand toward Gale. Gale, surprised, wondered silently. Was she really offering a handshake? Liznette smiled patiently, her hand still outstretched. Gale reached out cautiously, their hands about to meet. Then Liznette smirked. She revealed that all of it, her surrender, her defeat, was contingent on her not having one last move. A man tossed her a jar. She declared that the time had come. The jar landed perfectly in her hand. Panicking, Gale demanded to know what it was. Liznette laughed, holding up the jar, the final ace up her sleeve. She opened it and poured the contents into her hand. With an eerily calm tone, she told Gale that before his death, he should at least know what he was dealing with. Gale watched, tense and anxious. Liznette explained, the substance in the jar would consume the user's life force, but in exchange, it would push every physical capability to its maximum limit. She began to declare the item in her hands as the greatest, most fearsome of artifacts, but Gale interrupted her. He wasn't reacting to the artifact. He was pointing behind her. Liznette froze. A heavy thudding echoed through the forest, measured, powerful steps. She slowly turned, her senses alert. From between the trees, a massive figure emerged. A monstrous growl tore through the air as the behemoth charged out of the forest and thundered toward them. Both Gale and Liznette shouted in alarm. The behemoth was upon them. Liznette's thoughts raced. It was the same beast from before, the undead creature that had interrupted them earlier. She realized too late that while she'd been preparing her final strike against Gale, the behemoth had been preparing to strike her. Just as she'd waited for her opportunity, so had he. Panic overtook her. She couldn't dodge in time. Gale shouted her name, and in one motion, shoved her to the side. Liznette tumbled away, and Gale stood alone in the creature's path. The behemoth struck him head-on, sending his body flying through the air like a rag doll. Liznette watched, stunned. Her eyes widened as she tried to process what had just happened. A direct hit. From that monster. No one could survive that. She stared at the place Gale had landed, her thoughts scattered. After all the chaos and trickery, he had willingly taken a blow meant for her. Died to save her. She couldn't believe it. He really was the most unbalanced, irrational man she'd ever known. Then her reflection was interrupted. The behemoth snarled again. She looked up at it, bitterly acknowledging that she and Gale had nearly gotten to face each other properly. That he had chased her this far, through trap and danger, like a master assassin. Still, she had to respect the beast's relentlessness. Its tracking was exceptional, an incredible nose on that thing. But, she added with a smirk, as a woman, she couldn't stand when things got too pushy. Her smile twisted into something wicked. She raised the jar once more and declared it was time. The heart of the devil was released. From the cracked earth, long black tendrils erupted. They writhed and slithered like living shadows, coiling up her legs and torso, binding and fusing with her body. The cursed energy began to consume her. She laughed, the sound distorted, wild. A voice echoed through her consciousness. Resist instant death. Ignore fatigue. Boost muscle strength. Infinite magic. Nullify pain. Enhance spirit. Her eyes burned with power. She looked at the behemoth with dark satisfaction. Whatever chance it might have had, it had lost it with that last sneak attack. She asked it silently if it was ready for a rematch now. Because this time, she wouldn't let it escape. And then she charged, launching herself toward the beast. Meanwhile, Gale lay sprawled across an old, creaking bed deep within the ruined hospital. He groaned in pain, stunned. He muttered that he'd honestly thought he was dead for sure. Somehow, he'd been blasted through the roof and landed right on a hospital bed, by sheer luck. If he'd hit the concrete instead, he'd be a shattered mess. Maybe he really was spiritually attuned to this place after all. Still catching his breath, he pondered what exactly that creature was. He hadn't gotten a clear look, only fleeting impressions in the chaos. But one thing was clear, it was an animal zombie. It had only one eye. Its tail looked like it had been torn off. One of its horns was missing too. He lay there for a moment, staring up at the ceiling. A wild animal, turned undead. A boar, maybe? Sharana had once mentioned that Farmage was dealing with rampant problems from wild animals trampling their fields. It made sense now. Maybe this one had died there and transformed into something worse. Gale slowly pushed himself upright. Whatever it was, he needed to get moving again. That monster was still out there, and it might shift its focus to Liznette and her crew. And besides, when the undead were loose, it was a curse crafter's duty to act. He moved to the edge of the ruined structure, peeking past a broken wall. He muttered to himself. He'd been blown far. It was pitch black now. He couldn't even be sure he was heading the right way. But one thing lingered in the air like a cold wind. Would he make it back in time to help Liznette? And worse, would he realize just how wrong he had been before it was too late? Liznette launched herself at the behemoth, slashing at it with her twin blades. The creature countered with a powerful punch, but she twisted out of its path. Her eyes widened as she realized the sheer force behind its attack. The behemoth glared at her with primal fury. Her three companions watched from nearby, tension etched on their faces. Liznette leapt from above, aiming to strike down. But as her sword collided with the creature's body, the blade snapped cleanly in two. Shock flickered across her face. The behemoth growled, eyes locked onto her, and lunged forward in retaliation. She kicked off its horn, propelling herself backward, trying to maintain distance. One of her men called out to her in alarm. She gritted her teeth, trying to maintain composure. She had aimed for its remaining eye, but even while empowered by the heart of the devil, this foe was formidable, far more so than she had anticipated. One of the men offered to arm her with a new weapon, but she refused, shouting that it wasn't necessary. She reminded them she'd ripped off its tail before using nothing but brute strength. This time, she intended to take its head, rip it off with her own hands. But in the middle of her defiant cry, blood erupted from her mouth. Her body faltered and crashed to the ground. A sharp, agonizing pain exploded in her chest. Her heartbeat became erratic, each throb of pain more intense than the last. Sweat streamed down her pale face as another jolt of searing pain overtook her, and she cried out, helpless. Her men rushed to her side, calling her name with desperation and confusion. Liznette lay there, unmoving, her vision blurred and unfocused. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, every breath laced with pain. Within her, she could feel it. The enhancements from the heart of the devil were vanishing one by one. Her immunity to death, her enhanced muscle strength, her limitless stamina and magic, even her pain suppression, each crumbled in sequence. Her whispered voice trembled as she admitted it aloud. Her power was fading. One of the men deduced the truth aloud. After a second use, the burden of the curse had overwhelmed the benefits of the artifact. The heart had turned on her. Another man lifted her into his arms. He looked grim. At this rate, the curse would keep consuming her until nothing remained. Behind them, the third man demanded they dispel it now. They couldn't allow it to take her completely. But the man carrying her replied that he couldn't focus on both tasks. The other two would have to hold off the behemoth. The behemoth charged again. The two men met it in battle. Liznette, still gasping in pain, tried to cry out. She knew what was coming. She tried to shout for them to stop, to pull back, but her body wouldn't let her finish the warning. The behemoth struck. Its massive blow sent both men flying, their bodies battered brutally. Liznette watched in horror as one of them coughed up blood. Another spat crimson from a crushed mouth. Even as the behemoth raised its limbs for another devastating strike, Liznette found her voice. With everything she had, she screamed at the top of her lungs, demanding it stop. She begged the man carrying her to hurry, to dispel the curse now. But his hands trembled. He tried. He truly tried. He poured the blessed potion over her body. It hissed and fumed, thick smoke rising from her skin. But nothing changed. In desperation, he cried out that the divine artifact, crafted by the most powerful church, wasn't working. The sacred blessing of the god of Gouge had no effect. He cursed over and over in disbelief. Liznette's eyes widened. Her mind spun. Had the curse consumed so much of her already that it was now beyond salvation? Another wave of agony tore through her chest. She screamed again. The man holding her shouted her name, frantic, unable to help. Her body writhed as the corruption continued to eat away at her from within. After countless days of relentless training, Liznette had built an unnatural resistance to pain, so absolute that she could no longer lose consciousness, no matter the agony. Her screams and guttural cries echoed endlessly through the cursed battlefield, like a dirge dragged from the edge of death. Her wailing harmonized with the quickening pulse of the heart of the devil within her and the mountains of undead corpses strewn across the land. Together, they created an irresistible pull, not only for the behemoth still lurking, but for something else. Something worse. A new intruder sensed the weight of death permeating the area. Drawn to the grave-like stillness and the presence of uncountable cadavers, it recognized the place as one of the nearest gateways to the afterlife. Its dark essence began to manifest, congealing and rising through the skyscraping heaps of rotting corpses. And then, a voice. Smooth, cold, and ancient. A voice spoke. One that described the death-cloaked domain as a spectacle, a fitting vista steeped in finality. Liznette heard it. The voice rang with an eerie, unplaceable age, yet thundered as though it echoed through her very bones. Her gaze shifted toward the gathering shadows. Amidst the inky blackness, something deeper than black emerged, more opaque than the shades cast by the piled corpses. A dim lantern swayed in the gloom, its light barely alive. Beside it glinted a sinister curved sickle, gleaming coldly in the dark. Her eyes widened. A skeletal figure stepped forward from the abyss. It wasn't merely a ghoul, nor a spirit of the dead. It was something far beyond. A creature of ancient myth, death itself. A divine entity, drawn from another plane by the suffocating density of death surrounding the ruined field. Its divine mission was clear, to reap souls and ferry them to the realm beyond life. Liznette's thoughts raced. The behemoth had been unexpected. A brutal opponent, yes. But this transcended all comprehension. The presence now descending upon them wasn't just powerful. It defied reason. It was an entity rarely glimpsed by mortals. One who walked the earth only in times of extreme imbalance, a demigod. And now, of all times, she found herself standing before the very personification of death, the folkloric figure said to command souls. The god of death raised both skeletal hands, invoking his power. His voice was few in words, but the sound alone sent a deathly force surging through Liznette's body. She and her companions stood frozen, as though the very concept of mortality was pressing into their skin, binding them in place. But they weren't the only ones. Even the behemoth, a beast that had overwhelmed opponents time and again, a monster of unmatched brutality, stood still, trembling, immobilized by terror. The god of death tilted his skull-like head and spoke again. His voice turned curious. He observed Liznette. Something about her caught his attention. She was no ordinary mortal. There was something deeper, something fouler, more profound. A piece of devil, nestled above all wickedness. He laughed, a rasping chuckle from beyond the grave. Even the heart of the devil, once wild and pulsing, shrank inward, silencing itself as though trying to avoid his gaze. Death looked at Liznette and her companion, then turned his glowing sockets to the behemoth. His joy grew. He spoke of the sweetness of such a feast, the rich aroma of gathered souls. It was the kind of offering that begged for celebration, worthy of praise sung to the skies. Liznette's thoughts spun wildly. Her eyes locked on the massive, glinting scythe. She feared he'd already taken her soul. But no, not yet. And yet, even if she could somehow dodge that blow, if she avoided the scythe, what then? The heart of the devil, now eerily subdued, would devour her from the inside out. But if they succeeded in dispelling the heart, she'd be left defenseless against the behemoth who could tear her and her fellow assassins limb from limb. Every path led to death. No matter how hard she fought, she saw the outcome clearly. Her end awaited her here. But then, a mirror appeared before her, unbidden. Death conjured it, announcing its power to reflect the thoughts of mortals. He granted her 2 sessions with it. In the first, she would revisit the road she had walked, the life she had lived. Liznette, now half-crippled by pain and paralyzed by dread, thought in disbelief. Now, even this, now, he's going to flash her life before her eyes. A memory surged to the forefront of Liznette's mind, a fragment of the life she'd tried to bury. She remembered being born into poverty, her earliest years marred by scarcity. From what she could recall, her family had put her to work young, not out of malice, but out of desperation. One less mouth to feed. She had been given over to serve in a noble household. There, she was never seen as human. Her existence was a utility. Day after day, she was scolded, punished, ordered, ignored. Among those nobles was a girl around her own age, who stared at her with cold, glassy eyes. Liznette had often watched her nervously, always aware of her gaze. But even then, her eyes couldn't help lingering on the girl's beautiful dress. Each glance reminded her of her own lowly place, of how everything, was decided at birth. Eventually, Liznette could no longer endure the abuse, the daily humiliations. She longed for freedom. That desire led her to a lifeless body sprawled before her, an early turning point. She had taken her first life. From there, she slipped into the alleyways, vanished from the world of the nobles, and entered the shadows. The world of assassins became her home. As she grew older, she shaped herself to fit that cold, ruthless world. She convinced herself it didn't matter where she died, or how, that her life was already forfeit. She had whispered those lies to herself for years. But now, with death itself standing over her final moments, the weight of it crushed her. A reaper come not just to collect, but to judge. And as someone who had taken countless lives, perhaps this grim visitation, was only just. She thought of her life as futile, a shadow stretching behind her, barren and cold. Death spoke. He acknowledged her story with a simple response. Then came the second session. He told her to picture her life from now on. Liznette reeled at the words. From now on. There was no from now on. What could he mean by that? She had no future to imagine. Her story was done. But then, the thought took root. Yes, she had grown tired of this life. Tired of the noble family that had trampled her in childhood. Tired of how Prince Virial had used her. She had tried to claim freedom by abandoning the chains of nobility and entering a life of killing. But that was a lie too. There had never been freedom. Just different kinds of cages. So what if she had made a different leap? Her mind turned toward the light. She followed it. What if, instead of throwing herself into the shadows, she had chosen a place like Farmditch? A remote, Greenland. She wouldn't be rich, but she would be surrounded by wide skies, honest people, and the kind of peace that city life could never provide. People who found joy not in wealth or status, but in simple things, growth, family, quiet mornings. She looked toward a door in her mind, imagined opening it, imagined stepping through. And what if someone there, just one person, were willing to accept her? She would love that. A quiet life. A modest one, but a free one. She opened the door, but her thoughts were ripped apart. The memory shattered. Death bellowed in fury. No, not at all. He declared her dream a delusion. Even now, he said, she still cried for a past that could never be reclaimed. She clung to a fantasy of a future that would never come. It was her soul that he had come to hunt. And that wavering, that hesitation, that hope, was what made the moment most delicious to him. Tears streamed down Liznette's face. And in the depths of her fury and grief, she cursed him with all her heart. God damn him. Damn him all. Death raised his scythe toward Liznette. She closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable strike. Her breath halted, waiting for the cold edge to land. But it never did. A hand caught the scythe mid-swing, bare, unarmored. Gale stood between her and the blow. The scythe halted inches from her face. Liznette's eyes snapped open. Her expression twisted into disbelief, then overwhelming relief. She stared at Gale, stunned. Death, too, was taken aback. He demanded to know what was happening, confused by the interruption. Liznette's thoughts spiraled. Gale Hamilton, still alive. Against all reason, he was standing. Even more impossible, he was moving under the crushing pressure of death's divine aura. Gale's response was calm, almost indifferent. He seemed unaware, or simply unbothered by the oppressive weight of death's presence. Around his wrist was a cursed bracelet, one that massively amplified strength. For someone like Gale, a crafter of curses, this kind of atmosphere wasn't just tolerable, it was strangely comfortable. Death's tone shifted. Panic crept into his voice as he recognized him. Gale Hamilton, the master of curses, a rare and dangerous individual. He questioned why such a figure was here of all places. Gale let out an exasperated sigh, displeased, but not surprised. He muttered about how death just had to appear, again, always showing up whenever undead were involved. A nuisance. A pattern. Gale's tone made it clear. This wasn't their first encounter. Death, enraged by his casual attitude, roared and lunged at him with the scythe. But Gale easily avoided the attack. Raising his hand, he invoked a powerful dispel. Magic surged around him. A violent flare of flames erupted, engulfing Death. Fire raged upward, climbing the heavens like a sacred pillar of purification. Liznette and her companion stood frozen, eyes wide in awe. Death, a demigod, a divine reaper, was being consumed. She could scarcely believe what she was seeing. Death, sent skyward, reduced to nothing. Gone in a flash. Gale, ever composed, gave a nonchalant farewell, bidding Death to take care until next time. The flames licked higher and higher, until the last of Death's skeletal body collapsed and crumbled with a final crash. Silence followed. They all watched the bones hit the earth. Liznette could hardly find the words. Disoriented and stunned, she stammered in disbelief. Had he really just defeated Death? She questioned reality. Was that even possible? A god beaten? Gale offered clarification. It wasn't exactly victory, he said. More like dispelling. If he had truly defeated Death, after all, there wouldn't be anything left to harvest. And for someone like him, that would be a waste. He casually reached down and grabbed Death's scythe. Liznette covered her mouth, overwhelmed. He was touching Death's weapon, barehanded. Shouldn't he be cursed beyond reason for that? Shouldn't something terrible happen? But Gale showed no fear, no hesitation. He examined the remnants, muttering to himself. Death always just showed up like that, out of nowhere. A recurring pest. Liznette watched in awe. Was that all it took to startle him? Even the heart of the devil, something that had overwhelmed her utterly, had gone silent in his presence. But the silence didn't last. A jolt of pain shot through Liznette's chest. She gasped. The man beside her rushed to her side, calling her name in concern. The heart was reviving again. Even with Death gone, the cursed item inside her reawakened. She tried to brush it off, insisting she was fine. Her priority was the two men the behemoth had crushed. They needed treatment more than she did. Gale looked at her thoughtfully, then asked, almost as an afterthought, if he should go ahead and dispel her as well, while he was at it. Liznette blinked. She was confused. His tone made it sound casual, but the implications. He stepped closer, saying he hadn't gotten a proper look at it last time. But now that he had a clear view, he recognized how rare the cursed item was. Liznette responded, it wasn't just rare. It was unique. One of a kind. And even then, what she carried was only a fragment, 1/6 of the whole. It was a portion of the heart of the devil. Gale froze. Shock rippled across his face. The devil? He leaned in, eyes gleaming with curiosity, a barrage of questions already forming. Who had made it? How? What kind of materials could come from a devil? It didn't even resemble the undead. He was fascinated. Gale examined the cursed object embedded in Liznette with gleaming eyes. His excitement was palpable. He noted that it resembled a demon type, but it was too closely tied to living beings to be classified the same way. A powerful specimen, certainly, but what fascinated him most was its saturation with layered, ancient curses. It was something he hadn't encountered before. A rare, intricate artifact. He paused, noticing the incomplete nature of the object. It had clearly been divided, a fragment of a whole. Yet even in this state, its presence was overwhelming. Gale's voice trembled with awe. It was like a curse given form, one that lived and breathed the essence of all curses. Liznette, watching him, asked if he truly found it that interesting. She challenged him. If he was that curious, he could try to take it. Not even the church's most powerful dispellers had succeeded. But she warned him, touching it carelessly would bring him under the curse next. Gale grinned and accepted the challenge without hesitation. He told her there would be no takebacks. Suddenly, Liznette cried out in pain and collapsed. Gale caught her before she hit the ground, muttering that he'd better hurry. Raising his hand, he summoned his power. The curse responded, appearing violently before them. Gale gave a command, dispel. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the cursed fragment. Liznette watched, uncertain what would be left of her afterward. As the light faded, a glowing essence oozed from her body and slowly evaporated into the air. What remained was a solid, spherical object, pulsing with unstable power. The curse wasn't finished. The object flared to life and attacked. Gale's expression lit up with interest. Laughing, he observed its ferocity. The cursed item kept striking at him again and again, but he deflected each assault with ease. He was more fascinated than threatened, eager to research it, disassemble it, and replicate its construction. Liznet could hardly believe it. He made it look effortless. The heart of the devil, the same fragment that had tormented her and silenced even the devil's core within, was attacking relentlessly. Yet Gale stood firm, brushing its violence aside like a breeze. He crouched in front of her, holding out a vial, and said she needed to drink the cockatrice amniotic fluid, for real this time. It would counteract the lingering effects of petrification and help restore her stamina. Liznet hesitated, then admitted she felt guilty for spitting it out before. Gale smiled and explained. Fluids like albumin and amniotic substances were packed with restorative nutrients. If she had them, she had to make good use of them. A low growl rumbled nearby. Gale's eyes turned toward it. The behemoth was approaching, its massive form still wounded, but no longer stunned. Liznet slowly rose to her feet, thanking Gale with sincerity. But she told him he should run while he still could. Though she had escaped death's grip, he had been exposed to its presence too long. The behemoth was after her, not him. Surely he understood that. She asked if he recognized the beast, the same one that had hurled him clean across to the next town. Gale replied without hesitation. Yes, he knew. He called it an animal zombie. Liznet blinked in disbelief. What was he talking about? He explained. It was missing parts of its body. That's what defined an animal zombie. From what he could tell, it had been a wild boar once. Liznet was dumbfounded. He was looking at a behemoth and calling it a zombie boar. Was he mad? The behemoth growled again, more aggressively this time. Liznet begged Gale to run. The beast was moving faster, the paralysis clearly wearing off. But Gale stepped forward instead. He recalled Sharana talking his ear off about the dangerous animals plaguing the farmlands of Farmich. After all the kindness he'd received from the farmers, he couldn't allow this thing to run loose. He lifted Death's scythe with both hands. This wasn't about escape. It was time to exterminate the threat. The behemoth roared and lunged toward him. Liznet cried out in panic. Why was he holding that cursed scythe with bare hands? Gale reminded her calmly. He was a curse crafter. She could only watch, wide-eyed, as he took his stance. Gale inhaled, steadying his grip on the scythe. He swung slowly, preparing. The behemoth charged at full speed, its fury unleashed. Then, in one swift, precise motion, Gale moved. The scythe cut through the creature like it was air. The blade, crafted to be unstoppable, sliced not just flesh but through the very nature of things. Through flame, storm, and even light itself. Blood erupted from the behemoth's neck as its head was cleanly severed. Liznet stood frozen, eyes wide in utter shock. In that moment, she realized, this man had dispelled death. He had purged the heart of the devil. And now, he had felled a behemoth. He had saved her life, 3 times. Her heart pounded. Gale Hamilton. He turned and smiled at her. Liznet's knees gave out beneath her. She collapsed, dazed, breathless, thinking, what a lovely man. Gale, puzzled, asked if she was all right. But as they stood in the aftermath of the battle, the behemoth's severed head twitched. Its dead eyes suddenly opened and glared. Gale raised his hand in a casual wave and called out to Liznet. The gesture caught her off guard. She gasped, her face flushing deep red. Quickly composing herself, she apologized and assured him she was fine. Calling him by name, she acknowledged what he had accomplished. He had truly done it. She still couldn't believe he had defeated the behemoth. But her amazement was cut short. Her eyes widened in sudden terror. Behind Gale, the behemoth's body moved. Without its head, the monstrous corpse had somehow dragged itself back into the fray. Liznet cried out to warn him. Reacting instantly, Gale spun around and swung the scythe in a wide horizontal arc. The blade sliced clean through the reanimated body. The attack severed it with finality. Gale took a breath and muttered to himself that the creature had genuinely surprised him. He offered Liznet his thanks for the warning. Liznet watched, still stunned by the persistence of the beast. In her thoughts, she acknowledged its strength. It was formidable even when fused with the heart of the devil. Its tenacity was astounding. It had used its instincts to track them down, and even when decapitated, it retained enough will and power to launch a final attack. A truly fearsome enemy. She reflected on their previous confrontation. That battle had ended in a draw. But now, in this rematch, Gale Hamilton had been the one to save her. Out of 10 such encounters, she believed Gale would survive 9. The creature had been a savage force, born for battle. Liznet offered a solemn hope. May such a beast now find peace. Even in death, Its eyes remained open. Liznette shuddered at the thought. One mistake, one slip, and she would have been the one to die instead. She looked toward Gale. He had already moved on to others nearby, calling out to them. He announced he had amniotic fluid for everyone. Liznette watched him, her heart full. He had returned alive, and just the sight of him brought her comfort. She remembered her original mission, capture him, dead or alive. But somewhere along the way, she had forgotten that entirely. The other men, who had fought alongside them and suffered in the process, finally managed to stand. Gale laughed. Liznette observed him in silence. Then she turned to the group and addressed them clearly. She declared that the mission entrusted to them by Prince Virial had ended in failure. From this moment forward, she said, they would surrender themselves to him, to Gale Hamilton. The three men, bruised and exhausted, smiled at her words. Without hesitation, they knelt before Gale in deference and responded, "Yes, my lady." Gale, clearly caught off guard, stammered at the unexpected display. Then a voice rang out in the distance, loud and familiar. "Yo, Gale." Startled, he turned. "Huh? Sharona." Sharona confirmed it wasn't just her. Mora stood nearby, visibly anxious. When her eyes landed on Gale, they widened. Her heart swelled with relief and emotion. She had been desperate to see him, truly desperate. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered his name in her thoughts. He was alive. Gale turned toward her. "Oh, Mora." To Mora, the time apart had felt endless. Every moment since they'd separated had been a quiet torment. Now, unable to contain herself, she ran to him. Her mind held only one thought. She would cling to him and never let him go again. Around them lay a battlefield drenched in blood. The death scythe still dripped red. Assassins knelt in surrender. Corpses of the undead sprawled like ruins. A behemoth, slashed to pieces, lay still at their feet. A scene Mora could hardly stand to look at. Turning back to Gale, she flushed a deep red and blurted out, flustered, that there was absolutely no romantic mood to this setting. And yet, overwhelmed by emotion, she flung herself into Gale's arms, ignoring everything around them. Only now did the absurdity of the situation begin to hit her. Sharona, standing off to the side, blinked and asked in bewilderment, "Oh wow, what is this place?" Gimli responded that it was simply too much to take in all at once. Meanwhile, Gale, visibly cheerful, showed Sharona the scythe and commented on how incredibly sharp it was. Sharp enough, he said with enthusiasm, that he could probably forge some excellent farm tools from it. Sharona replied half-heartedly, unsure how to respond. Her eyes drifted toward the carcass of the behemoth, cleaved cleanly in half along its length. She wondered silently, what on earth happened there? That kind of destruction wasn't just about sharpness anymore. That was something else entirely. Gale suddenly quieted. Sharona turned to him, puzzled. He asked her to listen. He had something to confess. It was about the storefront she had helped him find. Sharona acknowledged with a soft, uncertain yeah. Gale admitted, clearly guilty, that some people from his old adventuring party had broken in and trashed the shop, deliberately. He managed to prevent them from damaging any neighboring properties, at least, but still. He trailed off again, eyes cast downward, and offered an earnest apology. But Sharona laughed it off. She told him not to worry about it. With a smile, she said she'd get the best carpenter in Farmage to repair the place for him. Gale looked at her in amazement and gratitude, thanking her sincerely. Sharona assured him it would be back to its usual spooky, uncanny aesthetic in no time. Mora added with a teasing smirk that it would look just as tacky as before, and she encouraged him to cheer up. Gale looked at them with uncertainty and asked if they were trying to cheer him up or drag him down. Sharona, amused, replied that they were doing both. Gimli observed the exchange with a warm smile. She turned to Liznette and greeted her formally, addressing her again as assassin. But Liznette shook her head and corrected her, no longer. She said she was leaving that life behind. The events of the past day had completely altered her perspective. She no longer wanted any part in that world. Although, she admitted, she didn't have any new career path in mind just yet. Gimli gave her a sidelong glance. Liznette respectfully addressed Gimli as guild master and asked if they could stay and rest for a little while. She explained that her men were injured, and so was she. They needed a place to recover. Gale, who had remained quietly listening nearby, turned his gaze toward her. Gimli responded with warmth. She said it would be no problem at all, as long as they could feed and shelter themselves. Then Gale stepped in and offered a suggestion. How about Liznette work at his shop? Liznette was stunned. She asked him if he was serious. Gale explained his reasoning. The shop was newly opened, and his finances were unstable, especially now that it had been ransacked. He couldn't offer much in the way of wages, not until things stabilized. But he believed that helping run the store would give Liznette and her men a sense of purpose during their recovery. They could take the time they needed to heal, physically and otherwise. Liznette stared at him in astonishment. In her heart, she thought, if someone was truly willing to accept her here, then perhaps, just perhaps, she could finally live a simple and peaceful life. Was this the answer to the wish she hadn't dared to speak aloud? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liznette cried, not from pain or fear, but from joy. Gale, alarmed by her sudden tears, rushed to her side. He asked in a panic if she was hurt, if she was in any kind of serious pain. Liznette wiped her tears, shaking her head. Gale, still flustered, told her apologetically that he was out of cockatrice amniotic fluid now too. Liznette smiled gently, her tears still streaming down her cheeks. She remarked on how off-kilter Gale was, a comment made with warmth rather than criticism. Mora observed them in silence, her expression softening into a knowing smile. She reflected inwardly. She had always known how kind-hearted Gale could be. He was such a compulsive do-gooder, someone who'd even stop to listen to the voices of the undead. But as she watched him, a subtle pout formed on her lips, her cheeks flushing slightly. In her thoughts, she admitted that, for now, she wouldn't tell him how she truly felt. Not yet. Sharona grinned at the moment, stretched her arms overhead, and with a sigh, remarked that it seemed the night was wrapping up with a happy little ending. Gimli smiled in agreement, her tone light as she echoed the sentiment. Gale, still holding something in his hands, said he ought to show it to Sharona. Gimli's eyes widened when she recognized the artifact. She asked if it was what she suspected. Gale confirmed it. It was the heart of the devil. He turned to Liznette to confirm its nature. Liznette responded that it was indeed so, specifying that it was 1/6 of the full heart. She explained she had brought it with her from the Empire, and it had been affixed to her body, until now. Gale Hamilton had purged it from her before it could fully consume her soul. Gimli studied the artifact with disbelief. Even if it was only 1/6 of the whole, the artifact was unmistakably of demonic origin, containing elements from the king of demons himself. Any normal fighter would die from the mere touch of it. Not even high-tier relics could neutralize its effects. And yet, there he was, Gale, a cursed item crafter, handling it as if it were nothing at all. Gimli swallowed her awe. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the side. A voice shouted in protest. Kush, from the disgraced adventurer group Wolfpack, was yelling indignantly about their rank, insisting they were an S-rank party and deserved better treatment. He complained about being ignored, mistreated, and left to beg for sympathy and attention. Mora sighed at the noise. She remarked that they hadn't quieted down even to the very end. Gimli acknowledged that it worked in their favor, however. After all the chaos the Wolfpack caused that night, there was no way they would walk away without consequences. A town meeting was swiftly convened to pass judgment on them and determine their punishment. But just as the process began, a message arrived from the capital. Apparently, Kush owed several debts in the capital, and the request was made for Farmage to delay any sentencing. Normally, Farmage could have ignored such a request. The crime had been committed on their soil, after all, but this particular message bore the seal of the kingdom's central government. That changed everything. While they could have refused if it had come from the Adventurers Guild, a decree from the royal office was another matter. It couldn't be defied. Still, the capital promised ample compensation in return for the delay. Sharona, the most powerful figure in the town, reluctantly restrained her anger. Later, Gimli commented on Gale's absence. He'd been secluded in his workshop and storefront for some time now, clearly absorbed in some new creative pursuit. She turned to Mora and teased her, suggesting that lonely look on her face might be because she hadn't seen him in a while. She pointed jokingly at her nose and questioned her again. Mora panicked, denying it loudly. She said it wasn't like that at all. Just, well, you know, that sort of thing. Gimli pressed her again, asking what that sort of thing even meant. She played dumb, grinning. Embarrassed, Mora jumped up and hurried over to a nearby shelf. She called out loudly, drawing attention to a new quest that looked interesting. She said she'd go and complete it quickly. Gimli watched her with a smile, quietly wishing Mora could be more honest with herself. Still, she reflected, it was hard to believe even a fragment of the Devil Series artifact could be so easily bested by a human. A man with such talent was bound to draw admirers. She understood perfectly well why both Mora and Liznette were so taken with him. Gimli smiled again, but then the smile slowly faded. Her thoughts turned somber. She admitted quietly to herself that the woman who longed for Gale more than anyone else right now was definitely her. Elsewhere, events of greater magnitude were beginning to stir. The 1,000-year curse placed upon the Dark Elves by the King of Demons remained a looming threat, one that could mean their extinction. But now, it was time for defiance. The fragment of the heart of the devil she sought had fallen right near her. And now, she had access to someone who could undo its curse. In his workshop, Gale muttered to himself. After so many sleepless nights, he was nearly finished. What he had created now was not just a replica. It was an enhanced version of the heart of the devil. A true masterpiece. He had used materials dropped by a particular entity, substances that suppressed the negative effects of the heart while preserving its benefits. He spoke aloud, explaining how the opposing elements within his mixture balanced the artifact's power, allowing its good effects to remain while dampening the destructive ones. Though when worn, the heart would still lash out with its tendrils, seeking life force to consume. He had crafted an intricate set of talismans to subdue that hunger. He gazed at it with pride. This was his work, pure Gale craftsmanship. He had named it Heart of the Devil V2, his newest cursed item, and without a doubt, the greatest creation he had ever forged.